Hey, hello everyone. You're watching the Tommy Tipper Show. This is Tommy Tipper. I'm Tommy Tipper. I'm the guy. This is the show. I'm from Canada. Look at, I'm even wearing my red Canada hat here today. And we've got all kind of stuff happening. We've got spy balloons that are being destroyed in the United States and in Canada. What the heck is happening out there? I don't know. There's something weird going on. It's like really, really strange out there. We've got this stuff happening, and we're just sitting here taking it. I don't know why. Hey, Fry, nice to see you. First in the room. I'm just totally not prepared for anything here today, but we're going to be talking about those spy balloons. That's going to be the topic here today. Yeah. The best thing is don't be prepared for anything. Just flip the switch and don't have anything ready. Well, actually, I did have something ready, but it somehow went away. So let me see if I can find it. Here it is. We've got Trudeau coming up here. Let's see what he's up to. There's Trudeau in the snowstorm. He's going to be talking about the balloons right away. So let's tune in to Trudeau out in the snow. That's kind of weird. Strange.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be in Whitehorse right now. I had a great visit with MP Brendan Henley and, of course, Premier Ranch Pillay. Opportunity to talk about all the various priorities of people here in the North. Long conversations about healthcare. We're really looking forward to moving forward on the bilateral agreements that'll deliver more family doctors, better mental health, moving forward on supporting health workers and better health data and information. These are the kinds of things that we're continuing to work on alongside investments in critical minerals and infrastructure, moving forward on a range of things in terms of fighting climate change and supporting economic growth in the North. So that was great conversations to have with local leadership.
Hey, Honkus Maximus in there.
A lot of good time yesterday with the Indigenous
just while I run
the First Nations
this
leaders,
feed, I'll just listen here. Won't be able to interact much with the chat. But hello, everyone in the chat. Nice to see you.
50 years since
this is Trudeau talking about those balloons.
Of First Nations leaders went to Ottawa to deliver a vision for reconciliation, for self-government that was successful and has actually led the way over these past 50 years, not just here in Yukon, but around the country. For them to have come see my father 50 years ago, for me to now come here to meet with them and celebrate was an important thing to be able to highlight the real work that's continuing. Obviously, right now, I just toured with some of the RCMP and Canadian Forces members who will be leading the recovery efforts on the ground for the unidentified object. As you know, the responsibility of the Canadian government and of NORAD is to ensure the safety of Canadians. And when these...
That's right. He is to ensure the safety of Canadians. That would be a good thing.
Unidentified objects represent a threat to airline traffic, to civilian safety. We needed to take action, which we did. We did it in concert with our American partners under the command of NORAD, and that's what we're going to continue to do to ensure that Canadians are kept safe. The search and recovery efforts are underway right now, involving all the very best resources that the Canadian Forces and the RCMP and other partners have to put forward. And in that work, I have to highlight that the Premier and the territorial government, as well as Indigenous leaders responsible for the territories that this object might be in, have been tremendous partners. We're working closely with them as well to make sure that things are both done safely and appropriately. But this is an ongoing effort that will continue as necessary to be able to recover and analyze this object.
This is almost live here. In fact, I actually heard that you're not supposed to use the term live because there is actually nothing that's live on YouTube, and it's actually false advertising. So you shouldn't actually say live. And this is actually happening right now, but we are on a bit of a recorded feed here. So this is just minutes ago that Trudeau was talking about this.
C'est un grand plaisir d'être ici à Whitehorse. Ça a été des belles conversations avec le Premier ministre sur la santé, sur l'infrastructure, sur les changements climatiques, sur la lutte.
Thank you, peeking in. Thanks for popping in. Hey, anybody here today?
On a aussi évidemment célébré avec les Premières Nations
doing as much as we can on this balloon topic here. Seems like it's the thing that's happening here right now, and I know we can dig up lots of information. We're going to have the chat help us. We don't need to listen to the French part here. We don't understand French anyway. Pourquoi? Pourquoi? They don't even know how to say what in French. Pourquoi? That means for what? Come on. Isn't there a word that says what in French? No. For why? Pourquoi? C'est de garder ses citoyens en sécurité. Et je peux vous assurer qu'on est en train de Shut your mouth.
Ce qui est nécessaire pour travailler
I know that.
avec nos partenaires de NORAD, avec les États-Unis, pour garder les gens sécurisés, pour assurer que l'aviation civile
coming in hard.
Est sécure, mais aussi qu'on recouvre et qu'on analyse l'objet qu'on a abattu. Ce travail va être fait dans les jours à venir. Évidemment, la météo pose des défis, mais on a des experts et des gens assez extraordinaires qui vont être là-dedans. Alors, j'étais très content de pouvoir les remercier à l'avance pour tout le travail qu'ils vont faire sur le terrain dans des situations extrêmement difficiles. Mais on veut tous en savoir plus sur cet objet-là et c'est pour ça qu'on est content de pouvoir se fier sur les forces armées. Avant de prendre les questions, je suis très content de passer la parole au Premier ministre. Before taking questions, I'm happy to turn over to Premier Pellet for a few comments.
Thanks, everyone. First, I just want to thank the Prime Minister for coming and spending time with us. Really important anniversary for the Council Yukon First Nations. I think for people covering today, it's a story that all Canadians need to hear about Modern Treaty and how amazing it's been for our territory. Again, we had a chance to talk today on important issues coming up and chatting about health and, of course, the bilateral agreements that we're still looking to move on. Of course, Arctic security, I think we all know over the last couple of days how important it is. I want to thank the Deputy or the Defense Minister, Anita Anand, for making time over the last couple of days to speak directly with me.
Honkites.
And again, to the Prime Minister for chatting with me today about how important that is. So again, opportunity to speak about infrastructure, critical minerals, and again, the future of the North. So,
yeah, nobody likes
for making
Trudeau,
time out of your schedule.
for sure.
And again, it was a pleasure to have you here with us today. Thank you.
Wonder, my audio
Thank you, Premier Pellet and Prime Minister Trudeau. Merci, Premier Pellet et Premier Ministre Trudeau. We have 15 minutes for questions for media. Nous avons 15 minutes pour les questions du média. I will just encourage journalists to please speak into
UHaul
the microphone
driver.
as there is a
Wow.
good deal of noise outside.
Injuring 8.
Je vous encourage à parler au microphone pour
Check that out. When
conserver
I'm
le bruit.
finished
And
with
we will
this,
start with the
well,
Canadian
actually, I
Press.
want
On va
to
commencer
try
avec la
to
presse canadienne.
concentrate on balloon type feeds,
wondering,
info, or
if
anything
NORAD
like
is
that
working the way
here
it's
today,
supposed
because this seems to be the
Okay.
topic of the
I'm
day
wondering
here
if
today.
NORAD is working the way
And I
it's
know we can
supposed
get
to.
some
Why are we
good
not
numbers of
detecting
people
these
watching here.
objects before they enter North American airspace?
Actually, we are ensuring that we're monitoring together the airspace. NORAD
Big
is
rig.
one of the only
Hey,
joint
how you doing there, Gary?
commands for
We
territorial
got Brien here,
defense in the world.
Gary's in here,
Canadians
Terry,
and Americans are
G-Gab,
joint
Carol
command
Burton,
for,
MagAmericans.
of our territory. So
Got a new
as
Rumble out there.
it's picked up
Check that out.
by NORAD. We
Nice
are
to
part
see
of
ya.
tracking that,
Thanks a lot for popping in.
Canada as
Appreciate
well.
everybody
We're
saying
working
hi.
Very, very closely
Just
together
come on
our
in,
conversation,
take off,
with
come on
President
in
Biden
later.
on Saturday afternoon. We emphasize
Yeah,
that we will continue
talking about balloon.
To work in a seamless, integrated way to make sure we're protecting everyone who lives on this continent.
How much more urgent will these issues be when you and President Biden meet again in the next coming weeks?
No
Nice to
more
see you,
than
Roman.
We are right now. This is a very serious situation that we are taking incredibly seriously. The actions
I know
we're
it's with their
taking
audio.
to, protect North American airspace the actions we're taking to recover and analyze these objects, the importance of defending our territorial integrity, our sovereignty, has rarely been as important as it is now. Obviously,
Absolutely, GGAB. Drop those lives in here. Absolutely. Don't stop doing that. I don't mind anybody doing that. I love it when you do that. Other people say, don't drop any links, right? Because they don't want people going over there because you lose viewers. But people will come back. People always come back if they like what you're doing.
Hi,
Yeah.
Virginie-Anne,
Trudeau.
CBC, and si c'est possible aussi de traduire pour mes
I'm
collègues
doing really
francophones.
good. Really well.
Some would say that there is no
Can't
greater
complain.
example
My
of the
son's arm
weakness
is
of our
healing.
Air
He
Force
went back to
capacity
school
than
today,
watching
so he's
American jets
doing great.
destroying flying objects over Canadian soil.
Everything in my
Why was
life
it
is
American jets
great.
that shut down the object?
Just to show you what it looks like out my window. It's a little bit nice and sunny day out there. This is looking north.
Over North America. And there were
Windy
Canadian
today, though.
and American fighter
Very
jets
windy.
Scrambled to intercept the object and to take it down. It was very much based on the context and the situations of who was there, who had the capacity to do it before we lost the object into darkness or into situations. Our focus was not on which side gets credit for what. Our focus was on running the operation smoothly and successfully. That's what NORAD is all about, and that's a perfect example of how seamlessly we work together. NORAD est une commande conjointe.
Why do you have to speak French on everything? Jesus. Go over to the French channel and speak French over there. But on the English channel, speak English. This is like ridiculous. I hate that. Here, I'll translate for you. Well, this Chinese balloon flew over Canada, and we got the Americans to shoot it down because we just weren't quite with it. And at the end of the day, I'm trying to look pissed off, but in reality, I love the Chinese.
If so, what allows you to reassure them that right now there's no threat for the land, the water, or the health of the people living in the surrounding communities?
Yeah, you're going dead. Well, you have to say almost live. You can say almost live, but you can't say live anymore because there's really nothing live. YouTube has a delay right from the get-go. Somebody got a note.
Rightly concerned about the impact on their citizens. But are also
YouTube sent him
a
message not to do that, not to say that.
Over fairly unpopulated and sparsely populated territory to make sure that the safety
He's
of
doing
Canadians
great,
and
Michael.
Yukoners was first and foremost in the recovery efforts.
Absolutely.
A lot of it is going
Give
to
us a
be
restream.
around, searching for and hopefully finding the object.
Thanks a lot.
But there
Big
are
rig.
also places and teams in place to make sure that whether it's hazardous, whether there's who knows what associated with the object, it be properly dealt with by people with the proper training to make sure that there is no risk to human life as it is recovered. Évidemment, la sécurité des gens qui habitent ici au Yukon et à travers le pays est notre priorité. C'est pour ça qu'on a pris les actions qu'on a prises, mais c'est aussi pourquoi dans la recherche, on est en train de coordonner avec le gouvernement territorial, on est en train de coordonner avec les leaders autochtones de la région.
Listening to Justin Trudeau talk about the balloon incident.
Pour faire la recherche et l'analyse et la recouverte de l'objet éventuellement.
Trying to dig up more info about
Il y a des
this.
experts en matière dangereuse qui vont s'assurer qu'il n'y a pas de menace à la population.
Next question, prochaine question.
Hi, Ethan Lang, Whitehorse Star. I'm just asking, I know the recovery effort is ongoing, but NORAD told the Associated Press this weekend that they have an idea of what this aircraft is. Is there any reason we don't have more information on what this aircraft is?
Yeah, we need more info.
Focus right now is on recovering it. Obviously, there is much analysis going on at the highest levels of NORAD in both Canada and the United States to try and understand more, to facilitate in the location of the object and to understand better and be able to answer the questions that Canadians have. And as soon as we have more clarity and better answers to give to Canadians, we will be giving them.
So this is 3 aircraft shot down this weekend, or this past weekend. Do we have no idea whether this is a pattern or whether these are connected?
Well, I think obviously there is some sort of pattern in there. The fact that we are seeing this in a significant degree over the past week is a cause for interest and close attention, which is exactly what we're doing. We've deployed significant resources here to be able to recover the object, as well as diplomatic and international engagements going on to find more information and to get solutions on this.
En français, s'il vous plaît.
Écoutez, nous prenons ça extrêmement au sérieux et je comprends que les gens veulent en savoir plus sur ce qui se passe. C'est pour ça d'ailleurs qu'on a déployé tellement de ressources pour faire le travail qui va être très difficile d'essayer de localiser ces objets.
To get us started, President Biden has made clear.
Mais l'analyse qui se fait à NORAD par les Canadiens et les Américains, par les experts, les conversations diplomatiques qui sont en train de se faire, je peux vous assurer que la sécurité, la souveraineté, l'intégrité de l'espace aérien de l'Amérique du Nord est une préoccupation primordiale et nous sommes en train de travailler. Quand nous allons en savoir plus, nous allons le partager avec les Canadiens.
Next question.
Dana Hatherley, Yukon News. Which communities in the Yukon can expect authorities to be dealing with debris, and what can communities expect?
We are searching what is a fairly large area that is roughly put between Dawson and
What can we
Mayo,
not
I
say?
believe is
Exactly.
in the area. We are obviously sending a lot of Canadian Armed Forces and RCMP resources to lead on the search in the coming
Yeah, I'm a little
days.
bit behind here
But as,
because I'm
as time goes on, we will for sure
made sure I
have,
got all of his
different
comments in here.
instructions to give to local outfitters and trappers and people
Delayed.
who may be
I may
in the
be on
area. For now,
few minute
however,
delay.
it really needs to be the Canadian Armed Forces leading the recovery
I think it's
efforts
great
because,
that they did that.
as I
It was
said,
NORAD,
we
and it
don't
was
know the degree
okayed
of
by
hazard that
Trudeau.
could be involved in this object that was downed. And we have to be safe.
So I don't have a problem with it. I like it.
And how do you plan to work with Yukon's Premier and Indigenous leaders to keep Canadian sovereignty safe? And what
We'll
does that
stick
mean?
to English.
Well, obviously, the responsibility of the federal government and the armed forces is to make sure, and NORAD
You betcha.
is to make
Like
sure,
that.
Canadian
Smash that like.
sovereignty
Chaplain,
is,
thank you for the
protected,
prayers.
maintained.
Everyone, thank you for the
But
prayers.
we do that in partnership.
Son is
We
doing
can't
great.
talk about
First day back at
protection
school
of
today.
sovereignty in the north
He didn't
without
want to go,
talking about
but
and talking with the people
his arm
who've
is
lived
feeling
here
a lot
for
better.
millennia. And that's always been at the core of how we need to operate in the north, how we need to work in partnership with the local communities and local leadership. I have to say
there's
that
a
the Premier
slight
has
delay
been,
on my feed
an outstanding
because
partner as we've
I was actually stopping it and then talking a little bit and then starting it again.
shared what information we have and keep them
Ford
apprised,
Mustang.
but also
91.
leaning in on
Cobra.
The chiefs of the territories affected
I drive.
so that they can keep their people safe as well. As is
Coming in on
always the
Twitch.
case, it'll be
Thanks
about
a lot
the
for
partnerships and
tuning in on
close
Twitch.
collaboration across different orders of government and different sectors that
Casey.
makes things work well in this area.
In the room.
Next question.
Nice to see
Bonjour,
you.
Laurie Trottier, Laura Boréal. Vous avez parlé de réconciliation hier. Comment allez-vous vous assurer de consulter les peuples autochtones et Premières Nations entourant le projet de loi C-21?
D'abord, le ministre Mendicino a été ici pour faire une consultation directe que le MP Hanley avait organisée avec
Hanley.
les communautés ici pour parler de l'importance de
Speak.
garder banni des armes de style assaut. C'est pas nécessaire pour la chasse, c'est pas nécessaire pour la sécurité. On a besoin
Security.
de protéger la sécurité publique, mais on a besoin de le faire d'une façon qui
Protégé.
respecte les désirs des chasseurs, mais aussi les droits fondamentaux
Also.
des peuples autochtones. Et c'est exactement ce
Exact.
que nous cherchons à faire. Je pense qu'on est tous d'accord qu'il y a trop de violence armée au Canada et on doit prendre action, mais on va le faire de façon qui respecte les communautés impliquées.
Vous avez
Smile.
mentionné aussi les minéraux critiques. Quelle
Pretty
place
good,
occupe le Yukon? Quelle importance
translation,
le Yukon a dans
I should
l'approvisionnement
work for
au
CBC.
Canada?
CNN.
Mais une des choses qu'on est en train de voir, c'est que le Canada
Oh, not
est très
more.
chanceux d'avoir
Come
des numéros
on.
critiques à la largeur du pays. Donc,
At least have a
il y a
translator.
énormément
If you're going to do stuff and
d'investissements qui
speak
vont se
French
faire pour
in
des
front of
bons
an
emplois,
English crowd, at least have a
dans le secteur
translator there
minier,
beside you,
pour des
so that we can
années,
understand
des
what you're
décennies
saying.
à
This is
venir.
ridiculous.
Mais évidemment, on sait qu'au
Frickin'
Yukon,
balloons.
ils ont des longueurs d'avance. Il y a une
God.
belle industrie développée. Il y a surtout un très beau partenariat avec les Premières Nations et les peuples autochtones qui permet un développement accru de ces
We're
de
losing
ces éléments de
viewers.
façon
Nobody wants to
responsable.
listen to French.
J'ai bien hâte de pouvoir continuer à parler avec le Premier ministre sur le
Need some
développement
music.
des minéraux critiques ici au Yukon.
Final question, dernière question.
Hi, I'm with ABTN. I just have one question. You kind of touched on it. You kind of touched on it before, but it's almost 50 years to the day that your father accepted Together Today, which has achieved obviously a lot for First Nations people in the territory. What's your thought on sort of having this historical connection?
She got
to
paid
such an
by
important document?
Trudeau
Can you answer
to
in
ask
English or
questions
French, please?
because she's patting him on
It
the
was
back.
extraordinarily
back.
moving for me to be able to sit down with chiefs, many of them direct descendants, the children of the chiefs who came to Ottawa. I think of Elijah Smith, I think of Sam Johnston, I think of others who were very much
Yeah, I'm gonna pull
there
up
to meet
Agenda
with my
Free.
father, to sketch
I've
out
got him on another
an
tab here.
incredibly ambitious plan for self-government for
I think I'll get
Yukon
my
First
wall going
Nations
here.
that not only was visionary back then, continues to read as a visionary document for right now. And you really see the depth to which Indigenous leadership across the country and First Nations here in the Yukon see clearly about what the path of reconciliation is. Even 50 years ago, before we used the word reconciliation, the idea of partnership, of shared stewardship, of building a stronger future together where everyone had the opportunity to thrive and to do so in their language, in their culture, with respect for their traditional knowledge as an integrated part of where we're moving forward. The model that was presented to my father 50 years ago led
Spanish,
20 years
yeah.
later to the signing of
Not
the first
good
modern
words.
treaties in
That's funny.
an extremely concrete way that has been an example not just in Yukon but for across the country. And it is
I've
something
actually
for me
traveled
to be able to be here
to where that
personally,
balloon
to
was
see
downed,
the
a
work
place called
that's been
Mayo.
done, but it
It's
also
a
puts
silver
things in perspective.
mining
The work of reconciliation, of changing
town
this country, it doesn't happen in one visit
in the
or
Yukon.
over a weekend or even in one mandate. It happens because people come together, roll up their sleeves, and start the work in a deep and meaningful way. So as I think about my father, as I'm joined by my son here on this trip, to show sort of the generational
Yeah, we'll pick up the
nature
White
of
House
the work that is being
briefing
done.
here right away. Do a replay on it.
There's a lot more work to do.
I think
There's a
that
lot of challenges
the
and
Chinese are pretty
crises we have to
despicable
deal with
for
every
doing what
given
they're
day.
doing.
There are also extraordinary examples.
You know, what do
of
they think?
success
They can get away with it?
and progress that have been made.
They're not.
That we
And
do need to take
this is
time
where
to note
maybe
and yes,
it
to
wasn't
celebrate.
publicized in the past. They just took a balloon out or whatever and didn't say anything.
Quand
But
les
now
leaders des Premières Nations du Yukon sont venus à Ottawa
they're
pour présenter
tracking this
un
stuff,
document ambitieux à mon
and
père qui
social media is really pushing
parlait
out
de
the
réconciliation long
narrative.
terme sans utiliser le mot réconciliation. Ça a été un moment incroyablement important, pas juste pour le Yukon, mais pour le pays, parce que ça a jeté les bases du
Yeah.
partenariat.
People say that he's
progrès
Castro's
que
son.
nous
He
avons
looks
pu
an awful lot
faire
like
ici au Yukon
Castro,
depuis 50
but I
ans
think
que
that's
les Premières Nations spécifiquement ont
Conspiracy
travaillé très
theory.
fort pour faire au cours des 50 dernières années. Mais aussi, c'est un exemple pour le reste du pays de ce
I heard
qu'on
the
peut faire
Chinese
en termes de
has a bigger
gouvernance,
power.
ce qu'on peut faire en
Chinese,
termes de
they're not afraid of what they're doing, but then the
Mais
Chinese come out
je peux
and say that
penser à ce que
they're
mon
pissed
père a
off
pu
that the
faire il y a
Americans
50
shot
ans,
down their
sans
weather balloon,
penser au fait que
and
j'ai amené mon fils avec moi
you know, like
aujourd'hui pour
that
voir
means
que c'est du progrès
war. Or they
générationnel.
didn't say that means
C'est
war,
pas des
but
choses qui se font
they're
dans-
not happy
dans
about
une
it.
fin de semaine, dans
They're
une
going to
rencontre,
do something
ou
about
même
it.
dans un
Put it that way.
mandat. Ça va prendre des années, des décennies, des générations.
You know them in Italian.
Mais
Italian goes like
on a
this.
fait
He goes, "Hey,
énormément de
you,
progrès
you,
ensemble et on
hey,
va continuer de le faire.
vieni qua,
Alors,
hey,
j'étais
come
très
here."
très content de pouvoir être ici aujourd'hui. Merci tout le monde.
Thank you. That will conclude today's scrum. Merci, ça va mettre fin au scrum.
Oh, that's it for Trudeau. He's like out of here. He's a gunner. There he goes. Off into the snowstorm in Whitehorse. I've traveled to Whitehorse. I know that location. I've flown in to Whitehorse at that airport. Well, that's quite interesting. Quite interesting indeed. Spy balloons are being destroyed in North America. Should we be afraid? Or should we just disregard them? Why are they flying over? Are they preparing for something? Something devious? I don't know. People are saying that there are different uses for these balloons, and people are saying they don't care. Let them fly over. Who cares? I think they're a problem. They're doing something. They're absolutely collecting information. They've got electronics on board. They've got solar panels on those things. And if they're collecting info, they can also be beaming that information that they're collecting up to a satellite. Terry says, actually, they're showing a lot of weakness. Confidence would be, yes, they're all ours. Go ahead, shoot them down. We'll send more, no problems. And they're definitely sending more. There's no doubt about that. Let's bring up another feed here. If I can get that out of there. Got to get my whole stream set up here for another one here. Stand by. Doesn't like capitals. There we go. Okay, I'm just going to find that live White House feed and just rewind it a little bit and start it up again. So stand by with that. And we will see which feed we can pick that up on. And we'll get right back on that balloon. Spy balloons destroyed in North America. In Canada, 1 destroyed in Canada, 3 balloons destroyed in the United States. It's like crazy stuff going on out there.
Reached out to inform and brief members of Congress and relevant state governors.
Okay, we'll get this one on here.
And of the recovery operations that are underway. We've also kept Congress briefed generally on this issue.
I'm going to get on this briefing here a little bit
classified briefing
earlier.
And last week, administration of
Listen to this.
Let's pull this up from this feed here. Stand by.
Is happening. And I don't think it's good.
Listen to her feed.
Something's going on behind the scenes.
I've been watching her for a little bit. Let me just check this feed out here.
This isn't a game. This is not a little board game. It's not you all. It's not. The players that are in this game, oh, they mean business. They mean business, you all. So
you see, all the podcasters are getting really agitated with this balloon business here. Got things happening. What the heck is going on?
Asking about how long would it take to get enough troops.
Let's listen to the government's version here.
Deeply about our troops and their families, and is grateful for all that they do worldwide every day to defend our nation. Through the course of his duties and during his travels, the Secretary has made it a point to speak with and hear from service members, to thank them and hear what's on their minds. Today, he issued a memo outlining a series of actions the department will take to improve how we support our service members and their families, and to address in a comprehensive way issues that affect stability and family readiness. As Secretary Austin highlights in this memo, military families are the strong foundation of our force, and taking care of them is a national security imperative. Our military has some of the most advanced equipment, tactics, and warfighting capabilities in the world, but nothing is accomplished without the men and women who serve in our armed forces and the families that support them. Over the last 20 months, the Secretary has met with service members across the country and around the world. He's seen their dedication to the mission, but he's also heard from them about the extraordinary pressures they face. Some, such as the challenges of PCS moves and spouses having to search for new jobs,
what the heck
are
is this about?
Features of military life. And the Secretary has directed the department to review forthcoming 2023 BAH rates to ensure those rates
I don't know what this is
reflect
about.
the dynamic nature of
Let
the
me
current
find a
housing
better
market
feed.
Across the board.
I want to find something about those
We're
balloons.
surging funding into the commissary system
I
to
can't
drop
believe
prices
it.
at the register, so
I'm trying
that
to do a
military
live
families
show
see
here on the
savings
balloon.
of at least
Can't find
25%
anything.
on
Yeah, I
grocery
want to find
bills
that
compared to their local
entire
marketplace.
feed
An investment that means military families
from
will
the
see
government
lower grocery bills
that's going
at the
on here right
commissary
now.
in the next couple of weeks. Second, making moves easier for families. We'll extend coverage for temporary housing expenses while moving to give military families more flexibility through the move process, and will increase dislocation allowance payments for enlisted troops from E1 through E6 to offset personal expenses from PCS moves. Third, strengthening support for families with children. We continue investments in child care facilities, providing incentives to attract hard-to-find
let me
child
bring
care
this feed in
professionals,
here. This
and
one here is
expand a
actually a
pilot
little bit
program
better.
that provides
Stand by.
free assistance for in-home child care.
Get him out of there. Get this one in here. Here we go.
The North American Aerospace Defense Command detected a radar anomaly and off the coast of South Carolina into the Atlantic Ocean, sparking a diplomatic row between the two countries. For more on this story, we're now joined by MagAmericans, a political commentator. Thanks so much for speaking to Vian. Now, I know that the matter is still under investigation. We don't know enough about these objects that have been shot down in the last 2 days. But, you know, in a manner of speaking, 3 balloons have been shot down in a little over just a week. Many believe these to be spying vehicles. So the question then is, do you believe
flying
there is a new
ETs,
global security dimension
flying saucers?
emerging now?
I don't know what they are. But I think where they don't say what it is, it actually turns out that there's some kind of a balloon. So it appears like every one of these is some kind of a balloon.
Either they didn't know about it or didn't tell anybody about it. We also know that this
Check
balloon
out Red's
program
channel.
is worldwide, and it's been over Latin America, Costa Rica, Venezuela, and apparently our government is saying it's 40 countries and 5 continents. The Chinese balloon program is
Michael,
international.
they're not
It's
really saying
global.
what it is, and
So
that kind of
there's nothing
worries
new
me.
about it. The fact
That
is the world
you're
is
right.
waking up
Are they
to
balloons
it
or are they not
and
balloons? Why
trying
can
to
they not just
evaluate
say
what it
that?
means.
You know, if
That
it
is
is.
not a simple
The government
thing
is like
to do
hiding the
because we're trying
information,
to
it seems.
discern what the Chinese are trying to accomplish. But one thing is
Super
interesting
Bowl.
is that on the balloon, the first balloon that was discovered, shot down.
If it's a distraction, it's an awfully expensive distraction. Think about how expensive those electronics are on that thing. Look at it. Like here, even on this thing.
It's gigantic.
It's got like 8 solar panels on it and a whole bunch of electronics.
To national security and world security.
So, and not easy to build one of those. I don't think it's just a distraction.
You gave us of the size of the balloon, it is truly gigantic, and you believe it is a major security threat in our times. But
yeah, they're talking about during Trump, exactly. Maybe they're just trying to make him look bad still.
Is now fast turning into a war weapon. I know you just mentioned that this is actually nothing new. The world seems to be waking up to it only now. Do you believe this has really been a weapon of surveillance at the very least, if not war,
send
employed by
cheap
China
balloons,
for a long time now?
Stop radar, jam radar with balloons? It's kind of low tech.
Surveillance in its own country, and now it's employing surveillance around the world. Why use balloons? Well, there are many theories about it. One theory
Gerald,
is
if it was
that,
me in China, I'd be wanting to know the frequency and type of radar used in the U.S. Yeah, because you know what? Let me just turn this audio down a little bit. If the purpose of the balloon is to gather information, and if you were planning to attack a country, absolutely the type of information that you would want to collect would be, where is their radar? Where is it beaming from? What frequency are they using? So that you can prepare better the next time to jam that radar. So you receive it, determine the frequencies, and then you can set in a jammer when you really want to attack. So yeah, there's that they could be doing. But they could also be doing something like, I heard somebody say, well, are they going to irradiate us with some kind of an EMT, and kill all of our electronics? You know how an EMT from above you is supposed to kill your radio and anything with electronics in it, right? Fry everything. So did they potentially have something like that in the balloon where they can just hit a button and then fry every piece of electronic that's within range of that balloon? So there's that too. Possibility.
You say that, Professor, because
Portland Andy is live, doing something there too.
A spy balloon was shot down by the U.S. It's something that's become a matter of jokes and memes on the social media.
They already know that. Both sides have 99% tech info on each other. For sure. Terry, you could say that, yeah. It's more rather checking out military, civilian, and political responses. Maybe, yeah.
Then why do you believe?
Or is it just a weather balloon? Trying to pick up weather data. And okay, they know that it's going to drift wherever the wind blows it.
That's it. Why the silence from the rest of the world, you think?
And I suppose if it's just a weather balloon and the wind is just blowing it wherever it goes, how can you stop that? You put up a weather balloon, well, it's going to blow. It's going to blow anywhere. Former firefighter in the room. The balloon shot down was filming all of the military and nuclear plants. Yeah, there was that one balloon that flew across the United States, and I even heard say that balloon, if you look at it again with this picture here, those solar panels are allowing it to, maybe there's fans on it or something, but to change its direction, right? So they can determine where that balloon is going to fly by the navigation equipment that's on board. They can steer it, right? And apparently the balloon stayed over some sort of a military area in the middle of the States and was potentially photographing or listening for electronic information. So it wasn't just a balloon flying across America, but it stayed and or was positioned over top of American bases, possibly to gain info. So just remember that too. A lot of people don't know that, but I know I've heard of that. Noel's gig. Hey, Noel. Nice to see you. Nice to see you.
In fact, as I said, it just became like
my audio back just a little bit here.
And watch the government shoot down the balloons. I mean, it becomes a
Italian concern is for fees on concert and event tickets. Yeah. But if there was a chemical release in Ohio, it's not being talked about. Yeah, they've got something with a train derailment. I heard there was another train derailment there today. Lots of things happening.
Whatever it is completely classified. So we're not going to know what it's about, but we need to stop it. And the Chinese need to understand that their mischief and malevolence, whether to their own people or around the world, really has to stop. And to your point,
I want to get our good friend up there from.
It's the United States and its allies that are the ones that are going to push back
Let's
against
see,
this.
Agenda Free
And we need a
TV.
worldwide
Did I get him?
feeling of revulsion against this honestly outrageous behavior, yet another example of outrageous behavior by the Chinese.
Words there, outrageous behavior by the Chinese and the entire world, you believe, Professor, needs to express a sense of revulsion. You know, the funny thing about domestic politics in the US is that a lot of people criticize President Biden for having this balloon shot down, and then there were those who criticized him for not doing it fast enough. Well, that's politics for you. But why has the world been caught napping? Especially the United States of America, I think is the most pertinent question you have raised. On that note, Professor Mark Merowitz, thank you
Just
so
looking
much
for
sharing your
agenda.
perspective with Beyond.
And let's see if we can bring him in
The
here.
U.S. military has shot down a mysterious object which appeared in the skies over Lake Huron, close to the Canadian border. This is the fourth flying object that has been taken down over North America in the last 2 weeks. According to Pentagon Press Secretary Brigadier General Patrick Ryder, the object was taken down by a missile fired from an F-16 fighter jet. Ryder warned that any object that is a threat would be shot down. According to the U.S. Aerospace Command, NORAD, it tracked the object and took it down over Lake Huron to avoid impact to people. Officials say that the object was first sighted above military sites in Montana. It was not assessed to be a military threat, but a threat to civilian air traffic. It was unmanned and recent sightings have alarmed the United States and Canada. On February 4th, the first object, a Chinese surveillance balloon, was shot down off the coast of South Carolina. Last Friday, a second
Just looking
object
for
was shot down over Alaska.
a feed here.
While the
Oh, here
third
it is.
object was destroyed over
Okay.
Canada's Yukon on Saturday, with investigators still hunting for the wreckage. Meanwhile, China says since January 2022, U.S. high-altitude balloons have flown over its airspace without permission, more than 10
I think
times.
it's important to just take a step back here and what the
U.S. sovereign airspace over U.S. territorial water. On February 9, North American Aerospace...
Okay, let me bring this feed in here instead. And
The
I'll
illegal
just
intrusion
bring
of
in.
airspace of other countries by U.S. balloons is also a commonplace. Just since last year, the U.S.'s high-altitude balloons illegally
Okay,
entered
this is
Chinese
it right here.
airspace more than 10 times without the approval of the relevant Chinese authorities. The first thing the U.S. side should do is to start with a clean slate, undergo some
Holy.
self-reflection instead of smearing.
Get him out of there. And CPAC. Here we go. Okay, we'll start listening to this briefing here. It's from the United States. Let me just turn up the volume.
52 UN trucks, but more needs to be done. It's critical for the Security Council to authorize 2 additional crossings to help deliver life-saving assistance. We
Okay,
cannot
this is a
delay
feed from
any
the.
longer.
This is a press briefing.
Again, I want to
and this is a
emphasize
bit of a
that
replay.
any U.S. or international
But we'll hear what
sanctions
they have to
include
say about
exemptions
the
for humanitarian,
balloons.
medical, food, and other aid. And one last thing before I turn it over to the Admiral, I just wanted to make sure we address this from the White House. I know there have been questions and concerns about this, but there is no indication of aliens or extraterrestrial activity with these recent takedowns. Again, there is no indication
Bans
of
mining in
aliens
Minnesota.
or terrestrial
Yeah, I don't know.
activity with these recent
But they're
takedowns.
talking about
Wanted to make sure that the
China
American
buying
people knew that, all of you knew
farmlands
that,
all over the place.
and it was important.
Yeah, I think
for
it's legal
us
for
say
them to
that
do it
from
at this
here because
moment.
We've been hearing a lot about it. I'm not.
Would you tell us?
I'm just, I loved E.T. the movie, but I'm just going to leave it there.
We'll find that clip and
with
show that,
with all
Terry.
seriousness, I know
The
there's a lot
laser
of
beams
questions
over Hawaii.
about the flying objects. Admiral John Kirby is here with us today, and he's going to have a couple things to say at the top about it, and then take your questions. Okay?
This is a replay of just seconds ago.
makes my job easier. I do have quite a few comments here at the top, so I do hope that you'll just bear with me and then be happy to take whatever questions you might have. So I'd like to begin today by updating you on our efforts to recover the debris of several objects that the United States Air Force shot down over the last few days, as well as that of the spy balloon belonging to the People's Republic of China. And I'd like to put into some context for you how we have worked and are still working to better understand the issue of high-altitude, low-speed craft. Now, let me start with the Chinese program. When President Biden came into office, he directed the U.S. intelligence community to do a broad assessment of Chinese intelligence capabilities and to ensure that we were working to detect and to protect against them. I think for reasons that you will all understand, we cannot publicly go into many details about how we discover and counteract foreign intelligence collection efforts, because much of what we have done and are doing is, of course, sensitive. But we were able to determine that China has a high-altitude balloon program for intelligence collection
99
that's
Luft
connected
balloons.
to the People's Liberation Army. It was operating during the previous administration, but they did not detect it. We detected it. We tracked it. And we have been carefully studying it to learn as much as we can. We know that these PRC surveillance balloons have crossed over dozens of countries on multiple continents around the world, including some of our closest allies and partners. We assessed that at this time, these balloons have provided limited additive capabilities to the PRC's other intelligence platforms used over the United States. But in the future, if the PRC continues to advance this technology, it certainly could become more valuable to them. The President also instructed the intelligence community to take a broad look at the phenomenon of unidentified aerial objects.
Elaine.
Indeed, President Biden conducted the first ever daily intelligence briefing session devoted to this phenomenon back in June of 2021. He was briefed that this is not just an issue for the United States, but one for the rest of the world. And as I said, our friends and our partners are dealing with this as well.
Yeah.
We worked on a bipartisan basis to stand up an office at the Pentagon to study this in partnership with the intelligence community, academic institutions, and the private sector. These unidentified aerial phenomena have been reported for many years.
I need a balloon
without
around here.
explanation or deep examination by the government. President Biden has changed all that.
Honestly.
We are finally trying to understand them better. Now, in light of the Chinese balloon program and this recent incursion
I've got
into our airspace,
the virus. The
United
virus is
States
here,
and Canada,
but all I
through
need is the
NORAD,
balloon now.
have been more
right?
closely
And then it'll be
scrutinizing
in good
that
shape.
airspace, including enhancing our radar capabilities, which,
Need
as
this
the commander
flying up in
of
the top there.
Northcom and NORAD, General Van Herk, said just last night, may at least partially explain the increase in the objects that have been detected. Slow-moving objects at high altitude with a small radar cross-section are difficult to detect on radar. Even objects the size of the Chinese spy balloon, which had a payload the size of roughly 3 school buses, were not picked up by previous administrations or other countries. We also know that a range of entities, including countries, companies, research, and academic organizations, operate objects at these altitudes for purposes that are not nefarious at all, including scientific research.
Joey.
That said, because we have not yet been able to definitively assess what these most recent objects are, we acted out of an abundance of caution to protect the security, our interest, and flight safety. In Saturday's case, we acted in consultation with the Canadian government, the President speaking personally
EMP
with Prime
will
Minister
only
Trudeau.
work
The spy balloon
close.
was, of course, different.
The further you
because
are
we knew
away,
precisely where that
the
was.
less
As
it's
we have
going to
said,
work.
we do not assess that these most recent objects
RF energy
posed
is
any
like that.
direct threat to people on the ground, and we are laser focused on confirming their nature and purpose, including through
EMP.
intensive efforts to collect debris in the remote locations where they have fallen. In each instance, we have followed the same basic course. We assessed whether they posed any kinetic threat to people on the ground. They did not. We assessed whether they were sending any communication
Yeah, Chinese troops are in Canada too.
detected none.
Absolutely. They've been
We looked to see whether they
spotted,
were
talked
maneuvering or
about.
had any propulsion capabilities. We saw no signs of that. And we made sure to determine whether or not they were manned. They were not. We did, however, assess
Yeah,
that
but
their
did you
altitudes
determine
were
what it was?
considerably
Was it a
lower than
balloon
the
or a
Chinese
UFO?
high-altitude balloon, and did pose a threat to civilian commercial air traffic. And while we have no specific reason to suspect that they were conducting surveillance of any kind, we couldn't rule that out.
Laser.
That is why the President, at the recommendation of the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the NORTHCOM NORAD commander, gave the order to shoot them down.
Hey, Benetti.
These missions
Nice
were
to see ya.
completed successfully and safely.
Not doing much.
Efforts are
Just,
actively underway right now.
Trying to find
at
out the
all
details
sites
on this balloon
to find what
business
is
that's
left
happening.
of those objects so that we can better
Apparently they
understand
shot
and
down
communicate
4
with the
balloons
American
already.
people what they are.
No aliens, yeah.
I think it's important to remind
No
the objects
aliens.
in Alaska, Canada, are in pretty remote terrain. Ice and wilderness. All of that making it difficult to find them
Probably,
in winter weather.
Gerald.
The object over Lake Huron now lies in what is probably very deep water. So outside of recovery operations,
Oh,
what are
yeah.
we doing?
Well, didn't you think
First,
that, Terry?
we are continuing to monitor.
And they're pissed off because
There are no active
Americans
tracks
shot
today.
down their
professionals
topological
at NORAD
survey
will continue to
satellite.
do their
Go
important work.
figure.
Secondly, we are consulting with allies and partners on the challenge of identified aerial phenomenon
We knew that was
and
coming.
how we can all work together to deal
Premier
with that.
Binding Man in Minnesota. Wow.
The President has directed the Secretary of State,
What the hell is that all about?
Secretary of Defense,
Why would he
and
say
the
just
Director of
in
National
Minnesota?
Intelligence to engage with their relevant counterparts to share information and to try to gain their
Weird.
perspectives as well. Again, this is an issue that affects everybody around the world.
Like if he's going to ban mining,
Third,
why would it
we will
not be
continue
right
to brief
across
members of
all of
Congress
North
and relevant
America
state
or all of the
leadership on
U.S.?
what we are doing
Why just
and what we learn. The President has made
Minnesota?
this
I have to
a
find
very
out about
top
that
priority.
story.
We have, over the course of just the last few days, and certainly over the course of last week,
FBI
reached
memo
out
leaked.
to inform
Oh,
and
no.
brief members of Congress and relevant state governors of the operations that we were
yes, thanks for
conducting
chiming
and
in.
the recovery operations that are underway.
You think it's a
We've also
distraction
kept
too?
Congress briefed generally on this issue of Chinese surveillance balloons, including classified briefings last August. And last week, administration officials provided classified briefings for all senators and all members of the House of Representatives on the PRC surveillance balloon. We fully expect and anticipate and support the ability to continue these briefings in the days ahead.
I need an
And fourth,
alien. Yeah.
The President, through his
I need to
National
bring up a
Security
picture
Advisor,
of an
has
alien
today
here like this,
directed
right?
an interagency
Get
team
that alien up there.
to study the broader policy implications for detection, analysis, and disposition of unidentified aerial objects that pose either safety or security risks. Every element of the government
Canada's at
will
risk
redouble their efforts to
for
understand and
war
mitigate
balloons.
these events. And I'm happy to take some questions.
John, if the objects don't pose a military threat and they don't pose a threat to anybody on the ground, why shoot them down? Particularly because the military is routinely monitoring radar blips and such.
I kind of covered that in the opening statement. Two real reasons here.
Well, did they hide it
First,
from
there was a very
Trump?
real
Or
potential risk
did they
to
just
civilian air
not
traffic.
report it to the public?
The one shut down on Saturday.
And for some reason
I'm
now
sorry,
they're starting to report this stuff.
yesterday,
You can,
was
you know,
about
because let's
20,000
face it,
feet.
balloons,
The two shut
countries
down Friday
put up
and Saturday
weather
were at
balloons
about
all the
40,000
time.
feet. And as
All
you know,
the time.
transcontinental air traffic
Aren't
is
these things
roughly
floating around all over the
dependent,
place,
of
like
course, on
just
weather.
ordinarily?
And so, because we assessed that they weren't manned and weren't being controlled,
But this thing,
therefore left.
I don't
to
think that was
atmospheric
just a
conditions,
weather balloon. That thing was a little
the
bit
real
more.
risk
That
to
was some
safety
kind of
of
a
flight
spy satellite
was a problem. The
hanging
second
off of the balloon.
purpose, and I talked about this earlier too, was even though we had no indications
That's different, I think.
that any of these three objects were
CCP
surveilling,
has police departments in
couldn't
North
rule
America,
that out.
absolutely.
And so
I know they're
you know,
bringing this to light
you
in
wanna err on
Canada.
the side of safety
Or
here in terms of
I don't know they
protecting
can
our
actually
national
go there and
security
bang on their
interests,
door,
and the
but
fact that
it's
these
kind of
objects,
covert
could
what they're
have
doing.
and likely
That's
did
why the
at some
government
point in
doesn't
their
even know
path,
what the hell they're
transit
doing.
over, potential military sites of ours or sensitive sites. So again, out of an abundance of caution for those two reasons, the president, with the recommendation of his military leaders, directed them to be taken down.
Because it's so unprecedented, should the public be hearing from the president directly on this?
We have been.
I don't know. I think the EMP is just
transparent as we can
a
be.
big
I won't
pulse
speak for
that
the
comes from
president's, personal
like the
speaking
the
schedule,
craft.
but, I mean, he has been
and
deeply
beams
engaged
down, and anything
in,
that it hits, it destroys.
every one of these
That's what the
decisions.
EMP
He's
is.
been
I don't
kept
know that it
informed, including
has
as of
anything to
this
do with the
morning,
flux in the
on,
geomagnetic
what's going on with
field.
recovery efforts.
Because I don't think anything
he's
can
very much staying
alter
on top
that.
of the issue
It is what it is.
And directing his team to make sure we are properly consulting and briefing not just members of Congress, but state leaders as well. And of course, we're also doing what we can in the public sphere.
Why does the Chinese balloon shot down last week have English writing on it? I don't know that we've seen anything that has been shot down. We have not seen any writing on anything so far.
It comes down to.
I don't know that I've ever seen any debris
and
have seen what's
at
in
the
there.
recommendation of his
Their
military
DOA
leaders
is live?
believes that the
Oh my!
Safety and security of the
I wonder
United
what he's
States,
up to.
safety and security of the American people, his prime
Who's he
responsibility.
turfing off his
warrant that kind of
channel there
decision.
today?
So it's possible we could see these shoot downs on a regular basis like we saw over the weekend?
I don't think it's useful for me to get ahead of where we are right now. The president will always side on preserving and protecting the safety and security of the American people.
You said we're not flying any surveillance balloons over China. Are we flying any other kind of surveillance craft routinely over China?
We are not flying surveillance balloons over China. I'm not aware of any other craft that we're flying over into Chinese airspace.
And then finally, can you tell us anything more about this octagonal object? How big was it?
We're still trying to assess what that was. I'm not going to get into a description. I've seen the press reports about what it looked like. I think we all need to be humble here in terms of what our ability is to positively identify stuff on fighter aircraft that are going several hundred miles an hour past, essentially, in terms of relative motion, a stationary object that was not very big. So we don't know what
this is fake
exactly looked like, and
but interesting.
Again, we're still not sure exactly.
Somebody mocked up
what
a
the
downed
purpose of it was,
balloon.
or who owned it. But we hope to be able
This
to
is what it
find out
might look like.
more once we can recover the debris from that one and from the other two as well.
Just a few minutes ago, Prime Minister Trudeau said that there's some sort of pattern to the objects over the last few days. Is that something you can elaborate on, what sort of pattern the White House has seen?
I'm not familiar with the Prime Minister's comments, so I don't know if I should take a swing at that. I would just tell you that, going back to what I said before, these objects were not being maneuvered. They did not appear to have any self-propulsion. So the likely hypothesis is that they were being moved by the prevailing winds. And maybe perhaps that's what the Prime Minister is talking about. I don't want to speak for him, but certainly as the prevailing winds, particularly at that altitude, go west to east across the North American airspace, I mean, there was a general common movement in that regard.
Yeah, exactly, Tara.
You spoke at
Terry.
the top about kind of reassessing radar.
I don't know that you
given
could
what
put
happened
something
with
like that
the
in
initial
something
balloon.
that
Can you
small.
give us a sense,
But that's what
can
people
we
are talking
expect,
about. You know what I
should we
mean?
assume that this
That's
is
what
the
they're worried
regular
about.
number of these
If you had
objects
any
over the
worries
United
about
States,
what
have
could
always been there and they just
that
haven't
little
been,
balloon do?
looked at the same way, or is there any reason to expect that this is more than usual that are flying over?
So two thoughts.
Yeah,
I mean,
I know.
I think
They always bring up Trump
I think we can all
with anything,
get
you
our
know,
heads around the
and
fact
try and
that,
figure out some way to blame
that,
him. It's his fault.
There are
He did it.
sometimes things floating at high altitudes for various purposes. As I said, scientific research,
Biden and China,
weather,
one and the same.
weather balloons, all manner of.
He definitely, if you recall,
innocuous
Trump
craft,
wanted to bring jobs back to America,
aloft
right, by
at
putting a
high
tax
altitudes. I
on
don't think
imported
that's
Chinese
necessarily
widgets.
unusual here.
And
it's difficult
Biden
for,
didn't want to
for
do
me
that.
to say exactly what you can
He
expect going
turned
forward.
that over, I think.
One of the reasons that we think we're seeing more is because we're looking.
That's an old video,
As you
yeah.
heard,
People are saying that's what
General
it
Van Herk
might look like.
mentioned
Yeah.
last night. They have
That video that I put up a minute ago, that was just a mock-up, I think.
Of the radar capabilities.
But
to
interesting.
Look more
Let's look at it again.
discreetly at high altitude, small radar cross section, and low speed objects. And so if you do that, anybody that's operated a radar will know you can set the parameters, and if you set the parameters in such a way that to look for a certain something, it's more likely that you're going to find a certain something.
Given all you've discussed here and the actions the administration is taking and what people have learned, Chinese spy balloon this year and previous years, these unidentified objects that we shoot down, they might have a question. When it comes to these higher altitudes, are America's borders secure?
The president takes, as I said earlier, he takes
Again, this is not
our
something that they
national
found,
security,
but this is
extremely
potentially
seriously. He has
what
no
it might
higher
look like.
responsibility than the safety and security of the
I
American
don't know if this is
people.
real or a
And
mock-up.
I don't
This is
think
probably
you need
fake.
to look any further, quite frankly.
Doesn't look
than
damaged
the
if it came
decisions
down.
he's made in just the last week to 10 days to evidence that.
But it feels like he's
But it may be something like that.
These
Some
are
kind of a
vulnerabilities
payload,
that we are
solar
discovering
panels,
in real
balloon.
You're making an assumption there that I don't know that the analysis will actually bear out.
Brien in the back.
Very much. The president gave the order to shoot down the object over Lake Huron yesterday. Where was he? What kind of information did he have when he gave that order? What was briefed to him? And
Build your
how did he
bunker.
anticipate the outcome of that?
He was here in the White House. He was kept constantly
Yeah.
informed by his national security team and certainly by the
Hutchinson
military.
effect.
Yes. He made that
In fact,
decision.
I saw
couldn't give you the exact
Hutchinson
time
on a
the
video
clock, but
live
it was,
just the other day.
I believe
He's still around.
mid to late
Liam.
morning. And then it was
There's a
executed
guy
in the
who has a technical channel that I watch all the time, and he brought Hutchinson, the two of them, him and his wife, were both on there.
The one yesterday?
The one yesterday, yeah.
Well, it was shot
Interesting.
over. I mean, it was shot over Lake Huron and landed in what we believe to be the Canadian side of the lake. So we were obviously in constant communication and consultation with our Canadian counterparts, and they are rightly, because of where we think it splashed down. I mean, they're sort of in concert with the U.S. Coast Guard, but they
I'll be
are
back.
also
I have to
involved in,
fill her up.
in trying to locate the debris right now. But there was good communication with our Canadian allies.
Signs of a foreign government taking a special interest in that object from yesterday?
No.
Or reacting in an unusual way?
No.
Good. Let's be in the back.
Thanks. John, two questions. One, you mentioned early on that the China balloon might have been giving limited additive capabilities. I assume you're meaning onto their satellite surveillance. Can you specify what exactly it's getting from a balloon that they're not getting from orbiting satellites that go over us like dozens of times?
With the caveat that we haven't fully recovered everything, though we have recovered some things from the bottom of the Atlantic, and we're analyzing that. But with that caveat that we don't know exactly what this balloon was surveilling or what its capabilities were. So just in general, and that's an important caveat that I'd like you to remember. When you are at a lower altitude than space, you could perhaps get a better fidelity of imagery, for instance, of things on the ground. When you are not moving at the speed of a satellite, and therefore, only getting seconds over a site, when you can maneuver left, right, slow down, speed up, like this thing could, then you can loiter. If you can loiter, you can soak in a little bit more. You can spend more time over a sensitive site.
Some of their satellites are in geostationary orbit. I mean, they're just sitting there gathering signals intelligence, right? So what is the benefit? I mean, is it just to see what kind of fidelity?
We're going to
they're
learn
missing?
more. I'd rather not go into any more detail than that right now. We're going to learn more. And frankly, I think that's a terrific question you should be asking Beijing.
And one last one. You said that the other objects shot down were not able to transmit, or were not transmitting signals, that they did not have any propulsion. Did the China balloon, did that have any, was it emitting signals back?
I'm not going to go into more detail about the capabilities of that. We are going to be studying it and analyzing it. There is no question in our minds that that system was designed to surveil, that was an intelligence asset. I'll leave it there.
Has there been any outreach from anywhere in the administration to the kinds of companies that produce weather balloons or other craft that would fit these descriptions that might be from the commercial or corporate world to say, is this yours, or any kind of outreach? Or have you been hearing from anyone who might say, we have ours, they're in this area? Is any of that going on now?
I don't know of any conversations right now, Kelly, but one of the reasons why the president directed Mr. Sullivan to put together an interagency effort is to take a long look at that and try to learn a little bit better about who is up at that altitude doing what for completely legitimate purposes. I think we all recognize we need to probably have a better sight picture on that, and that's why the president wants this interagency effort to take a look.
And what kind of intelligence might be happening in terms of the diplomacy that's going on or whatever, if these are state-owned objects?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
Is there a network of conversations that might be happening where someone might be able to say, based on this octagonal description, that, hey, that sounds like the so-and-so? I mean, is there some conversations that are happening that might be able to give us some descriptions?
I mean, the short answer to your question is yes, and I talked about that in my opening statement. The President also directed Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin, Director Haynes to have these kinds of conversations with our allies and partners around the world, to share with them what we're learning, but also to get their perspectives.
We're quick to say it's ours, but it was for commercial purposes.
Yeah, again, we're going to have those kinds of conversations with our allies and partners to see what kind of experiences that they have had, what we can learn from them, what perhaps they can learn from us.
And are we still with object, or can we call them balloons?
Still with object.
And just to follow up on Kelly's question,
And I won't mess that up today.
On the corporate angle, is there any expectation that this is going to affect the executive order on surveilling the U.S. companies and what they're doing in China and their
I know of no
operations
such
there?
change to that executive order.
Okay, and then is there just
I don't know. When I saw this thing, I thought, you know what? It looks like a satellite,
just being cognizant of the fact that China has
like you would deploy in outer space or inner space,
U.S. surveillance aircraft
orbiting the Earth.
Taiwan over
That's what that
the
looks
South
like.
China Sea
Looks like a satellite. It doesn't look like a normal
There is no U.S. surveillance
weather balloon payload.
over Chinese in Chinese airspace.
That's my take.
Chinese claimed airspace.
No U.S.
No,
surveillance
again,
aircraft in
like I've seen weather balloons, and they didn't look like
Finally, is
that.
there
They look
any,
like way more
formal
vertical.
approach that's
You know what I mean?
developed
Like
as far as how you're going to deal with these things on
not
a
round,
systematic basis.
whereas this balloon was like
Is there-
completely round.
Again,
and like
that's exactly what
a little satellite
the president
underneath it.
wants Mr. Sullivan to run as a process, an interagency process, to help us, as I said in my opening statement, get around the policy.
Build your
implications.
bunker.
And whether or not there needs to be any policy changes going forward.
Thanks, Sean. There's no precedent for U.S. fighters taking down objects over U.S. territory, as far as I'm aware of. I guess the question is,
Michael wants a balloon ride.
Systems.
Yeah, me too.
There's been a tweak in the threshold for the Pentagon presenting to the President signing off on military action related to anything over our airspace.
I'm not sure I'm following what you mean.
The way the Chinese
Did the Americans blow up the Nord
radars were
Stream?
tweaked, which is why you think you're seeing some of these things.
Right.
Has the decision about, or has the threshold for the use of fighters to take down objects also been lowered,
Darlene,
been changed? We've never
you're
seen
a
this before. All of a sudden, we've seen
Art Bell
No,
fan.
actually, I'm sorry, I didn't understand it at first.
That's
No,
funny.
I mean, and you heard General Van Herk talk about this last night.
You might get
And
probed
he's
too,
using
Darlene,
established protocols
if the aliens are around.
to engage.
You gotta watch out for those
craft
aliens.
in the air, aircraft in the air, that can be legitimately
Balloons closer
brought down.
to
And as he
geostat,
said last
more
night,
detail.
the
Also,
best way to do
again, a
that,
satellite will
certainly
not
in a
elicit a
timely
huge
and
response as
efficient,
Hawaii
effective way
and others
was
showed
through
it
fire
as they were
and
getting
through
nailed
the
past 2 weeks with those
Sidewinder
laser
air-to-air
satellites.
missiles.
I've been
And
following
they
that
looked at it,
laser
and he talked
satellite
about
thing.
this.
I've
They
seen a
looked at
couple
other
of
options to
reports
try
on
and
it.
bring them down,
I'll
to
find a
include
video on
gunfire,
that.
but that would have presented.
We'll put it up there so
greater
everyone else
risk to
knows
the
what we're
pilots
talking about there,
themselves.
Terry.
So this was the safest, most effective way to do that. Now, where we go from here, I think we just don't know right now in terms of whether there needs to be threshold changes, as you put out. I think it's important to just take a step back here, and remember what the president did was order these actions with the safety and security of the American people foremost in his mind, and there were very good reasons to do it. The military then, once given an order, determines how they're going to execute that order. General Van Herk decided that the best way to do this was with Sidewinder missiles and fighter aircraft.
And just to quickly put a sharper point on it, this isn't reactive to the Chinese spy balloon in the sense of there was political pressure, and so we are going to act quickly to take down any objects over our airspace because of the pressure that came from, say, republics.
These were decisions based purely and simply on what was in the best interest of the American people.
Thanks, Corinne. Thanks, John. John, does the U.S. government have video or imagery of these latest intercepts, and will you guys be releasing it?
You'd have to talk to DOD about that, Jackie. I don't know what kind of imagery might exist, and they'd be one to talk about whether they're releasable or not. Obviously, certainly with respect to the spy
Balloon rides
balloon,
canceled until further notice.
We want to make sure that we are gleaning what we can from this imagery so that we can answer your questions better. And so to what degree there is or will or will not be public release, I do want to stress that, we're going to want to make sure that we have had a chance to analyze that imagery for ourselves as much as possible.
Following up on Phil's question, I guess what we're trying to discern is, you said earlier, we're looking for these more, so we're finding more. And
I said that could be one reason why we're finding more.
One reason, but what we're getting at is, why are we all of a sudden shooting them down? And to add to that, the NORAD commander, for instance, said that when the first spy balloon was crossing over American and Canadian
Here's
airspace,
Archie
one of the
Bunker
reasons that he
saying,
couldn't take action was
that
because his
damn
assessment
balloon
was that
has
it
lasted
posed
much longer
a
than
military
anything
threat
I've
or
ever
hostile
bought
intent,
that
so he
says
couldn't
made in
take action
China.
there.
I'm thinking
It
they
seems
outsourced
like maybe that protocol has changed, or his ability to make that call where there is not an imminent threat militarily or physically might have changed. So can you explain to us what changed? Why are we shooting them down all of a sudden?
I kind of feel like I took care of that in my opening statement, but I'm happy to revisit it. I mean, really,
535, bullseye.
And these are certainly in both cases they're different. I mean, I think we need to separate the Chinese spy balloon. We knew what it was. We knew where it was going. We knew what it was trying to do, and by not taking it down, I mean, that was also a huge payload. Like I said, the size of 3 school buses. So really the option of shooting that down over land wasn't a legitimate option because somebody really could have gotten hurt. And we used the time available to us, knowing what this thing was all about. We used that time to study it, to learn from it, to collect on it. Then taking it down at the earliest opportunity in the water. And we have retrieved some of that debris off the bottom, and we're studying that. Hang on a second, I'll be right there. So let's separate that from these other 3. And these other 3, what are some of the differences? Altitude's a big difference.
Is that the threshold now?
You can see how big that payload is there.
Let me get through this, and then
it's falling below the balloon there.
Different.
And it looks like
the Chinese spy balloon was at
looks like they
60,000
hit the
plus,
payload too.
Well outside commercial air
Man,
traffic.
that's a big blast right at the
concerns.
payload. But yet
these 3,
it looks like it's
they were right
dropping
on the
fairly
border.
intact.
So there was a legitimate concern there. Chinese spy balloon, we knew exactly what that thing was, and we knew what it was trying to do, and we saw it, Jackie, as it slowed down, sped up, maneuvered a little bit, trying to get a look at what we believe to be sensitive military sites. These other 3,
See, you hear
they
that?
didn't have propulsion. They weren't being
That was the
maneuvered.
big one.
It was
The big
basically
one
being
was able
driven,
to move a little bit
by the wind.
Change direction.
We don't know for sure whether they had a surveillance aspect to them, but we can't rule it out. So there was enough uncertainty there that, again, out of an abundance of caution, doing the prudent thing, the president directed that they get taken down. And I get where you're going. Is this the standard going forward? And we're gonna dive into this. We're gonna learn from these 3 events. We're gonna continue to study what happened. We're gonna have an interagency effort that helps us get around the policy implications here, and we'll see where this goes. But bottom line for President Biden is, you got to do the right thing for the American people, for our safety and security.
Is it strange that no one's claimed these yet as theirs?
I can't say whether that's strange or not, since we're sort of in uncharted territory here, no pun intended. But we don't know, and I suspect that go ahead. I'm basically done. I'm basically done.
Sir, what's your name, sir?
Oh, from CBS.
Okay.
Has the payload been recovered from South Carolina yet?
People are talking about an octagon ship.
Yeah, as I said,
this
some
would be
of
an
the debris,
octagon ship.
Certainly, they were able to take
That's
things
what
off
it would
the
look
surface, like the next
Octagon.
day, actually that afternoon.
That
some
was
of
the
balloon,
one
fabric
by the lake.
and
The very
in
latest
the days
ones,
since,
they reported
have
it to
been
be an
able to recover
octagon shaped.
Some, not all, of the payload that sank to the bottom of the Atlantic. It's in about 45 feet of water. Weather conditions are pretty tough off the coast right now. Like today, for instance, they have not been able to get into the water and dive on it. But over the course of the weekend, they were able to raise some of the debris, including some of the electronics and in some of the structure.
Do you have an expectation of when all that payload is going to be collected?
I don't. I wish if I could tell you that, I'd be a very wealthy man. I mean, it could take a long time, given the sea state and weather conditions and the degree to which we have to protect the safety of the divers.
And one last question. You said you were unsure of the surveillance capabilities of these latest objects. Last week we were told several times that every precaution was taken to ensure that the sensitive installations were covered. We don't know exactly what you all did, but has there been a
Nor are you going to find out.
Well, has there been a posture change nationwide regarding all of these sensitive sites?
If you're
proactively,
let me just put a fork in this. If the implication is that there's some sort of blanket now security policy for every base on the continental United States, the answer is no. We do have protocols, particularly when we know that surveillance is going to occur, like in the Open Skies Treaty with Russia, for instance.
This is
when all that's scheduled and laid out.
This is the
when
reported laser
there's going to be an open skies flight
coming from some kind
Russia.
of a satellite or balloon or something
and that's what
near
we did in the case of the Chinese spy
Hawaii.
balloon. And we'll
And
always
that's what it
do
looked
that.
like.
I will never talk
And,
about what
people had never
precautions
seen
we're
that
going to make
before.
at any given base
But
at any given
apparently
time.
it
But we
is
always do what we need to
taking
do
measurements
to protect our nation's secrets.
pollution.
I won't talk about it any more than that.
Okay, we have to move on. Way in the back.
Thank
Way in the
you.
back.
Thank you very much.
No.
That's the one that you're
Admiral,
talking
you
about.
started the briefing by talking about the president's involvement in this. The report from ODNI recently that goes over this. In that ODNI report about unidentified aerial phenomena, it says there were 247 unidentified aerial phenomenon reports since March of 2021, some of which have, quote, demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. So can you say why the president just recently, within the last couple
catch you in a
weeks,
bit, Chica.
started ordering some
Nice to
of
see you in
these
there. Frosty
objects to
Broccoli.
be shot down,
Nice to
and
see
why
you.
there weren't any orders throughout 2021 or throughout
Hello.
2022?
It's very simple. It comes down to
NES says
what
some
sort of
YouTubers use a
safety
green
and
screen
security
to change
threats
their
and risks
backgrounds.
we're
Our government
talking
has used our skies
and,
to do the same.
and
Yes,
Also,
absolutely.
It comes down a lot to
We'll
our
maybe
ability
look
to
into that.
track,
Is that the blue
detect,
light project
and
you're
engage.
talking about?
Having
Anani?
come from the Pentagon, I can tell you that some of these
We'll go over that blue light
UAPs,
project there. Remind me. Bring up some
while we
videos
may
on
not be able to know what each and every one is doing, some of the big concern there was that
In fact, I'll go and look for it right now.
Many of those reports were happening around our training ranges. Were happening around air training ranges. So
Blue Beam.
combat
That's what it's
pilots
called,
were
the Blue Beam
seeing
project.
These things, and it was there was a potential impact to the safety of flight of our pilots. But you may not have but a fleeting moment on some of these things to see it, and so it's different in these cases. We had time to detect, time to analyze, time to engage, time to make those kinds of decisions. But it all comes down to safety and security, first and foremost.
So is the time, though, is a matter of capability?
This
Better
is
capabilities now than we did back
We are
then?
certainly improving our capabilities now, and as I said, the president has directed the national security team.
I'll just wait till this is
to
over and
dig
then I'll
into
bring
this
up the
deeper
Blue Beam
from an interagency
info.
effort and to see what if other improvements might need to make. I mean, look, just
Give you a couple
by
demos of Blue
adapting
Beam
the way the
technology.
radar parameters are set,
And how it can
we have
fool us.
improved our ability to detect. And again, I said that could be one reason why we're seeing more.
3 big buses, yeah. That first one that they
debris
came
fell
up with.
on frozen
This one.
waters or in remote areas, and these are also not huge objects, and they were shot down
This
by
one was like
missiles. So how
3
optimistic
buses. I don't know
are you
whether they're
that,
talking about the
you
balloon
will
or
be
the
able
payload.
to collect enough debris to
There
really
were
get an
like 3
idea
big
of what these
buses.
objects
Probably
were.
the balloon.
We won't know until we get on site to see, how much damage was done, not just
Yeah,
by
right.
the
Not
missile
necessarily.
strike, but by the
The
fall
government
from-
has the government's
from,
best
very,
interest at
high
heart.
altitude.
The
And as
government
you
never
said,
wants to be
based on
defeated,
sea
right?
ice.
So it will always
So we'll just have to
protect
see.
its own interests, right?
Thank
You don't
John.
want the people
Secretary of State
attacking the
Blinken planned to
government,
meet
that's
with
for
his
sure,
Chinese
right?
counterpart this week at the Munich Security Conference.
I'd refer you to the State
I am from the government. I am here to help you.
Okay, and
We stand behind everyone,
Been able to learn
KGB.
more or
Georgia
not you, but
M.
the
George
government,
M.
since these,
George M. in the
objects
room.
were
Hey,
shot down. I mean, you,
nice to see
you
you.
just alluded to the
That
fact
scene
that,
was from the British
that you've not been able
shoe,
to
The
get on
Prisoner.
site yet. I mean,
Ah.
has there been any additional information since one was shot down Friday
British
and
show.
then over the weekend?
Because these are just happened over the last few days and we haven't found the debris, there's still a lot more we expect to be able to learn. And I think once we can get to the
Brought
debris,
us
and
balloons.
I'm not forecasting how easy that's going to be. They
Show,
all
yeah,
three have
I picked that out.
fallen,
I
into
hate
some
spell
pretty
check.
remote,
I hate that.
difficult
And I hate,
areas to reach. But we're gonna do
voice
everything we
to
can
text.
to find them, and that will tell us a lot. Since we have,
Because it will
I know you
always
didn't
do
ask
that.
about this,
But I know what you mean.
in the case of the
The mind
Chinese
is an
spy balloon,
incredible
we have
thing.
been able to recover some debris and some of the electronics, and even some of the structure from the bottom
Food
of the Atlantic,
delivery,
and that
yeah.
will also tell us a lot. And we are we're learning from it right now.
No, we gotta get everybody. No, everybody's happy. Go.
This is a big story. Like, listen to all of the questions
I think that you'll have all
from all of the reporters there.
I'm sorry, when do we think?
And look at how packed it is. Wow, you could have given money to
I wish I could
Ukraine
give you
wouldn't
date
get a
certain
bigger
on
audience than
calendar. I
that.
can't do that. We're working to surveil them right now. In fact, there's an Navy P-3 that's flying over the site in Alaska. The Canadians are in charge, obviously, of the one in the Yukon, and now the Coast Guard is in Lake Huron working with the
Food
Canadian
delivery.
Coast Guard to do the same thing there. So we're working this
Give
as
me your
hard as we
money.
can, and we will keep you informed as we learn
We'll
more. As
deliver
I'm
your
doing
food.
today, divers in the water over the weekend. We have recovered debris off the coast of South Carolina. We'll keep you informed.
Brief Congress this week.
There have been briefings as early as late last week, and we do fully expect that there will be additional briefings this week, perhaps even later today.
We're running out of time,
Just
guys.
on
Go ahead.
Beijing's response, they've been very harsh. They said the first balloon was an accident in the last.
I should have gone full
objects were
screen
not
with this
there.
a long
Have you
time
responded
ago.
to that?
What's the matter
Has the
with
White
me?
House had conversations with Beijing about this, and can you share a little bit about that?
We know the first one was Chinese. They admitted it. They claimed it was a weather balloon. We know it's not. These three, we don't have attribution
There you go.
for right now. We
He's
don't know-
saying
we don't
it's
know
not a
who
weather
owns them.
balloon right there.
So I'm not going to take anybody's word at face value here until we can get a chance to take a look at
Some
them.
kind of reconnaissance
Are we in
balloon.
touch with the Chinese? We have
Trying
an embassy in Beijing.
spy on
We
us.
maintain routine diplomatic conversations, and we have had
CCP.
over that spy balloon incident. We did have
They absolutely
private
could be,
discussions with
Michael.
senior Chinese
Good
leaders.
point.
Thanks.
Absolutely
thanks, Admiral.
testing.
I
They
know
are.
you just
That's
said
it. You know,
that
it doesn't matter
argument
whether it
Chinese,
is
is there any
testing or
effort to
not.
arrange
It
a
is
call with
testing
President
NORAD,
I'm
right?
not aware of any plans
It
for
is.
that.
Just ask a question on Israel. Does the president plan to speak with PM Netanyahu
And that's not a
about
good
the
thing.
moves his government is
Because
making
they're
to try
getting
to
away with
weaken
it.
the
Meanwhile,
I
okay,
have no
why don't we
calls or
send a bunch of
conversations
balloons
read
over to
out,
China?
But
See
we
how
are
they like it.
deeply concerned by some of the moves here with respect to settlements.
Werner von Braun.
The Moldovan president just recently has said that there was a Russian plot to sort of overthrow her
Yeah.
government and
That's funny
break
that he would
Moldova's
say
path
that.
to Europe. It was something that
He's
President
famous,
Zelensky
von
himself
Braun.
had also warned about. What is the
When he,
U.S.'s
bring over
assessment
the,
of this possible plot?
splitting
And
the
more
atom
broadly,
technology.
what is the concern about Russia's attempts to sort of influence these pro-European governments in the region, even though it's right now focused on Ukraine, about other countries in the region?
Hector.
So,
Nice to see you.
what I'll say about that is
Buenos dias.
deeply concerning,
Mon
of
amigo.
course. Certainly not outside the bounds of Russian behavior.
Us
and we absolutely stand with
gringos are
the
doing quite well here
Moldovan
today.
government and the Moldovan people.
We have no confirmation from the U.S. side of intel.
I know of no
about-
independent confirmation, but we're certainly not
Hector in the room.
questioning the capacity, the will.
It's a hot air balloon. The government is full of hot air.
To try to do that. It's perfectly right up here. Right
Yeah.
out of
Well, in this case, it's Chinese hot air.
Yes, I was going to ask you a question.
They're just trying to trick us.
Just one quick question.
I have to
Have you
get to
established whether
everybody.
these are lighter than air or heavier than air?
We have not.
Okay, but we have.
Hitting Filipino military ships with laser checks. What's that all about?
Shootdowns in the U.S. occurred offshore, but the one in Canada occurred over land. So is it affecting
I know they're
US
mad that
policy to
Biden
not
gave
shoot
away
down these
some
objects over
base that
land
was close
for
to China.
safety concerns?
I heard
I
that.
wouldn't read into this some kind of policy decision. We will always,
thought USA
in
has sent 10 over
deciding whether
China,
something
10
should
balloons.
be taken
Let's
down or
hope so.
not, consider the impact on the
Give them
ground.
some of their own medicine.
Chinese
Frosty
ruling
broccoli.
on the Chinese Foreign Ministry
Fear
indicated that
Russia and
they
China
were
propaganda.
to.
Sounds like
Turns
setting
out
the stage
other
for more
objects are
surveillance
also
and funding
Chinese
for
origins.
NORAD and getting
Their
public
menu
on boarding with
options
shooting
prepared
anything
for
down
President
that
Mao
fear
to
is
react.
pushed
Terrific
upon.
hypothetical.
So you
We're
think
just
it's
not there yet.
propaganda to get more funding for NORAD?
Chinese spy airship that went through.
Could
You got
be.
China buying
But
oil from Russia.
hey,
You've got
it's the
China,
Chinese that are doing it. Those are Chinese
opening up
balloons.
cases in the U.S. trying to steal
Let's destroy
US
those
technology
bloody
from universities.
spy balloons.
President Xi is going to be meeting with the Iranian president. At what point do you review a big review of the U.S. relationship with China? And at what point does the president ask for a call from President Xi?
Again, I don't have a.
Everyone is
call
reporting
to
those
talk about
balloons
today.
there, Terry.
Let me just again level set here. and I know
Interesting. WD-40,
running
slipperier
close
than
on
weasel
time, but,
piss.
Sorry. No, it's not your fault. But
Balloons would have launched
the
west
president
of the
met with
target
President
area,
Xi
giving
at
China the
Bali
advantage.
at the G20.
Yeah, well, they'd have
The
to be
whole
looking
purpose
at
of
the
that
prevailing
discussion was
winds.
to move this
Want the
relationship
winds to blow
forward
them
in a
in the
better
right
way.
direction.
Most consequential bilateral relationship in the world. The president knows that. And he wanted to move
Darlene
that
says
relationship
supposedly
forward,
there's
in a better way.
China
And
ship
Secretary
that used
Blinken
blue
was
laser
dang
lights
near
to blind
wheels up,
sailors aboard
trying
an
to head
India
to
ship.
Beijing to have those kinds of conversations.
That story
to
I
get
didn't
some of
hear.
these,
That's gotta be a new story.
communication, vehicles and
There's
venues
something that
back on
I
track,
didn't
whether
see.
it's climate
But
change
yeah,
or military to military.
I wonder if it was those.
We were
well,
willing
we saw
to do
green
that. We were looking
lasers, right?
forward
The
to
one
doing
I just showed you.
And then
Those are green
the
lasers.
Chinese decided to fly a surveillance balloon over the continental United
Inside
States,
job.
and it wouldn't be inappropriate
It's
to
an
have that
inside
meeting.
job.
When are those discussions going to get back on the calendar? I couldn't tell you. As Secretary Blinken has said, it'll happen at the appropriate time. Now is not that time.
False flag.
It doesn't mean, and people shouldn't take
It's a
away
false
from
flag
this,
for a
that
Chinese
all
attack on
communication has
mainland
been
America.
severed between the United States and China. That Beijing and Washington aren't talking.
We
still
forgot
have an
about
embassy
just
there.
like
We
that.
still
We
have,
forgot all about COVID.
an
No,
ability
except
through
I went to the
Secretary
hospital
Blinken's
the
good
other day and I
offices
had to put a
communicate with
mask on.
senior, Chinese leaders.
But other than that,
unfortunately,
yeah,
the
pretty much, Hector.
Chinese military is not interested in talking to Secretary.
President of
Secretary
China
Defense
attends the
Austin, but,
same
but there
WEF
are still
functions
ways
as Trudeau
to
and Biden.
communicate.
They all
And
get their
the
marching
president
orders
would
from
tell you
powers
that
above
now's
them.
exactly the time.
Except I think
to at least
China is
preserve some of
probably
those lines of
more
communication
resistant to
so that we
actually
can avoid
bowing down to
Back the relationship.
the
Has
WEF.
this list of things
You know
set
how
back
they
the
are.
relationship.
It has
They're like-
certainly not helped us
Nobody
move
tells
forward
China
in
what
the
to
way
do.
that we want it to move.
Right, last question in the back, and that's going to be the
Meanwhile,
last question for the
everyone
panel.
tells Canada what
No,
to do.
sir. No,
We
sir.
just go,
No.
yes, yes, yes,
Right
yes,
here.
yes.
James, okay.
Pull it out.
Oh, thank you. Last Friday, you
Trudeau.
answered
Pull it out. I'll
my
do it.
question about President Biden's message during his
Where's
trip
the,
to Poland. But
Trudeau's
I'm
looking for the
wondering
next
why
drag
he
show
specifically chosen
right after
Poland
the
for
balloon
this
incident.
trip, since so many countries are helping Ukraine and he visited
BP!
Poland,
It's butt plug
11 months
4210 in the room. Wah! Sending love and
President's
hugs.
really looking forward to this trip. Certainly not lost, I'm sure, on any of you that it's timed around what sadly is going to be a
St.
year.
Bonkers controlling the monetary system. Yep. Bankers,
Poland
rather.
has been a strident ally.
Same
a tremendous
globalists, same
supporter,
elites.
of Ukraine, and a generous
BP
host,
in the
not
room.
only to American troops, but millions of Ukrainian refugees who have fled there in safety. The Poles are, pardon the pun, but they're punching well above their weight, and we very much appreciate all the support. The President wants to thank President Duda in
Poland.
person. He
Hey,
wants to thank
Dixie.
the Polish people
Nice
in
to see ya.
person. He wants
Dixie's
to
in
make
the
broader
room.
points about how it's important for
Dixie
the kind of
says,
courage and
"Wonder
unity
if
we're
we
seeing out of
will
Poland and so
ever
many NATO allies
hear the
continues sadly into what will now
Bankers,
be
bonkers,
a
same
second
thing,
year
yeah.
of war.
What's the message to the
James,
people
you
of
have the last
Poland?
question.
Okay,
James,
thank you very much.
We actually have to end the briefing.
All wars are
Green
banker
and, thank you,
wars.
Admiral.
That's
Actually, I
about
have
it,
two
too,
questions.
Fry.
One on the,
Because we all need money,
unexplained aerial
and the
phenomenon.
money is controlled. The rich get richer and the
second will
poor
be on
get poorer.
Russia-Ukraine war. My understanding is that
That's why we need
the
Robin
top
Hood.
officials at the Pentagon, when asked explicitly if they were ruling out any kind of extraterrestrial presence, said they
Al
weren't ruling
Munson.
anything out. And yet at the
Can we get
beginning of today's
Brad
briefing,
in the box for
albeit
his
with her usual
hot
winning
take on the
smile,
balloons?
Ms. Jean-Pierre seemed
Never
to
know.
rule out
He can
any
come in here
extraterrestrial
anytime.
activity.
I don't think the American people need to worry about aliens with respect respect to these craft. Period. I don't think there's
Where's
any
our
more that
invite button
needs to be
here?
said.
Hang on. Nobody ever
On the
comes on my
Russia-Ukraine war, as we approach the
panel.
anniversary.
So like it's like why bother?
In the days immediately after the commencement of the conflict, we heard from senior
Fine,
U.S.
Joe, on the
officials
other hand,
such
I
as
never
the CIA
invited
director in congressional testimony that President Putin had been observed by U.S. officials to have constricted his decision-making circle during the pandemic, that he was making erratic decisions, and these were seen to have played out in what happened on the battlefield. As we approach this year anniversary, what do we observe about
New managing moderators can support your channel in even more ways.
The caliber of his decision-making.
Introducing managing
and also
moderators.
his grip on power in his own country. Is any of that
Addition, they
changed
can
over the
manage
course of the
blocked
year?
words, change
I can't
chat
speak to the way
modes.
Mr. Putin gets advised and
Wow,
how
moderators can do more on YouTube.
who's
I just
advising
got a
him
notice
and
here.
what they're saying. I couldn't begin to get
That's
inside.
Nobody loves
Kremlin
me. That's right.
Decision-making processes.
It's a
Clearly, Mr. Putin is
sad
not making
world
good
here.
decisions. Shouldn't have invaded in the first place. This is a country that posed no threat to anybody, let alone Russia. Clearly, he hasn't made sound decisions, nor has his military with respect to their performance on the battlefield. They're still suffering some of the same problems they were a year ago. Logistics, sustainment, integration of joint fires, manpower personnel, unit cohesion. I could go on and on.
Okay,
the
I'm
Russian
gonna
military is
pin
still
that link.
struggling.
I know
They
nobody
have not
likes me.
surmounted
That's why
these
they don't like
problems.
coming on the
and
channel.
it's borne out by the fact that
On the
he
panel, I
continues to
should say.
change generals the way I change socks.
You
So,
notice that though,
I mean,
Fry?
He's
Like
still
I have that link up there a lot, and very few people will pop in here.
I got to go into the.
But on the other
Oval,
hand,
but,
I don't mind.
I will see you tomorrow, and thank you for the compliment.
Because I
on the
don't,
smile.
I like doing a
appreciate
solo
that.
show
But I'll be
because
ba-
you
I'll
have
be
more
back tomorrow.
control
Thanks, everybody.
over
Have a great
everything. But once you get somebody in the box,
Okay,
then
that
you're
was
kind
the
of
White
strapped
House
to
press
whatever the
briefing.
box is about. You know, whatever
Okay,
they're talking
so
about.
let's talk a
So it
bit
kind
about
of-
what
I
happened
think,
at the White House press briefing.
I think bringing guests on kind of, for me, ends up hindering the show because then I can't search for other stuff and put more stuff up there.
We didn't really get much more information in that briefing. However, I did think we heard something very interesting. We heard Admiral Kirby said that there is the three objects shot down this weekend had no maneuvering or propulsion abilities.
Yeah, they were the smaller version
and
balloon, I believe.
did not seem to have any surveillance capabilities, and didn't seem to be sending out any communication signals. Let me say that again. The objects shot down Friday, Saturday, and Sunday did not seem to have any way of maneuvering themselves, did not seem to be communicating at all, and did not seem to have any surveillance capabilities, he said. So now they could have some of that stuff, and the debris is going to be examined. The debris is all in remote areas for all of those three things, but that is what he said. And he said that those objects were shot down for two reasons. One, because they were flying at altitudes that could interfere with civilian aircraft. And two, because they did pose a possible surveillance risk because they were flying over or could fly over or near sensitive
We're
U.S.
watching
sites.
Agenda Free
So because of
TV.
the risk to U.S. aircraft and to U.S. civilian aircraft and possible surveillance risk, that's where they were shot down. But again, we didn't really get specifics on them. We did hear that some of the wreckage of the Chinese spy balloon has been recovered, but not all of it.
Let's get that
but
details
we didn't
on
really
that.
get much detail.
That's what we want to see. What is it? Let's see some pictures of it. See what it was,
and
where it came from.
The White House did say multiple times in the briefings, this is not aliens. And it's not extraterrestrial related. They both
I wanted it to be
the press
alien.
secretary and Admiral Kirby said explicitly, this is not aliens. And you should not be worried about aliens in regard to this. So that was said.
It's not like...
So we're going to talk more about this. You know, something I do want to check out real quick is...
nothing wrong
Let
with
me
your
show you this, guys. Let me show you this. Can take some of your comments on the air too. We have a bunch to get to.
We're watching a little bit of Agenda Free
there
TV.
is
He's got a
going
good
to
show.
be-
He puts on a good gig.
I don't know. Well, I
Kind
don't
of
think
a
we'll cover
news
the whole
type
thing.
program.
But in just
And
hold
generally
on,
goes
hold on.
over
Let me
stuff
update our
pretty
headline.
well.
But at 2:30
Briefing
in
schedule.
20 minutes, the U.S. State Department's having a briefing. I don't think we're going to cover the whole thing, but they may have something to say about
Where's
specifically
Jeff?
the Chinese spy
I don't know, but I
balloon.
think he's with,
So we might check out the start of that of that State
With
Department,
telescope.
U.S. State Department briefing. I'll have video of it. That's coming up at 2:30.
Dixie thinks it's all aliens. Fry, probably same thing. It's aliens. Oh no. You think it's a huge overreaction? Absolutely, Al. But the media does that. They jump onto a
so
story
we're bringing you the latest
and then
updates
over-report on it.
this.
But on the other
again,
hand,
I think
come
you
on.
might check out the start of that.
We're not
briefing
just
to see
talking
what they
about
have
one
to
balloon.
say.
We're not talking about one incident
also,
here.
I really
We're
want
talking
to show
about
you. We'll take some comments right
3
now.
balloons.
We haven't
Now
even gotten
4.
time to look at it yet. I have the
It's not an isolated
transcript
incident.
of the Pentagon
There's something
briefing
weird
from
is
last
going
night.
on.
That was after we were on the air covering the lake, the object shot down over Lake Huron.
You just made somebody
So,
a managing moderator. Yeah, that's what it is.
I
They're able
wanna,
to manage a
check
little bit
that
more.
out as well.
I'll have to figure out how to do that. I haven't
a
seen
bunch
that yet.
to talk about. Let me take some of your comments here. Oh, also, I will say this. Something else that was interesting in the White House press briefing is
Russia
Admiral
and China,
Kirby said,
they're together.
after the
You know
Chinese
that.
spy balloon was detected, the military has been adjusting what they're looking for. And he specifically said they are now opening up the filters on the radar to see smaller objects, objects with less of a radar cross section, and also low speed objects. So there are objects that are being detected that,
Yeah,
that may have
exactly.
not been detected before.
Well, we can
because
block
they're
people
looking
that
more
attack,
at
though,
low speed
Ang.
objects and
We'll
smaller
block them if they
objects.
try and attack.
So for whatever that he said that's one possible
Robin
reason
Hood.
for more detections that are
The
happening.
descendants
lately.
of bad King
also,
John
some viewers
Lackland.
mentioned flight radar. Just Admiral Kirby said there were no
That's funny.
active trackings going on today.
Bankers
of
don't
objects
war
in
with
the
each
sky.
other.
He said that during the
We
press conference.
loan to
No
warmongers.
active
Yeah, exactly.
trackings
Family has 89
of objects
international banking vetoes
the
from
sky,
everywhere, from states to
today.
Europe to China,
This
Saudi.
is a U.S. plane, a tanker plane, and this is flying here. So there is, and I'm guessing this is a U.S. tanker, a tanker, which I assume is like a refueling tanker, and it's flying over Michigan. So for all I know, this plane could be refueling aircraft that are searching over Lake Huron, because Lake Huron is where the object shot down yesterday fell. So again,
Yeah,
we have
if you
a
don't pay us
tanker
back, we'll just
flying on
control
Flight
what we
Radar
lent you the
24
money
over
for,
Michigan,
the collateral. They
near
want the
Lake
collateral.
Huron. One thing it could be doing is refueling aircraft that are involved in the search and recovery operation for that
Yeah, no
object
problem.
shot down
Thanks
over
a
Lake
lot.
Huron. I am not aware of any
Big
airspace
live
closures
streams in
today.
there, Gary.
Admiral Kirby
He's
did
driving
say
down
in
the
press
road right
conference
now.
the press briefing, there is no active tracking
Copy that.
going on of any object. So without more information, I'll assume that maybe is helping.
I'd love to talk to Agenda Free TV sometime and tell him that I'm restreaming him and get his permission.
that
You know what I
tanker
mean?
over Michigan
Like talk to him and say, hey, you know what? We're on the same page here. Once in a while, I'll
But
restream what you're
if I
doing.
hear
Whatever.
of,
But anyways,
near Lake Huron, if I
We'll do that
hear
sometime.
of some sort of new object being tracked, I'll certainly let you know.
they used to have an alien room in the Pentagon. Well, they got
That's
Project
flying
Blue
around.
Book, right? There's even that TV program on
Cole
Netflix,
says
Project
the
Blue
aircraft
Book.
refueling have the transponders
So yeah,
up.
the
I-
Pentagon
you
and the
don't
government
see all the
absolutely
military
were
aircraft on flight radar sites.
We're
but you
following
see the tankers
UFOs.
sometimes. Okay, so there's that.
Crazy.
And then again, sorry. First of all, I have to get rid of this clock here.
Oh yeah, we did have that video that I put up of telescope. Where is it? Let me find it.
Latest updates on objects
Your channel.
shot down.
I don't want to get a music strike though, but who cares?
US, Canada.
Where is it? Videos.
Let me actually just
Okey
adjust the
dokey.
headline.
And this was,
I'm going to take some of your
is
comments.
entitled "Why?"
We're going to talk about that Pentagon briefing from last night. Oh, I saw a new report about the objects. Let me show you that. Hold on. I saw
Okay,
a new
this
report
is
I wanted to show you.
This is a video
Some
that I
new
found on the
reporting
internet,
coming
and I
out,
just
guys.
plain recorded it here. But this is it. Hang on.
I want to thank our moderators, too.
zoom it in
Let's
here.
do that. So much to do.
Okay, this is Telescope.
Hey,
and
big
I think
thanks
he's
to our
singing
moderators.
to Jeff. Is
Please
the way it
do
goes
not
here.
repeat comments in the chat. I see one person who literally keeps posting the same thing in the chat. Please do not repeat
Yeah, don't
comments
do
in
that.
the chat.
Here we go. Okie
huge
dokie.
thanks to,
And this was his entitled
who is
Why
moderating right
Telescope
now. Really appreciate all of our
Tolerates Jeff.
moderators. They're the ones who really allow us to have chat rooms and keep it civil and respectful there. Sarah55 is moderating. Thank you so much. Also, we have over there on Facebook,
I can
Margaret
see it.
Riley, Bud Green, Kay Lowry Body moderating.
Anyways, that's the video.
Larry and Linda Belk moderating for us on Twitter. And
Oh, boy.
oops, you can't see
Where did
me. Hey, I want to
real
say a
feed
quick
go?
thanks for your support. Andrew Whatsit, thank you. Andrew, Molly Pitcher, Jorthio, Chowder, Yoshams, Golden Age, Kathy Koff,
There you go. That one was
Emily
for Brett.
Flotilla.
Right.
Really
Brett always gets
appreciate
the
it.
attention. There you go.
Also, hang
Lookner.
on
That's
one
him.
second here.
Great guy.
Hang on one second here.
Don't believe that people heard the China balloon was controlled by the China government, so it was remote controlled, like them remote controlled cars and trucks that you can buy. Yeah, it was remote controlled. It was steerable, absolutely steerable,
And
that's why they're
thanks to our
saying
moderators.
the first big one was steerable. The other ones weren't.
Okay, guys, so
It's not aliens.
really
It's all
quick,
about the system getting more
that
control
is,
over the
again,
minds
a
of the
tanker
people,
flying,
the sheeple.
A refueling
Fry.
tanker, I believe, flying near Lake Huron. I'm assuming that's assisting in the search and recovery operation for the object
We need a
shot
clean
down over
slate.
Lake Huron.
Wipe out mankind.
If I
There's too
hear
many
anything different, I'll
dumbass
let you
people.
know. Also, again, I am going to check. We have. Where did it go? Where did it go? Hold on a second here.
Sheep are eating up the balloon propaganda. Yeah, but it's, you know how it is. You know, Al, news needs to have like a talking point, and the balloon is the talking point today and yesterday and whatever, and maybe tomorrow.
We
Depends
have
if
coming
they shoot
up
another
at
one down.
2:30. I think I'll watch the beginning of it. The State Department briefing, U.S. State Department briefing. I'm guessing they'll talk some about the objects, especially the Chinese balloon, Chinese spy balloon.
Well, I was kind of thinking that
here,
one of
look,
those
guys,
was a
look, it's there.
copycat balloon.
Daily
One of them
press briefing.
that were up
So,
there already. Because
I want to check this out from the U.S.
Even,
Department of State. If it's not really about, if it gets to be not about the object.
okay, like even myself,
But
like I was part of a club, and the club actually, and it wasn't a balloon club or something like that, it was a different kind of a club, but the club was interested in balloons. They actually bought a balloon, a weather balloon, and they bought the tanks of gas and blah, 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 all the rest of it. Anybody can do it. Anybody can buy a balloon. Anybody can fill it up and get it up into the air. Of course, you're supposed to notify, you know, the airports and stuff like that when you do things like that. But of course, there may very well be a copycat or something, somebody that has that technology already and just sends a balloon up. That's going to happen.
And see, maybe, who knows? Maybe we'll find out a little new information there. Let's see here. Thank you, Cardinal Sin, for your support. Oh, Cardinal Sin, that's very kind of you to gift all of those memberships. Thanks, Cardinal Sin. I really appreciate that. And appreciate all of our YouTube members, people like
Okay, great. Head over to his channel if you want to donate to him. He's got a thing set up there. That's Agenda Free TV. We dropped the link in there for it. Let's just check out our chat here. It's a cycle. Jim in the room. Jim Nalgren. Nice to see you. Tinfoil hat. Time 9/11 was an inside job. This is not an extraterrestrial room at the Pentagon. Oh, there is not an ET room at the Pentagon. A UFO room, alien room. Who cares about WWF? We do. Don't you care about having a country and having a nice country and stable and one pretty similar to the way it is and not worse than it is now? Then maybe you want borders that you can control. But it appears that we can't control the borders because people are coming over. As a matter of fact, where you see people coming across that American border, they're also coming across the Canadian border. Those people that are in New York and don't want to stay in the U.S., they end up coming up here to Canada. And there has been an increased number of people crossing the border illegally into Canada from the States. WEF is real, exactly. And they're actually, okay, like I don't know if your city has something called a globalist crosswalk, right? It's a crosswalk where they stop all traffic in all directions and the pedestrians get to walk any direction they want, crosswalk, across the street, whatever. That's like your globalist crosswalk. That's WEF, right? That's a globalism thing. And that now, if you see it in your city, I see it in my city. We've got those crosswalks all over the place here. And really, all they do is slow down traffic. They make it so that you can't kill a pedestrian. I'll give you that. Not as easy to kill a pedestrian. But it also slows down traffic, creates way more idling cars, and way more pollution to the environment. So there's a case of your WEF supposedly doing things great for mankind when, in fact, creating more pollution with their ideas. Go figure. Yeah, okay, that's the next topic here right now. Project Bluebeam. So check this out. I'm going to show you two things here that give you an example of Project Bluebeam. And where did I put it? I'll bring it over here. Okay, here it is. I'll just full screen it. Okay, this is a game, like in a big arena. And just take a look at what they're projecting into the air. It's not on a screen. Do you see that whale right there? Okay, that's a projection into the air. Now just watch this this feed here. See that? You see how they can project that into the air? That is the very latest in technology. The very latest. Let me see. I'm going to give you another example of it. There's another example that's pretty good here. This one. Okay, hang on. Okay, check this out. This is a room full of people, like an auditorium. You want to look at the top of it here, not the 9/11 on the bottom. But look at the video on the top here and watch how they can project into the auditorium something that is so realistic. Just watch this feed. You see that? You see how real that looked? That is an example of the technology. Blue Beam Project. Look it up. Do a search on it. Google search. Now you're going to find different things about Blue Beam. But the Blue Beam that we're talking about is the ability to project video into thin air is what it's all about. Dixie knows about that room. I would say Project Blue Book is what would have been over at the Pentagon, eh? And what they changed it to now, who knows? I don't know. Donnie's Space Force. Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. If they had the Space Force, hang on a second here. Okay. Let's see Anarchy coming home. It's real. It's really real. What are we going to do about it? We're blowing them out of the air, but they're still coming. Chaplain says, these people in the Department of Defense just insult me to no end. It's a cylinder. It's a VW bug. It's a drone. It's a balloon. No, it's a UFO. We don't know what it is. They don't know what it is. But they don't want to tell you what it is, right? It's like everything or anything, but except what they're really going to tell you. So you don't know what to believe. It's a balloon. Roman's finished with the China balloon talk. Too much. You want to flush the topic? I don't blame you. Which ring is the UFO room located in? Jim wants to know now. Hey, Chris. Nice to see you. We're talking UFO and spy balloons here today. Let me find another beam one here. Here's another one with the beam. This is a little bit more I don't know what you call it, lackluster. But this is supposedly some kind of a blue beam video here too. But this is showing laser onto a solid surface, whereas the other ones showed the blue beam was actually able to display in the open air and not on a solid surface. That's interesting, though. Okay, we're gonna go into all kind of crap with the balloon thing here. Just to go over all the memes that are out there now. This is going to be balloon meme time. Somebody was asking about the Nord Stream pipeline. Okay, here's another one. This is actually a pretty good one here too. Bring it in here. No, I'm not gonna. Okay, this one here is a pretty good one. This one is a meme manufactured by Chinese, and it shows an American plane trying to shoot the balloon down, and the balloon is moving around, and the plane is unable to shoot the balloon down. The plane goes around the balloon. There, it tries to shoot it. Watch it. See, it moves. Doesn't hit the balloon. Plane circles around, and then at the very end, the balloon targets the airplane, and then the balloon shoots the airplane down. See this? Right here. Boom, there goes the plane. So yeah, that's Mission Impossible Chinese style. Wow. spy balloons from China be like? No secured skies, borders, or waters are in the complete danger and in the dark about what's happening in the U.S. or any other governments. They're only telling us what they want us to know. Meanwhile, China is sending those balloons over like crazy. What's going on? Why would they be doing that? Why so many? I know I saw one report where they thought there were literally hundreds of balloons that were in the air. Only a certain few of them are actually making it this far. That's funny, Gary. You'd be in favor of putting the current administration in the balloon. Yeah. Let Biden be the pilot. Who cares about the Great Reset? You know what? The Great Reset already happened. You already had money pulled out of your pocket with the whole Great 2-year reset. We're now paying the price for all that. Fewer shackles in your pocket. It's a dystopian atmosphere today. Okay, what's this one all about?
If you look at what the American transportation systems have faced in the last 2 or 3 years, partly because of the pandemic, we've faced issues from container shipping to airline cancellations. Mm-hmm. Now we got balloons.
That's right.
It's had its challenge.
Yep. Now we have balloons to worry about. This is it. This is the clip that you want to see. We'll just zoom them up a bit here. Where is it? Oh, that's not a video. My mistake. Oh yeah, this is a funny one here too. This one here you might have seen. This is what's being spotted from the balloon. Yeah! That's right. Chinese spy balloon footage. This is what the balloon is seeing as it traverses across North America. It might have seen a Canadian one there too, you know. Maybe a anti-Trudeau sign or something along the way. Impeach Biden. That's funny. Yeah, this is what it was. Put all of DC in a big balloon. Yeah, find out about that, Dixie, on that alien room at the Pentagon. Bit of smoke and mirrors. Need to fire all the nut jobs that are out of the government or put them into mental hospitals. Get a checkup from the neck up. That's about it. Behind on the chat a little bit. Check out our Discord. Frosty says, I'm much more inclined the balloons or UFOs are being used to stage a heightened surveillance, weaponizing of space, increased defense spending, etc. Well, it's definitely got our minds on defense here now, whereas normally we don't even think about it. But, you know, we're thinking, hey, are we being attacked or what? It's like they said the last time that we were attacked by balloons was World War II. North America had balloons coming over here with incendiary fire devices on them, trying to set the country on fire. So what this is all about, who knows for sure? We don't know. It's crazy. That's right. It's Mission Impossible.
Biological weapons, no biological weapons, pathogens, or...
Bring this one up here. Let's check it out.
Toxins that could release into the U.S. water supplies. Did they contact foreign capitals to see who would own up to the balloon? Republican Congressman Mike Waltz of Florida, member of the House Armed Services and Foreign Affairs Committees, and a former Green Beret. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. I want to run this by you because our own Lucas Tomlinson is now reporting this. This was Kirby just a short time ago in a new interview, saying that Kirby says that U.S. officials have now spoken to Chinese leaders in private settings, he says, to voice concerns about the spy balloon shot down off the coast of South Carolina. Military-to-military communication between the nations remains closed. So why aren't they picking up the phone, Congressman?
Yeah, well, that's a great question, and it's a concerning question. Even in the height of the Cold War with the Soviet Union, those back channels were open. My understanding from a briefing we received last week is that Secretary of Defense Austin attempted to reach out, and the Chinese literally didn't pick up the phone.
There's flying cars now.
And so
they have flying cars, Roman.
This is a time,
I saw one the other day.
Sandra, where we need clarity.
The
we need
Jetsons
candor.
are here. Bud Light.
We need to hear not from various spokesmen and women, but we need to hear from the president and the commander-in-chief.
Telescope.
In the history of North American Air Defense Command, in its 65-year history, we have never shot anything down over the United States. Now we've shot 4 objects down that we can't even fully describe in the last week. This is a time to hear from the president. And if he doesn't know something, we're still trying to figure something out, then tell us, and tell us what we know and what we don't know.
And 3 of those in a matter of just 3 days. That being said, there are lawmakers speaking out on both sides of the aisle, giving us their take on the situation. Before we learn more from the White House, Republican Senator Ron Johnson with his take on the president's handling of the China spy flight. Listen to this.
They see, as well as sense, weakness in America right now. President Biden, he's detached from reality. He's delusional. He denies it. We don't exactly have the A-team in place right now. I've been warning for years about the risk of a high-altitude nuclear blast that could create an electromagnetic pulse that could wipe out our electronics.
We're all in trouble.
Even a geomagnetic disturbance could do the same thing, and we haven't prepared for it.
What is your reaction to
What
Senator
pathogens
Johnson
they were
with some
carrying?
really
You never know.
significant concerns
Willie.
about all of this?
Hey, nice to see you,
one
Willie.
of the questions
Willie
that we
Chili in the
have
room.
are, is the
Let's
CCP
get your
looking to
media in
weaponize
the
these
room.
platforms in addition
Welcome,
to
everyone.
surveillance? And again, it
Give us
goes
a sub.
back
If you haven't subbed to the
begging
channel,
question
hit
on
that
what
sub.
are
Find
shoot-down
where you can
criteria.
sub to my channel and give me a quick
If it's
sub.
flying high and it's large, then we're not going to shoot it down. But if it's small and it's low, we will.
And if anyone drops a
what
link in the
about,
channel, give them
future
a sub.
harm to the United States.
Check out Frosty
if an
Broccoli's
entity
channel.
can collect
Right here.
on our stealth bomber base, our ICBM fields, and our command and control centers, that to me represents future harm in a future conflict and therefore should fit the criteria. So we just have a ton of policy questions. And again, this is why we need to hear from the president.
Just want to draw our viewers' attention
No,
to
we
the
don't
screen here.
want another
This is north of
9/11.
Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where you are seeing these recovery efforts.
Balloon wars this
obviously,
time.
they were stopped for some
Bud Light.
time, resuming
Distraction.
today.
You think it's distraction,
It's
too?
11 a.m. Eastern time right now.
Yeah, but the question is, a distraction from what?
Effort to recover as
You know,
much
distraction.
of
We're
that
being distracted by
particular,
these balloons. Distracted from
object
what?
as possible to
What is
learn
it
more
that
about
you
what is
think
going on here.
is going to
The ones off
happen?
the
Hey,
last
Bearded
obstacle,
Eagle, wait.
freezing temperatures,
More.
wind
There's
chills,
more.
Really dangerous conditions to recover.
There's always
those.
more, isn't there?
How confident are you, Congressman, that we're going to learn more from the actual material itself here pretty soon?
Well, I do think
It's
we'll
a strange
learn more.
world we live in,
even
though, isn't
if
it?
the surveillance equipment is no longer
Crazy.
functional, I think we could be able to tell a lot from the types of equipment that's on there.
Yeah,
But
this is
again, it
noticeable.
begs the-
Yeah, but
the-
as
the
if you
broader
can't see them
question
coming over the
of,
border.
you
You
know,
can see
is
them
this
there
a
too.
concerted effort
Hell, you
that
got
appears to be by China
Oreo
to take
and
advantage of that space that they call
first
near
responders
space,
out there and
between where aircraft
Aguero
fly and where
videoing them all the
satellites,
time.
operate. And then, you know,
You
what are
subbed
our
and liked.
defenses
Thanks a
against
lot,
it?
Bud
What are
Light.
our policies
Appreciate
for
that.
taking them down?
We'll give you a
Are our sensors and radars adequate?
a special
we
sound
need to
for
be
that.
Investing more.
Bud Light in
from
the
our
room.
defense budget in those
Special.
over-the-horizon,
Thank you very
radars.
much
And so,
for subbing.
again,
We
looking
appreciate
forward
it.
to those briefings so that Congress
Bud Light.
can help fund the Defense Department to defend this great nation. But at the end of the day, to Senator Johnson's point, if the
Okay, back to
messaging
the
is so
program.
important here, if our adversaries perceive weakness, if they're doing things because they think they can get away with it, we can have the best military
go.
in the world.
Look
but
at
if we have
Frosty.
weakness or
Got a
perceived
sub.
weakness in the commander-in-chief, then our enemies are going to be on the march.
I mean, you have to wonder how many more
not
of
just
these
the
are out
objects
there.
being
I think,
shot down,
Congressman,
but the
another
war
big
narrative
question
being
is,
fired up.
Were these
It
other
is.
objects put
It
up
is.
at the same
And the
time
people.
others were discovered? Were they put
Don't
up
you feel
after?
like you have a
timeliness-
mentality
huge
where you
question
feel
marks
like
over pretty
you're
much
being
every
attacked?
aspect of
Like that's
this.
how I feel. I
Also,
feel like,
Lucas
hey, what the
Tomlinson
hell's
is
going
putting
on
this
here?
out
We're being
there that,
attacked.
The U.S. has spotted Chinese spy balloons.
Like, even
transiting
if
the
it's
Middle
only a
East
balloon,
in the recent past. This is
hell, the
according
fact
to
that they're
Lieutenant,
flying
General
something with
Gershkovich.
electronic equipment,
I mean,
trying
how
to
many, could you even
do
imagine
something
if
to
these
us?
are up all over the world and we're
that's
just starting to see
not
them over the United States now?
weather-related equipment on there.
Well, you know, we have the White House and the Pentagon has said this. They are
Maybe
aware
one of
of
those,
over 40
maybe 3 of those balloons were
that
weather,
these
but
things
the
have
one big one
transited, but
was
we have to
something else.
remember,
Got to
we
find that
have
equipment that was
bases
on there.
all
See what
over
the hell that
world.
was.
And so, as the Chinese have eye on cornering the global energy market,
There you go.
and
Willie
cornering,
Jilly just subbed
the
to
Middle
Big Rigs
Eastern
Travels
oil and
there.
gas reserves,
Right on, you
we
guys.
have bases
Give each other
there
a
that
sub
they
and
could
check out
also
the
be
channels
collecting on. So this is-
when you're not over
this is
here
broader than just
and they're
defending
live.
the homeland. It's about understanding their capability, their intent, and how to mitigate
Loving it. That's what we're
take
all
it
about.
out, or defend
This
against
channel
it.
here is
So,
not only about
again,
showing you what's
these are
happening in the
the
world,
many,
but
many
also
questions
helping
we have
smaller
before us.
channels
And two big things that we're obviously watching as
become
the story
relevant,
develops. We're obviously watching
noticeable,
for that briefing to
that
be at
you're
1
able
o'clock
to
this afternoon. Kirby
sub to them,
will be speaking.
find out
Hope
what
to
they're
learn
up to.
more then. Also watching those recovery efforts of the actual object down there off the coast of South Carolina.
Uh-oh. Don't tell me that we... oh, this was... okay, that was an actual feed, and it just ended. So I can't do much about that other than do what we do best, which is nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I can look at the chat. Hey, Musketeer Media's in there. It says, hey, Frosty. Thanks, bro. First time here. Right on. We can do something better, though. There we go. Willie Jilly's channel. Hey, we're giving a promotion to Willie Jilly. Hang on. Let me see. Let me find my channel. I want to sub to you there, Willie Jilly. Let me do that. But in the meantime, let me bring up better video. Stand by. Once in a while I get taken aback by things. This would be one of those times. So we'll just kind of chill a little bit here while I find something else to bring up. Remember, this is a non-scripted feed. This is just me sitting here fooling around, having some fun, trying to do a non-scripted show with anything that might be coming up. So it pretty much is what it is.
So great question. Thanks for that. So we have scrambled in the past against radar tracks that we've been unable to correlate with fighters. That has happened over years. And sometimes it's attributed to potentially being birds. Sometimes it's been attributed to weather. Sometimes we don't know what to attribute it to. What I would say is you go back and look over time, we've been able to figure out the best way to track various sources, including the high altitude balloons that we've talked about recently back to 2019 and prior, and couple that with our adjustments of our radar. It gives us a better ability to detect and have better domain awareness, as you've heard me talk about. I don't know if Secretary Dalton wants to add anything to that.
Thank you very much, General Van Herk. I would just add to that as we learn more about these objects, and certainly the PRC balloon, we're going to enhance our understanding of the characteristics of them that will perhaps enable us to look back at prior instances that were potentially overlooked or weren't looked closely enough at. To see if there's a comparison to be made there, and certainly will help us going forward to better identify and track these types of objects and balloons.
Have you reached the object that went down off northern Alaska?
David, we're actively searching for that object right now. I've got a Navy P-8, which is surveilling the area with helicopters as well. Once we locate that object, we'll put an Arctic security package in there and begin the analysis and recovery, but we don't have it right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Courtney Cubey, NBC.
Hi, thanks. How are you so confident that the initial balloon was Chinese? Were there some markings on it? I'm trying to figure out why, because from very early on, it seemed that there was a real confidence versus these last three that we can't get any sense of who owns them or what they were doing.
Thanks, Courtney.
Some sort of
know
emergency that's supposed to take place now.
Hey, we have a hot mic out there. Go ahead, Secretary.
Thanks, Courtney. Yeah, thank you. So, Courtney, for the PRC balloon, we had a basis in intelligence to know definitively that its point of origin was the People's Republic of China.
So what I'm struggling with now is these last three that we still are calling objects. We don't know what they are. You knew that the Chinese one was surveilling, and potentially you knew who it belonged to, and yet there was no effort to, there was a decision not to take it down until it was over the ocean. I understand that there was concerns about everything on the ground there, but can someone explain why the decision is made to take these last three unknown objects. We don't know who they belong to. We don't know what they're doing. But I still don't quite understand why the decision was made to literally in succession. It seems like they're being taken down faster and faster and faster. I mean, is there some other concern or threat that you're tracking that is giving a heightened sense of need to take these down?
Courtney, the process that General Van Herk described earlier in terms of the criteria that we work through to determine whether these objects, or in the case of the PRC balloon, the balloon was a threat. We look to see if it's going to pose a kinetic military threat. In both cases, that was not the case. We look to see, is it surveilling potentially DoD sensitive sites? We knew that was the case in both instances, and it was even more concerning in the case of the PRC balloon because we knew that it was a PRC balloon. We also consider, is it a threat to civilian aviation?
Dry run for something. Who knows?
It was flying at an altitude that it did not pose a threat.
There's
to
Bearded Eagle in there. Bud Light's in the room. Roman's in the room.
That was part of the criteria for bringing it down over the water when we could safely do so, in addition to its enormous size. It was 200 feet tall.
Drop a link to your channel by typing !link in the chat. And then
for these
Nightbot will bring up a link
objects,
to your channel.
Being much smaller.
Just like this.
But
Type this in.
unfortunately flying at an altitude that
And then
did
this will
pose
come
a
up.
risk potentially
Just to show you how it
safe
works.
civilian aviation. That was part of.
How long
the
are you staying
criteria
on?
that went
I don't know.
into deciding to
Hard to say.
take the object
Might be
down
till
over the last
midnight.
3 days sooner in the tracking cycle. So that's
Need
the
a Reggie-
process that we have
Reg a break.
rigorously worked through over the last week.
Reggie.
General Van Herk, anything you want to add?
No, Melissa, I think you're right on. I don't have anything to add.
Thank you. Let's go to Brent Dahlberg, Michigan Radio.
It's Reggie time. But first of all, let's
Hi,
find out
thanks.
about that balloon.
A missile seems like a particularly destructive weapon to be using if there's a desire to investigate and figure out what these are
vlogs.
afterwards. Can you
They're
explain
great.
why? Explain the weapons choice.
Carol Funk.
Absolutely. Melissa, if you don't mind, I'll take this one. So,
Roger that. Jersey J.
first
Lots of
of
people
all,
live there today.
maintaining a radar track.
Flocks of birds
on an object
laugh my
this
ass
small,
off. Very few types of birds fly above
is very
20,000
hard.
feet.
So taking
exactly.
a radar shot, such as an AIM-120,
These things are way higher
would be
than,
a lower
like, it
probability
was
of
60,000.
success. We assessed taking a gunshot yesterday in that event,
Those
as
aren't
well
birds.
as today.
Telescope.
And the pilots in each situation
Uh-oh.
felt that was really unachievable because of the size.
You
Especially
can drop a link to
yesterday
your
in the
channel there,
altitude.
Telescope.
And also
You can give yourself a
because of,
promotion.
the challenge to acquire it visually because it's so small. It's also potentially a safety of
Anybody
flight
can.
issue because you have to get so close to the object before you see it that you potentially could fly into the debris or the actual object. Therefore, in each situation, the AIM-9X, a heat-seeking missile or infrared missile that sees contrast, has been the weapons of choice against the objects which we've been seeing. In each case, we have taken
Wizzy's
extreme caution to ensure that we limit potential collateral damage. So today, we worked closely with the FAA to clear out the airspace. I gave directions specifically to the pilots to use their visual acuity to check for mariners on the ground, airplanes in the air, to clear with their radars as well. And when they were comfortable that we could minimize collateral damage, they selected the best weapon today. That was the AIM-9X, and they took the shot.
Thank you. Let's go to Helene Cooper, New York Times.
Hi, thanks, Pat, and thanks for doing this. This is for General Van Herk. Because you still haven't been able to tell us what these things are that we are shooting out of the sky, that raises the question, have you ruled out aliens or extraterrestrials, and if so, why? Because that is what everyone is asking us right now.
Oh, come on.
And thanks for the question, Helene.
I'll rule
let
it
the
out for
intel
you,
community
lady.
And the
They're not aliens.
counterintelligence community figured that out. I haven't ruled out anything at this point. We continue to assess every threat,
okay,
potential
I'll do
threat,
it for you.
unknown,
I'll rule out
approaches
the
North
aliens
America,
for you. Okay.
with an attempt to identify it.
Come on.
Thanks.
Okay, let's go to Warren Lieberman, CNN.
Desktop Andy.
Thanks for
That's
doing
your
this.
favorite term,
Are you currently
Al?
tracking other unidentified objects in U.S. airspace? And you've now shot down 3 objects in 3 days.
Well, if you're not out there
All do you
on the
believe
boots
these are
on the ground,
3
you're
unidentified objects in U.S.
Desktop Andy.
airspace, or do you believe there are dozens or potentially hundreds of
Terry.
other such objects that have flown through U.S. airspace?
It's aliens.
And have
Oh
any of
no,
these
the
recent
aliens
objects
are
interfered with
attacking. Look
pilot
out.
sensors?
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, hang on. We need a bomb dropping noise. It's the aliens. They're coming. Oh no.
If you don't mind, that needs to come out to the intel community and what we've seen. I'm not currently tracking any other objects at this point. That doesn't mean there could
Sorry
be
for
more
wrecking
at some
the,
point in the future, but right
government
now we're
feed
not
there.
seeing anything. As far as,
Why don't you take a ride
previously,
on the
I don't know
beautiful
if there was
balloon?
more. We do know after
Anunnaki.
the fact that there was high altitude balloons.
I think it's
we went
Anunnaki.
back and we
Hitchhiker.
were able to reconstruct
Hey,
that.
it's the
As far as these
Hitchhiker's
specific
Guide to the
objects at
Galaxy.
this time, I'm
Her
unaware to
mom is
say.
an
It's certainly
extraterrestrial.
possible, but
Your mom.
I don't have the fidelity to give you
We
the
won't talk
answer.
about your
we
mom.
will go look at the data to see if we can figure anything out about the potential for not
Come
seeing
out
these
wherever you are,
previously.
aliens. Face the red heart shape.
Let's go to Phil Stewart. Phil Stewart, Reuters.
I have to visualize the red
what
heart
exactly.
shape.
I know you talked about the fact that we weren't looking for slower speed aircraft, and that these objects had a lower radar cross section. But could you just kind of explain to us what makes these objects in particular more difficult to track, or why you weren't tracking them before? And then I guess the other question I think everybody's kind of wondering is, now that you've tweaked everything, should the American public be expecting, lots more shoot downs? Thanks.
Yes,
Thanks, Phil.
we should.
What makes them really hard to detect and track is their size.
down.
And potentially shape. We'll get our hands on them at some point. I can't confirm that right now, but that could certainly play a rule or a factor in this. As far as going forward, I'll go back to my mission is to defend our homeland in both my NORAD and NORTHCOM hat. Anything that approaches North America, if it's unknown, I'm going to go identify
Luftballons.
and assess, is it a threat? If it is a threat, I'll shoot it down. If it's not a threat, the kinetic military threat that we talked about earlier, it's not committing a hostile act or hostile intent, then we'll have a broader discussion.
Good point,
Your second
Canada. You
part
need
of
to
that is
know
really
if there
about where
was,
we go into
if
the
there really
future.
was
Is
an
really a
alien
policy
spaceship,
decision.
a
I'll ask
UFO. Do you
Secretary
really
Dalton if
think
she
that
wants to
we'd
add
have the
anything.
capability to shoot them down? You've seen them. Those things, they go like
I'd only
over
add
there and
again
over
that
there,
the
over
safety
there.
and security of the American
Like how the hell can you
people
even aim
is
to
job
hit it?
number one for us.
Beachy.
And for any of these
Just join.
operations,
Do you think it's aliens?
we fine
I don't
tune
think they are.
them to ensure that
Beachy,
there's
I don't
gonna be
think it's
little to
aliens.
no collateral damage. None of the
I think it's
operations
BS.
over the
I think
last
it's
week
the
have
Chinese
resulted
weather
in
balloon.
collateral damage.
But it's more than one type of balloon, though. Okay, so 3 of the balloons are of a weather balloon type, but one of them was way more than a weather balloon. This one here.
As we detect these
This
things
one,
more
the
and more.
first one, the one that was 200 feet across,
So
carrying that
we are
big
taking this very much on a
satellite thing.
case-by-case basis.
That one was different.
Each operation has been
Like
different.
the first one, I guess we call it,
and
was
we will
different than the
certainly
rest of
keep
them
you
that came through.
updated as we continue to learn
Yeah, there's the
more
aliens. We come in
about these objects
peace.
and the PRC balloon and what that means for us going forward.
We come in peace.
Thank you. Let's go to Ben Brash, Washington Post.
Thank you very much, both, for taking the time.
Come on in.
Directly,
Aliens,
in
open your
to the last
door.
question.
Come on in.
He said our policy or a preference of the United States government still to not shoot down anything over U.S. territory. When is it that you make that call? I know you talked about assessing if anything was a kinetic threat, but is it policy or preference? Thank you very much.
The policy is to defend the United States and its sovereign territory and airspace. We'll stop.
The policy was to shoot it down. Let's get those balloons.
Thanks very much,
We'll get them. Biden on the gun.
Able to assess that the three objects over Alaska, Yukon, and Lake Huron, are they similar objects as far as you can tell? And then secondly,
exactly.
The Biden
aliens are way more
advanced.
advanced.
That it realized this was a problem last year. It briefed Congress in August. So I'm curious, why didn't you recalibrate the gateways on the radar systems earlier if you knew that Chinese balloons were an issue at that point?
Yeah, let me talk about the
their eyes are glowing in the dark, Roman. That's funny.
They're similar in size.
Yeah, I'm wearing my Canada hat here today in commemoration of the fact that the aliens are coming to Canada.
We've got to get
So
our hands on those to see.
That's why we're wearing the Canada hat.
Of shape, how they get airborne, do they
See,
have propulsion?
where's my Trump
All of those things
flag?
are still to be determined.
Should put it up here.
Your second point of that question, remind me what that was.
So you said that recently the reason you may be
Yeah,
detecting
exactly,
more things is you recalibrated
We'd be all
or changed
dead
the
if they wanted
thresholds for
to
gateways on the
attack
radar
us
systems.
because
I
they're
wonder,
like
given that
far
you
more
briefed, not
advanced
you,
than
but
us
the administration briefed Congress on the Chinese balloon program
biological
last August. Why
humans.
were gateways not changed back then?
More faith in Stormtrooper to actually hit a target than Biden. Yeah.
You know, the timing
Stormtrooper over at J6.
And adjustments. And I would
Sorry,
say
Stormtrooper.
is we didn't necessarily see a need to change.
We come in peace.
The Chinese
and you leave us
high-altitude
in
balloons
pieces.
alerted us to the speed,
It's about
the
the size of
slowness,
it.
and being
This is
able
so
to
funny. You
detect.
can't make this stuff
We
up.
decided to do that at that time. I hope that makes sense to you.
I would just add.
Given that there were questions about the program,
We'll be back in a little bit.
as early as August last year.
I have
and those
to
balloons
pause for the
were flying
cause,
at
as they
those
say.
kind of speeds then. Was there not a discussion about changing the gateways back then?
I can perhaps help here as well. So the briefings to Congress last year were done, I believe, through intelligence channels. And again, you know, that was intelligence that was better understood retrospectively based on elements of the equation that were discovered after the fact. And then the high altitude balloon from the PRC that was shot down last weekend was categorically different than the prior high altitude balloons because it transited the entire continental United States, starting with Alaska, across Canada, and across CONUS. And so it was quite different than the prior instances. And on that basis, we determined that we needed to enhance our radar.
Thank you.
We've got time for just two more questions here. We'll go to Peter Martin, Bloomberg.
Hey, thanks very much for doing this. I wanted to ask, has Secretary Austin talked yet with Weifunker from the PRC about the first balloon? And then in addition, has DOD communicated with the Chinese military at any level about any of these subsequent objects? Thank you.
Hey,
everybody. Thank you. There have been contacts made with the PRC on the high altitude balloon.
Okay, thank you very much. And final question will go to Brien Everstein, Aviation Week.
Hi, thank you so much for doing this. Back to the discussion on the AIM-9X. Can you talk about what about these objects gave off enough heat signature for the IR seeker without any sort of propulsion system? And secondly, the F-16 presumably has a targeting pod. I assume you had eyes on from other aircraft. Will the Pentagon be releasing any of these images?
I'll let policy decide on the images. That's not mine. But the AIM-9X, first, I wouldn't make an assumption there wasn't a propulsion system or there was. What I would say is what you have is a contrast between the environment and the objects themselves, which gives off an IR contrast, which allows the missile to track, and that's been very, very effective for the AIM-9X. Melissa, over to you on the releasing of photos.
Thank you. We absolutely want to be transparent about our military operations and what we are learning about these objects and the PRC high altitude balloon, and hope to share more in the coming days.
My apologies. add one last question here to Nick Slayton, Task and Purpose, and that will be our final question.
Thank you. I wanted to see, when we talk about investigating the debris of this, who's taking the lead on that? Is that the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office? And then also, we've seen free shoot-downs and free days. If this was to continue, if this pace of operations was to continue, is that proving to be would that be a strain on units, or are all units able to handle these kind of rapid scramblings in that regard? Thank you.
Melissa, you want that, or you want me to take it?
You go right ahead. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. So, as far as the recovery lead, technically, the FBI has the lead under counterintelligence authorities. They are embedded with DOD because we have the resources to enable them to conduct the operations.
Your links are in the chat.
In
Anybody
Canada, the Canadians have the lead. Their Royal Canadian Mounted Police are embedded with their Canadian Special Operations Forces, and we have the FBI forces as well, liaison with them to make sure that we're sharing as much info as possible.
Welcome back, Tommy.
Okay, we came back.
Secretary Dalton, General Van Herk, thank you both very much, ladies and gentlemen. That is all the time we have for this evening. Thank you again for joining us. We will be posting a transcript to defense.gov once it's available.
I put that up there.
All right, folks, and that is the briefing from the Pentagon last night. We have two more folks who have signed up to the KLW World News Network, so welcome aboard.
People.
That is the first ping for the first new member.
Have you ever walked downtown in your city and seen a guy lying on the ground?
Ping for the
with a hat
new member
in front of
so
him.
Welcome aboard. Thanks for joining.
Or a tin cup,
receiving your
or some guy asking for money for a donation out on the street
news network
because
shortly.
he doesn't. Why is he doing that?
The link will be.
He's doing that because he doesn't have any money.
If you don't find it there, please check your spam folder or
right, that's why people ask for money, because they don't have any money.
When you log in, there will be 3 questions.
If somebody wants to go over to J6 and do their thing,
the user network, or excuse me, the network name, your username, and your password.
That would definitely. You know, if a person is out there videoing and providing you some entertainment, then you might want to donate to that person that's giving you the entertainment, you know. So it's all, I guess, your perspective. You know, one person would say, yeah, that guy's grifting, and another person would say, yeah, I enjoy watching what he's giving me on that video feed, and I'm going to donate a few shekels to him, or whatever. Not a bad thing, is it? I don't know. Yeah, Mags is over there. Yeah, I noticed that. I did notice that Mags is over at J6 there for a few times there now. I've seen him down there. So for whatever reason, yeah, he's changed what he's doing. So, yeah, interesting. Interesting. Hey, how did that StreamYard get there? That's like weird. I don't think I put that there. Strange. Can't make this stuff up. The world is going crazy. Ang says UFOs can't enter the atmosphere. Why not? Because it puts mechanical stress on the object and aerodynamic heating. Well, yeah, the same thing as when we return from the moon. We're able to, you know, take that mechanical stress, the heat, and land. So UFOs should be able to do that too, shouldn't they? Not all your videos are classified. That's good. Good to hear. I don't know where this music came from. I thought we wanted reggae. Okay. Maybe this is reggae. I'd say it's pretty laid back reggae, if it's reggae. Most of those street bums aren't bums, that's their job. laugh out loud. I live downtown. I see the same guys day in and day out. At least buskers try to work for it versus 7-Eleven or Maldor guys. Yeah, you're right. You are right. And some of them are maybe a little more well off than they let on to be. You know, like there's a famous woman here where I live who's she wears a hijab, right? And usually people that wear a hijab, that's like kind of within the last 10 years. You see a lot of Muslims coming into the country. But there is one lady with a hijab that stands in the middle of the road in the median and begs for money. And, it's like somebody comes in a minivan, whatever, drops her off, and she does that. So, like, it's kind of, you're starting to see people that appear to be a little more well off out there begging for money. That's true. But on the other hand, I think there's a lot more people that are... let me turn that down. But there's a lot more people that are hitting hard times these days, don't have a job, on Social Security, or maybe not on anything, or just plain living off the land, and are living in a tent or whatever out in the middle of nowhere, or they usually come to a downtown of your largest centers. We're being gaslighted by the balloons. Gaslighted. I don't know what to make of those balloons. But I think that we need a word from China. We need to find out directly from China to hear what exactly are those things doing. What are the balloons here for? What's the deal?
Could become more valuable to them.
Let's find out.
The president also instructed the intelligence community to take a broad look at the phenomenon of unidentified aerial objects. Indeed, President Biden conducted the first ever daily intelligence briefing session devoted to this phenomenon back in June.
Hey, Drock,
2021.
you're welcome.
He was
Glad
briefed that this
Pretty
is
to tweet.
not just
Hey,
an
nice
issue
to
for
see
the
ya.
United States, but one for the rest of the world. And as I said, our friends and our partners are dealing with this as well.
Begging for money
We worked
and a
on a
ride.
bipartisan basis
Meanwhile,
to
gets
stand up
into
an
a
office at the Pentagon to
Rolls
study
Royce
this
or Cadillac or something.
in partnership with the intelligence community.
Mercedes
Academic institutions
is usually the
and
ride of
private
choice
sector.
from the.
These unidentified
The beggars
aerial
there.
phenomena have been reported for many years without explanation or deep examination by the government. President Biden has changed all that. We are finally trying to understand them better. Now, in light of the Chinese balloon program and this recent incursion into our airspace, the United States and Canada, through NORAD, have been more closely scrutinizing that airspace, including enhancing our radar capabilities, which, as the commander of NORTHCOM and NORAD, General Van Herk, said just last night, may at least partially explain the increase in the objects that have been detected. Slow-moving objects at high altitude with a small radar cross-section are difficult to detect on radar.
This is where our feed is
Even
coming
objects
from,
the size
by the
of
way. This
the
is a
Chinese
link.
spy balloon, which had a payload the size of roughly 3 school buses, were not picked up by previous
Okay,
administrations or other
so the
countries.
payload
We
was
also
the
know
size
that a
of 3
range
school
entities,
buses.
including countries, companies,
Oh my
research, and
God.
academic organizations,
That's like
operate objects
this area.
at these altitudes for purposes
The
that are
actual
not
satellite
nefarious at
itself
all,
was the size of
including
3
scientific
school
research.
buses. Not the balloon,
That said,
but the payload.
because we have not yet been able to definitively assess what these most recent objects are, we acted out of an abundance of caution to protect the security, our interest, and flight safety. In Saturday's case, we acted in consultation with the Canadian government, the President speaking personally with Prime Minister Trudeau. The spy balloon was, of course, different because we knew precisely where that was. As we have said, we do not assess that these most recent objects posed any direct threat to people on the ground, and we are laser focused on confirming their nature and purpose, including through intensive efforts to collect debris in the remote locations where they have fallen. In each instance, we have followed the same basic course. We assessed whether they posed any kinetic threat to people on the ground. They did not. We assessed whether they were sending any communication signals. We detected none. We looked to see whether they were maneuvering or had any propulsion capabilities. We saw no signs of that. and we made sure to determine whether or not they were manned. They were not.
Which is like different from the first one.
That their altitudes were
first one was
considerably
a
lower than the
completely
Chinese
different balloon.
high-altitude balloon and did pose a threat to civilian commercial air traffic. And while we have no specific reason to suspect that they were conducting surveillance of any kind, we couldn't rule that out. That is why the President, at the recommendation of the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the NORTHCOM NORAD Commander, gave the order to shoot them down. These missions were completed successfully and safely. Efforts are actively underway right now at all sites to find what is left of those objects so that we can better understand and communicate with the American people what they are. I think it's important to remind the objects in Alaska and Canada are in pretty remote terrain, ice and wilderness, all of that making it difficult to find them in winter weather. The object over Lake Huron now lies in what is probably very deep water. So outside of recovery operations, what are we doing? Well, first, we are continuing to monitor. There are no active tracks today, but the professionals at NORAD will continue to do their important work. Secondly, we are consulting with allies and partners on the challenge of identified aerial phenomenon and how we can all work together to deal with that challenge. The President has directed the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and the Director of National Intelligence to engage with their relevant counterparts to share information and to try to gain their perspectives as well. Again, this is an issue that affects everybody around the world. Third, we will continue to brief members of Congress and relevant state leadership on what we are doing and what we learn. The President has made this a very top priority. We have, over the course of just the last few days, and certainly over the course of last week, reached out to inform and brief members of Congress and relevant state governors of the operations that we were conducting and of the recovery operations that are underway. We've also kept Congress briefed generally on this issue of Chinese surveillance balloons, including classified briefings last August. And last week, administration officials provided classified briefings for all senators and all members of the House of Representatives on the PRC surveillance
Hey, you see,
balloon.
I scooped your video
So
there
we expect
of
and anticipate and
telescope.
support the ability to continue these briefings in the days ahead. And fourth, the President, through his National Security Advisor, has today directed an interagency team to study the broader policy implications for detection, analysis, and disposition of unidentified aerial objects that pose either safety or security risks. Every element of the government will redouble their efforts to understand and mitigate these events. And I'm happy to take some questions.
The telescope Jeff video.
John, if the objects
That was
don't
funny.
pose a military threat and they don't pose a threat to anybody on the ground, why shoot them down? Particularly because the military has is routinely monitoring radar blips.
I kind of covered that.
We're
in the
learning
opening
more today
statement.
about the suspect.
Two real reasons here. First, there was a very real potential risk to civilian air traffic. The one shot down on yesterday, was about 20,000 feet. And the two shot down Friday and Saturday were at about 40,000 feet. And as you know, transcontinental air traffic is roughly around 30,000
Yeah, you
feet.
betcha.
It depends
Drop a
on
link
the
to your channel.
weather. And so,
Supreme Warlord.
because we assessed that they weren't manned and weren't being controlled, therefore left
Hit that
atmospheric conditions,
exclamation
the
mark.
real
Just type
risk
in
to safety
exclamation mark link.
was a problem. The second purpose, and I talked about this earlier too, was even though we had no indications that any of these three objects were surveilling, we couldn't rule that out.
Just like that.
And so there, you want to err on the side of safety here in terms of protecting our national security interests, and the fact that these objects could have and likely did at some point in their path transit over, potential military sites of ours or sensitive sites. So again, out of an abundance of caution for those two reasons, the President, with the recommendation of his military leaders, directed them to be taken down.
Because it's so unprecedented, should the public be hearing from the President directly on this?
We have been, I think, as transparent as we can be.
I know.
don't speak for the President's.
Talk about a copycat thing. This one will really be copycatted. But then again, how many people have
these decisions.
a weather
We've been
balloon?
kept informed, including as of this morning, on what's going on with
Like I
recovery
say,
efforts.
I know I could have one
and
if I wanted
he's
one.
very much staying on top of the issue and directing his team.
So I guess it depends who
to
your
make
friends
sure
are.
we are properly consulting and briefing not just members of Congress but state leaders as well. And of course, we're also doing what we can in the public sphere.
Wait a second, sir. Excuse me. Thank you, John. What is the president's standard going to be going
Copycat
forward about
clone,
when he orders
copycat killer.
an unidentified object shot down?
It comes down to one simple formulation, and that's if at the recommendation of his military leaders he believes that the safety and security of the United States, the safety and security of the American people, his prime responsibility, warrant that kind of a decision.
So it's possible we could see these shoot downs on a regular basis like we saw over the weekend?
I don't think it's useful for me to get ahead of where we are right now. The president will always side on preserving and protecting the safety and security of the American people.
You said we're not flying any surveillance balloons over China. Are we flying any other kind of surveillance craft routinely over China?
We are not flying surveillance balloons over China. I'm not aware of any other craft that we're flying over into Chinese airspace.
And then finally, can you tell us anything more
Satellite
about this
would be.
octagonal object? How big was it?
We're still trying to assess what that was. I'm not going to get into a description. I've seen the press reports about what it looked like. I think we all need to be humble here in terms of what our ability is to positively identify stuff.
Press
from
reports
fighter
don't tell you.
aircraft that are going
It's the
several
government that
hundred miles
knows
an hour
what
past
it actually is.
essentially, in terms of relative motion, a stationary object that was not very big. So we don't know what this exactly looked like, and again, we're still not sure exactly what the purpose of it was or who owned it. But we hope to be able to find out more once we can recover the debris from that one and from the other two as well.
Just a few minutes ago, Prime Minister Trudeau said that there's some sort of pattern to the objects over the last few days. Is that something you could elaborate on, what sort of pattern the White House has seen?
I'm not familiar with the Prime Minister's comments, so I don't know if I should take a swing at that. I would just tell you that, going back to what I said before,
Pattern
these
being
objects
many
were
balloons
not being
is the
maneuvered.
pattern.
They did not appear to
More
have
than
any
one.
self-propulsion.
And look at,
So
if
the
actually the
likely
report I heard was that there are
they were being moved by the
actually a
prevailing
lot of balloons that are
maybe
actually in the
perhaps
air,
that's
but
what
only a
the Prime
certain
Minister's talking
small
about.
number of them are
Certainly,
hitting land.
as the prevailing winds, particularly at that altitude, go west to east across the North American airspace, I mean, there was a general common movement in that regard.
You spoke at the top about kind of reassessing radar given what happened with the initial balloon. Can you give us a sense, can we expect, should we assume that this is the regular number
Yeah,
of these
check out
objects over the United States,
Serene
they've always
Post's
been there and they just
channel.
haven't, looked
Give
at the same way,
give
or
a
is
sub
there
over
any
there.
reason to expect that this is more than usual that are flying in over
So two thoughts there. I mean, I think
This
I
link
think
right
we can
here.
all get our heads
Supreme
around the
Post
fact that,
Apocalypse Warlord.
that,
That's the channel you
there are
want
sometimes
to sub to.
Things floating at high altitudes for various purposes. As I said, scientific research, weather balloons, all manner of innocuous craft can be aloft at high altitudes. I don't think that that's necessarily unusual.
Is that what that was, Terry?
It's difficult for
A drone
me to say exactly
in
what
the
you can
middle of
expect
the
going
octagonal
forward.
balloon. I'll bring that
One
back
of
up
the
here again.
reasons that we think
in a bit
we're seeing more is because we're looking for more. As you heard General Van Herk mention last night, they have modified the filters and the gains, as we call it, of the radar capabilities to look more discreetly at high altitude, small radar cross section, and low speed objects. And so if you do that, anybody that's operated a radar will know you can set the parameters, and if you set the parameters in such a way that to look for a certain something, it's more likely that you're going to find a certain something.
Given all you've discussed here and the actions the administration is taking and what people have learned, Chinese spy balloon this year and previous years, these unidentified objects that we shoot down, they might have a question. When it comes to these higher altitudes, are America's borders secure?
The president takes, as I said earlier, he takes our national security extremely seriously. He has no higher responsibility than the safety and security of the American people. And I don't think you need to look any further, quite frankly, than the decisions he's made in just the last week to 10 days to evidence that.
But it feels like he's plugging holes. Like these are vulnerabilities that we are discovering in real time.
You're making an assumption there that I don't know that the analysis will actually bear out.
Very much. The president gave the order to shoot down the object over Lake Huron yesterday. Where was he? What kind of information did he have when he gave that order? What was briefed to him? And how did he anticipate the outcome of that?
He was here in the White House. He was kept constantly informed by
So I just got something sent.
National security team and certainly by the military. He made that decision. I couldn't give you the exact time on the clock, but it was, I believe, mid to late morning.
What's up?
And then
Not much up here. Just watching the balloons. 99. Love balloons.
Reaction to shooting that object down. Was
The
the
one
president
yesterday?
anticipating the one yesterday? Yeah.
Well, it was shot over. I mean, it was shot over Lake Huron and landed in what we believe to be the Canadian side. Of the
Did
lake.
Wizzy
So
ban
we were
you
obviously
too?
in constant communication and consultation.
Wizzy never banned me.
Counterparts,
Fuck.
and they are
I wish I was watching him over there.
Down,
See what he's up to.
In concert with the U.S. Coast Guard, but they are also involved in trying to locate the debris right now. But there was good communication with our Canadian.
You have to say something that he doesn't like in order to get banned.
Special interest in that object from yesterday?
So I guess it just depends what you say.
Thanks. John, two questions. One, you mentioned early on that the China.
This is different though. This, especially this big balloon, is different.
Meaning onto their satellite surveillance.
In fact,
Can you
let me
specify what
hang on
exactly
here.
It's getting from a balloon.
Put that over there. Let me just pull that out. Oh, I went and did the wrong thing here. Okay, let's bring this story up here from CBC.
Chinese spy balloon that the United States shot down over the weekend. The U.S. claims it is part of a wider fleet that have been flying over 5 continents. China continues to deny the balloon was used for espionage, saying it is a weather balloon that blew into U.S. airspace inadvertently. Magda Gabriselassie.
Like, come on. Weather balloon? You got to be kidding me. This is not a weather balloon. This payload that's on the bottom looks like a miniature satellite. Give me a break.
Is on that story for us, and she's live in Washington. What are we now hearing from Secretary of State Blinken and others about this balloon, Magda?
Well, Antony Blinken is saying that really they're learning more about this balloon almost on an hourly basis. And this is based on the time that they were tracking this balloon, but also items of the parts of this balloon have been recovered. The recovery for all bits of this balloon continues. But what the Pentagon is now saying is that this balloon was part of a larger Chinese surveillance balloon program, that balloons like this have appeared above the U.S. skies at least 4 times. And over the years, balloons have been popping up in South America, Latin America, Southeast Asia, East Asia, and Europe. At this point, the information that has been gathered has been shared with members of Congress, but also with other countries. Here's more from Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
And we already shared information with dozens of countries around the world, both from Washington and through our embassies. We're doing so because the United States was not the only target of this broader program, which has violated the sovereignty of countries across 5 continents.
Now, a spokesperson for China's foreign ministry said that she doesn't understand the U.S. claim that this is part of an air fleet. She also went on to say that the U.S. may be waging a public war on China, and she accused the U.S. of being the largest spy and surveillance country. Now, it's likely that we could hear more about what U.S. officials have learned earlier later this morning.
Like
They're supposed to be here.
China sends spy satellite. Then China says, "You're the biggest spy country in the world."
The Senate Appropriations Committee is holding a hearing, but it is important to know that this is a committee that deals with federal funding for various departments. It's not an intelligence committee, but it will be hearing from members of the...
Hey, is that it? Is that the balloon? Oh, look at that. I've never seen anything as far as any footage about that. Now, is that the actual balloon that they picked up? Remember, there was the one that downed, but that does not look like... you never know. I don't know what that is. But look at that shot. That's a shot of retrieval of a balloon. What that shot is and where they got that from, or whether it's stock footage or not, I don't know. But that's interesting.
The Defense Department later this morning.
Magda, thank you very much. Magda Gaber-Selassie from Washington this morning.
Okay, so...
And our next story concerns China as well. Just how extensive
from
are China's
News.
global surveillance operations? Why am I asking that? The dust is yet to settle over the presence of a Chinese spy balloon in the American skies. The same balloon which, remember, was shot down by the American Air Force over the weekend. China has now admitted to having sent another spy balloon. This balloon has been spotted in the skies of South America. Let's first take a look at the possible path that was taken by this spy balloon. It was spotted over Colombia and Venezuela. As per Colombia's Air Force, the balloon had been detected by its air defense system on the morning of the 3rd of February. As per reports, it was also spotted over Costa Rica. Its exact flight path and the present whereabouts remain unknown. Let's now listen in to what the Chinese Foreign Ministry said about this balloon.
With regards to this balloon over Latin America that you've mentioned, it is understood and verified that the unmanned airship in question that came from China is of a civilian nature and used for flight tests. It was affected by the weather and has limited control of its own. The airship deviated from its intended route and entered the skies over Latin America and the Caribbean by mistake.
What's more, after facing criticism, China has defended the use of its spy balloons. China says it is a responsible country. Pause for reaction.
Yeah,
but
right.
Here's the thing. Far from apologizing for violating
responsible
the
in what
sovereignty of
way?
other countries, China has instead blamed the U.S. for hyping up this incident.
Yeah,
In the case of its spy
it's your
balloon
fault,
over South
Americans,
America, for that matter,
and
Beijing has been
Canadians
more
too.
relaxed in its
Trudeau,
response.
it's your fault.
No questions were asked by the smaller South American countries, and no explanation has
Yeah,
been
they didn't
offered
care.
by China
They didn't have a
whatsoever.
military to shoot it down.
Meanwhile, in the U.S., the Chinese spy balloon saga has raised fresh questions on President Biden's China strategy. Let's first take a look at two
What you gonna do
supposedly
now?
conflicting statements about the spy balloon from the Biden administration. Here's what the American president said about the Chinese spy balloon. Once it came over the U.S.
it's
from
Biden.
Canada, I told the Defense Department I wanted to shoot it down as soon as it was appropriate. And they concluded we should not shoot it down over land. It was not a serious threat, and we would wait till it got over the water. And here are the remarks from the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. This was a People's Republic of China surveillance balloon. This surveillance balloon purposely traversed the US and Canada, and we are confident it was seeking to monitor sensitive military sites. So you see, there was a clear understanding in the Biden administration that the Chinese balloon was a surveillance object. And yet, the American president decided to not shoot down the balloon till it reached the country's eastern seaboard, by the time it had traversed the entire United States. Biden's national security
This is so
strategy
ridiculous.
released last October describes China as the most consequential geopolitical challenge. But the Chinese spy balloon saga does not make for good optics for Joe Biden, to say the least. For starters, a Chinese surveillance object in American skies is not something one would have imagined about 5 years ago. The US has been a preeminent global power, or likes to call itself. More embarrassingly for Joe Biden, the belated downing of the Chinese spy balloon raises these questions. It was allowed to traverse the entire country. And the Republicans have come down heavily on Joe Biden for his handling of the episode. A Republican senator, Marco Rubio, saying
he has to listen to his military.
It's the message that they are trying to send the world. We can do
which is what I think they tried to say that he did.
Stop us. Ted Cruz saying, I think this entire episode telegraphed weakness to Xi Jinping and the Chinese government. And these are serious charges that Biden might find hard to defend. Moreover, the timing of the Chinese spy balloon saga may cast a cloud over Biden's
I think they should have shot that thing out of the air as soon as it entered U.S. airspace,
at a worse time for the leader.
Instead of waiting for it to go all the way through.
Second State of the Union address. What is the significance of this address? It is considered as the unofficial launch of Biden's re-election campaign. We are now available in your country.
It should not be happening, though, you know.
Get all.
It's one of those things, you know,
Do you fancy eating it?
Shouldn't be happening. Shouldn't be allowing that to happen, I guess is what, you know, you'd want to say.
In both cases, they're different. I mean, I think we need to separate the Chinese spy balloon. We knew what it was. We knew where it was going. We knew what it was trying to do. And by not taking it down, I mean, that was also a huge payload. Like I said, the size of 3 school buses. So really the option of shooting that down.
Well, yeah, absolutely. It's dangerous to shoot it over land.
Really could have gotten hurt.
Although there are places where you could say, okay, if we shoot it here, it'll blow, debris will scatter.
To learn from it, to collect on it.
And whatever.
Then taking it down at the earliest opportunity.
Make sure it's an area that isn't habitated. So yeah, the best bet was to do it over the ocean.
But so let's separate
Plus,
that
actually,
from these other
there's probably if they didn't damage the payload,
what are some of the differences?
The payload would be easier to pull out of the water. However, if the software gets damaged, then you can't reconstruct the software if it gets damaged from the water.
Traffic concerns. These 3,
if that's what your goal is, which it probably is.
There's a legitimate concern there. Chinese spy balloon, we knew exactly what that thing was, and we knew what it was trying to do, and we saw it, Jackie, as it slowed down, sped up, maneuvered a little bit.
They had their reasons for sure, so maybe that was a good reason. Well, you'd think it would have to be.
They didn't have propulsion. They weren't being
definitely. You don't want to shoot it down over a city.
By the wind.
And seeing it as it was 40,000 feet, that's still really high.
Know for sure.
You know, like I look up here to see a jet flying over my city,
so
and it is really high up.
Enough uncertainty there.
And if you shot it, just think of
doing the prudent thing. The president
how far that debris would fall.
I get where you're going. Is this the standard going forward? And
over lots of land.
We're going to dive into this. We're going to learn from these 3 events. We're going to continue to study what happened. We're going to have an interagency effort that helps us get around the policy implications here, and we'll see where this goes. But bottom line for President Biden is, you got to do the right thing for the American people, for our safety and security.
Strange that no one's claimed these yet as theirs?
I can't say whether that's strange or not, since we're sort of in uncharted territory here, no pun intended. But we don't know.
Well, the astute person watching what's going on would think that Biden is getting too frail to even walk. Never mind think about running the whole country. So, is he pretty much just the talking head for the Democratic Party, which is pushing all the buttons anyway, pretty much. And let's face it, most presidents are.
Actually, that afternoon.
I think Trump was more of a hands-on, let me change things and do it my way type president than ever before.
Of the payload that sank to the bottom of the Atlantic. It's about 45 feet of
water.
Weather
in the channel, in the room, in the chat.
Right now,
nice to see you.
For instance, they have not been able to get into the water and dive on it, but over the course of the weekend, they were able
to raise the balloons here
some
today.
Of the debris, including some of the
99 loop balloons.
Some of the
all that payload is going to be collected.
I don't. I wish if I could tell you that, I'd be a very wealthy man. I mean, it could take a long time, given the sea state and weather conditions and the degree to which we have to protect the safety of the divers.
Yes, Terry. Yeah, I thought that too. I thought that when I first heard of the balloon and heard of them, when people were talking about bringing it down, that's what I thought. Bullets and soft leak, whatever's in there, helium, hydrogen, whatever, leaks out slowly and it lands slowly. Soft landing. Perfect. But no, they brought out the big guns and just blew the smithereens out of it.
Let me just
and
if the implication
whatever,
is that,
we'll see what's left of it.
There's some sort of blanket now security policy for every base on the continental United States. The answer is no.
And the president would know about
particularly
something entering your country's airspace. That would be the prime thing to tell the president.
The Open Skies Treaty.
He doesn't want to know that some guy's walking across the border.
Scheduled and laid out, and when you know that there's going to be an open skies flight by Russia, you take the appropriate actions, and that's what we did in the case of the Chinese spy balloon. And we'll always do that. I will never talk about what precautions we're going to make at any given base at any given time, but we always do what we need to do.
You think Biden's going to be in for another 5?
I won't talk about it anymore.
Another 4 reelected.
Way in the back. Way in the back.
Thank you very much.
No.
K-Rocks? Okay, Admiral, you started the...
Well, only controlled in the sense that if you blow a little bit of air out of it, or a leak, you never know how it might fly and then finally drop like a rock.
Unidentified aerial phenomenon reports since March of 2021, some of which have, quote, demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. So can you say
that's what everyone's worried about, whether it had anything dangerous in it or whether it was just collecting data and retransmitting it
weren't any orders throughout
to a satellite
or throughout 2022?
It's very simple. It comes down to what sort of safety and security threats and risks we're talking about, and also it comes down to a lot to our ability to track, detect, and engage. Having come from the Pentagon, I can tell you that some of these UAPs, while we may not be able to know what each and every one is doing, some of the big concern there was that many of those reports were happening around our training ranges, were happening around air training ranges. So combat pilots were seeing these things, and there was a potential impact to the safety of flight of our pilots. But you may not have but a fleeting moment on some of these things to see it, and so it's different in these cases. We had time to detect, time to analyze, time to engage, time to make those kinds of decisions. But it all comes down to safety and security, first and foremost.
So is the time, though, is a matter of capability? You have better capabilities now than we did back
then? We are
then?
certainly improving our capabilities now. And as I said, the President has directed the National Security Team to dig into this deeper from an interagency effort and to see what, if other improvements might need to make. I mean, look, just by adapting the way the radar parameters are set, we have improved our ability to detect. And again, I said that could be one reason why we're seeing more.
All right, folks. Lloyd Austin, our illustrious Secretary of Defense, just commented a few moments ago on the balloon downing. And I wanted to get his comments. It's only 25 seconds long, but we'll show it to you here.
I want to be clear. The 3 objects taken down this weekend are very different from what we were talking about last week. We knew exactly what that was, a PRC surveillance balloon. And as we have said, we do not assess that the recent objects pose any direct threat to the people on the ground, and we will continue to focus on confirming their nature and purpose. I want to be clear.
And some breakup on that feed there. Hang on. Let me cut this in here. This is, damn, those balloons are fast. Check it out. Yeah, I cannot make that up. Oh, TikToker. Let's see what else we can dig up on our old Twitter. What kind of feeds are coming in? Spy balloon. Oh, what's this one here? Taylor Green. Everybody's getting into the action. Russell Brand. The Woof balloons. Prep agent. Balloons and espionage. This looks pretty good. That's what they're doing. Press briefing. I think that might be the one that he was trying to bring up there. Yeah, let's look at this one here. This one might be interesting.
Yes. And you you sat by and allowed this Chinese spy balloon that could have contained a bioweapon like COVID. It could have contained a nuclear bomb, an EMP attack, or hypersonic missiles like the Chinese government, the CCP, has shown their own people of these weather balloons dropping hypersonic missiles. They show those on video. Absolutely. This is a common thing. They allowed I said, you allowed this to go across the country, and then you want to stand up here and give us our excuses, your excuses on why you didn't shoot it down because you're gathering intelligence, or you didn't want to risk endangering anyone's lives. I said, that is the biggest bunch of bullshit. And you you sat by and allowed.
It's like anybody and everybody is trying to get into the action, right?
A bioweapon.
This is funny. Well,
it could have contained
you
a
never
nuclear
know.
bomb,
You never
an
know.
EMP attack, or hypersonic missiles like the Chinese government, the CCP, has shown their own people of these weather balloons dropping hypersonic missiles. They show those on video. Absolutely. This is a common thing. They allowed I said, you allowed this to go across the country, and then you want to stand up here and give us our excuses, your excuses on why you didn't shoot it down because you're gathering intelligence, or you didn't want to risk endangering anyone's lives. I said, that is the biggest bunch of bullshit. And you allowed.
So anyways, that's the scoop from over there.
We maintain routine diplomatic conversations, and we have had, over that spy balloon incident, we did have private discussions with senior Chinese leaders.
Thanks. Thanks,
And that
Admiral.
was,
And
Marge.
You just said that, are you in touch with the Chinese? Is there any effort to arrange a call with President Xi at all?
I'm not aware of any plans for that.
I said was that the current rate of ammunition consumption is bigger than the current rate of production. That's a factual thing. But since we have been aware of that for some time, we have started to do something. We're not just sitting there idle and watching this happening. So that's the reason why we over several months have worked hard at NATO and also within the Rammstein format to ramp up production. That's the reason why we launched this out-of-circle extraordinary review of our stockpiles.
If I could just ask a question on Israel, does the president plan to speak with PM Netanyahu about the moves his government is making to try to weaken the Israel judiciary?
I have no calls or conversations to read out, but we are deeply concerned by some of the moves here
This was
with
the
respect to settlements.
some video from that Palestine event.
The Moldovan president just recently has said that there was a Russian...
Get the burn off in East Palestine! This is not fucking storm clouds!
Europe, it was something
Look at it!
President Zelensky himself had already supported about.
I got arrested recently. Live report about
what is the concern about
popped in there.
influence these pro-European governments in the region, even though it's right now focused on Ukraine, about other countries in the region?
So, what I'll say about that is deeply concerning reports, certainly not outside the bounds of Russian behavior. And we absolutely stand.
This is an interesting
with
story.
The Moldovan government.
China
the Moldovan
accuses the United States of flying 10 balloons into its airspace.
But we're certainly not.
China on Monday said more than 10 U.S. high-altitude balloons have flown into its airspace during the past year without its permission.
Perfectly right, a page out right out of his playbook.
Tit for tat, eh?
I was going to ask you a question. just one quick question. Have you established whether these are lighter than air or heavier than air?
We have not.
Okay, but we have to get to everyone, okay? You already had a question. Go ahead. All three shoot downs in the U.S. occurred offshore, but the one in Canada occurred over land. So is it effective U.S. policy to not shoot down these objects over land for safety concerns?
I wouldn't read into this some kind of policy decision. We will always, in deciding whether something should be taken down or not, consider the impact on the ground.
When the Chinese balloon came down, the Chinese Foreign Ministry indicated that they would respond in a way that they were prepared to. If it turns out that the other objects are also Chinese in origin, is there a menu of options prepared to the president for how we would react?
Terrific hypothetical. We're just not there yet.
Yeah, maybe. Good point.
You have the Chinese spy airship that went through.
If it contained a bioweapon, by all means, shoot it down over everyone. Well, maybe that's why they waited to shoot it down over the ocean. Makes sense now.
President Xi is going to be meeting
Sure,
with the Iranian
especially.
president. At what point do you
You'd have to take that into consideration.
Of the U.S. relationship with China, and at what point does the president ask for a call from President Xi?
Again, I don't have a call to talk about today. Let me just, again, level set here, and I know I'm running close on time. But,
could be anthrax, could be anything in there.
But the president met.
Who knows? Tit for tat. That sounds like shortwave aircraft. Yep, that's exactly what the Chinese were saying in that report, that they had 10 American balloons over their territory. So, like, that's crazy.
Thank you, Tar. Thank you, sir, ma'am. Let's go to Jen Griffin, Fox News.
Hey, thanks, Pat. This is Liz. I'll be asking for Jen today. Are these balloons that have been shot down since Friday, or are they weather balloons?
You want me to take
Thanks
that?
very much for the question. Yep, go ahead, Glenn.
Yeah, so I'm not going to categorize them as balloons. We're calling them objects for a reason. Certainly the event off the South Carolina coast for the Chinese spy balloon, that was clearly a balloon. These are objects. I am not able to categorize how they stay aloft.
Yeah.
It could be a gaseous type
part
of
answer. Good point. Blow it up before
balloon
it
inside a structure,
touches your
or it could be some
territory.
type of a propulsion system. But clearly, they're
well, at least once it gets into your airspace, but it's not over land yet. You know what I mean? Like, it's coming over the ocean. Why can't they track it?
That's
Is it
why
just
it's
too
so
small?
critical to get our hands on these
Too
so
small.
that we can further assess and analyze what they
Just
are.
sent bats. Yeah. They already released the bats. They're already out here. Maybe they did release something and we don't even know, right? They could have released something. They could have, honestly. Hot Mess Summer. Hey, nice to see you. In the channel, Hot Mess Summer. Check out her channel. She's a YouTuber with a mission. Check out what her mission is. Hot Mess Summer in the channel, in the room. We're tracking balloons and stuff like that. They're flying across, trying to track us, but we're going to try and track them. We want to have the one up on the balloons. Bit of white noise coming in there. Could have released something, yeah. They wouldn't tell us about it. I don't trust them. Don't trust them. I don't trust anybody. Because, you know, a lot of times, like, hey, didn't you have something with that train derailment where they didn't notify the people of what kind of toxic fumes could have been coming from it? You know, just as something as simple as that. You know, on a train where they should know what's in the train cars. Never mind something that's coming over from China. Hang on. Doesn't the best fentanyl in the world come from China? Hello? They'll hide in their basement. Stagecoach rider. What are the young people going to do when they bring the drop back? They'll hide in their mom's basement. Exactly. The thing was 3 busloads wide. Yeah. The portion that was determined to be 3 busloads, like on this photo right here, not the balloon itself, but the actual cargo was 3 buses long. There were 8 solar panels on there. Who knows how big those solar panels are, but they must have been huge for that to be that big. Amazing. It's crazy. You betcha. Hot Mess, put your link up there. Just hit that link command like Frosty Broccoli did there. Oh, you probably did already. I'm behind on the chat a little bit. Wizzy has to take a break. I think you gave him a heart attack. Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. I know. You know what the funny part of it is, Al? Is that you manage to get him to say your name every time you go into his chat. Like, I'm not even looking at the chat. Half of the time, when I look at a channel or something, you know, if I'm not live on the air or whatever, I'm not even looking at the chat. I'm just, you know, listening, doing something else, whatever. And then all of a sudden, he brings up Al Munson, you know, like, Al Munson, you know, and it's going to, you know that there's going to be something not so nice that he's going to say about you. And I have to laugh. It's all fun and love and war, as they say. I don't even know what's going on there lately. Who's fighting with who? What's happening with what? We're trying to track down... we've gone to bigger things. It's not Canada. It's not the U.S. It's not patriotism. We're talking about a potential war happening with China, right? Like, this is what we're talking about. Don't just brush it off and go, whatever, it's some balloon thing, won't affect me. Yeah, imagine something the size of 3 school buses flying over your house in, it's not even orbit. That's not orbit. That's like flying by at 40,000 feet, right? Just the same as a jet. And if it's at 40,000 feet, it can come in lower too. And it can drop whatever it wants onto you. Like, this is getting pretty serious. You know, or it could drop a bomb on you. You never know. Anything could happen. And at the end of the day, it's just us against them. But we don't have the technology. They own all the technology. We let them do it. We let them take all manufacturing over to China. We don't make anything over here anymore. Let's call it the way it is. Let's talk percentages. What percentage of technology is produced over in China compared to North America? And they're using it against us now. Oh my God. We're in trouble. We have to. The spy balloons must be destroyed.
Poland has been a strident ally, a tremendous supporter of Ukraine, and a generous host, not only to American troops, but millions of Ukrainian refugees who have fled there in safety. The Poles are, pardon the pun, but they're punching well above their weight, and we very much appreciate all the support. The President wants to thank President Duda in person. He wants to thank the Polish people in person. He wants to make broader points about how it's important for the kind of courage and unity we're seeing out of Poland and so many NATO allies continues sadly into what will now be.
We have to accept the cost. Absolutely. Absolutely. Trump did the right thing by putting tariffs on Chinese products, right? So that you make them so expensive that you produce them locally. Hell, you and I should both have a 3D printer, and we should be printing our own widgets, right? Those Chinese widgets should be so expensive that we should be able to do it ourselves, right? Or have somebody making those widgets here and buying them off of somebody here instead of sending all our money over there.
And yet at the beginning of today's briefing,
like honestly,
it's
not rocket science.
To rule out any extraterrestrial activity.
I don't think the American people need to worry about aliens with respect to these craft. Period. I don't think there's any more that needs to be said there.
On the Russia-Ukraine war, as we approach the anniversary, in the days immediately after the commencement of the conflict, we heard from senior U.S. officials such as the CIA director in congressional testimony that President Putin had been observed
copy break BP
by U.S. officials to have constricted.
Yeah, we're just they're getting into the war here now with this guy. But let me find another.
And these were seen to have played out in what happened on the battlefield. As we approach this year anniversary, what do we observe about President Putin's decision-making now, the caliber of his decision-making, and also
train derailed Friday.
Power in his own country? Has any of that changed over the course of the year?
I can't speak to the way Mr. Putin gets advised and how he, who's advising him and what they're saying. I couldn't begin to get inside Kremlin decision-making processes. Clearly, Mr. Putin is not making good decisions. Shouldn't have invaded in the first place. This is a country that posed no threat to anybody, let alone Russia. Clearly, he hasn't made sound decisions, nor has his military with respect to...
This is cable dot.
Oh, hang on. Got something happening. Stand by.
Foxtrot. Echo. Stand by. 4. Yankee. Foxtrot. Echo. Stand by. 2. 4. Yankee. Foxtrot. Echo. Stand by. Message followed.
Stand by.
2. 4. Yankee. Foxtrot. Echo. Quebec. Charlie. Romeo.
These latest objects shot down were metallic silver balloons with payload. Smaller than the first, appears more tactile or battlefield capacity. I thought maybe it was a hoax, but not carrying a payload, jamming equipment, electromagnetic pulse, explosives. What's China up to?
Charlie. India. Whiskey. Alpha. Romeo. Tango. Juliet. Quebec. Quebec, Alpha, I say again, 2, 4, 4, Yankee, Foxtrot,
As flames lit up the sky in northeastern Ohio, the evacuation order is
This is the Ohio incident. Meanwhile, in America, train derailment.
Storm clouds. This is the fucking shit! The fucking shit that burned off in East Palestine! This is not fucking storm clouds! Look at it!
Uniform, Charlie, India, Whiskey, Alpha.
Officials are claiming that the air and water are safe. Residents say they can still smell chlorine. They've complained about their eyes watering when they go outside, and one woman says the noxious air killed her chickens.
Out of nowhere, he just started coughing really hard and just shut down and went very fast.
Look at all these fucking crows. I'm not kidding. This is within 10 miles of East Palestine.
If you have not evacuated, please leave the area.
Wow. That's crazy. What's the Ohio incident there? Weird. Let's see what else we can pick up here. At least 3 balloons have reached well into the interior of North America, with one crossing the entire continent.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight, particularly so short notice. And
coming all the way from China.
Here in the U.S., no less.
Here's a photo of a
in light of tonight's
Chinese airplane.
takedown of an airborne object over Lake Huron, Michigan, we wanted to ensure you had the latest information and also answer any questions you have in order to provide any additional context on NORAD's efforts to monitor, track, and appropriately address these kinds of objects. Joining us tonight is Assistant Secretary of Defense for Homeland Defense and Hemispheric Affairs, Melissa Dalton, and General
The U.S.
Glenn Van
cries,
Herk, Commander
"A Chinese
of North American
balloon!"
Aerospace Defense
The
Command
whole world
and U.S. Northern
responds,
Command. Today's
"U.S.
discussion
balloons!"
is on the record. I'll turn it over to Assistant
that's funny.
Secretary
That's a
Dalton,
good
who will
one.
provide some brief comments, followed by General Van Herk, and then we'll take your questions. With that, over to you, Secretary Dalton.
Great. Thanks so much,
The
Pat.
meme
And
makers
good
are starting
evening,
to show
everyone.
up,
Thanks for
right?
joining the call. We do aim to be transparent about our military operations, and so
Coming
we
from
wanted
Twitter.
to provide an update on the most recent Homeland Defense operations that occurred this afternoon. I'm going to provide a brief overview and then turn to General Van Herk
Oh,
to provide
geez.
an operational perspective as well.
Breaking news, San
In light of
Francisco
the
plans to
People's
protect
Republic
its
of China
airspace by
balloon,
launching homeless
that we
people
took
at
down
incoming
last
balloons.
Saturday, we have been more closely scrutinizing our airspace.
There's a homeless
at these
guy being
altitudes,
launched at a balloon.
including enhancing our radar, which may at least partly explain the increase in objects that we've detected over the past week.
Oh,
We
hang
also
on.
know that a
We've got
range of
somebody here that has something to
including
say about
countries-
this. Stand by. Let's listen to this guy.
I'd like to talk to you today about our president and his lion and this Chinese balloon. When that balloon was spotted over Alaska, Joe was on video saying they didn't want to shoot it down then because the water was too deep to retrieve it. Now here comes the lies. When it was over Montana, Joe changed his story to, we don't want to shoot it down because we're afraid of collateral damage. What are you gonna drop it on a prairie dog? Maybe a cow? 5 days this balloon was allowed to traverse the United States, taking pictures, listening to communications, whatever it was doing. Now a reasonable person would think, hey, the Chinese have technology that more than likely was sending the information it was gathering right to China almost immediately. I don't believe the Chinese had an expectation of ever retrieving this balloon and getting the information. It was already sent. But for 5 days, Joe and our government allowed it to do whatever it wanted to do over the United States. We have to ask, why? Who are you in bed with, Joe? Who pulls your strings? They keep your balls in a sack somewhere and let you use them every once in a while? Speaking of lies, look at the southern border. Oh, Joe says, I need your help to close that border. Joe, when you got into office, you were the one that said, the border's open. Come on in. Now you need help to close it? In your speech the other day, you said some Republicans were wanting to do away with Medicare and Social Security. I seem to recall a little speech you gave that's a matter of record, where you advocated doing away with Medicare and Social Security. Or don't you recall that? When are the American people going to say enough is enough? When are people going to not believe these damn lies? Your hypocrisy knows no bounds, Joe. You don't know whether you're coming or going, buddy. We as Americans need to ask questions. If you never ask questions, you'll never know the truth. You all out there have a great day. Have a really good tomorrow. Keep asking questions. Keep standing up for your rights. Have a great day. I'd like to talk to you today about our president.
You already talked to us about him. We know. You don't like him.
3. X-ray. Sierra. Quebec. Tango. 4. Zulu. Charlie. Foxtrot. 4. Alpha. 6.
I thought it was in good order too, Lori. Nobody was complaining about it anyway. They tried to. Remember, they tried to say that Trump was taking kids away from parents or something like that. I think was about as bad as it got.
Not yet been able to definitively assess what these recent objects are. We have acted out of an abundance of caution to protect our security and interests. The spy balloon from the PRC was, of course, different in that we knew precisely what it was. These most recent objects do not pose a kinetic military threat, but they're passed in proximity to sensitive DoD sites.
Part of the movie.
And the altitude that they were flying could
distraction
be a hazard to
is what people are saying, Queenie.
And thus raised concerns. Again, as we have said, we do not assess that the recent objects pose any direct threat to people on the ground, and we are laser focused on confirming
Lori
their
K.
nature and
in
purpose,
the room.
including through intensive efforts to collect debris in the remote locations where they have landed after being shot down. We are in close coordination and cooperation with the Government of Canada, as well as through NORAD with the Canadian military. Thanks very much. Look forward to your questions, and I'll hand it over to General Van Hart.
Thanks, Secretary Dalton. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today and provide you an update. Every day, North American Aerospace Defense Command and United States Northern Command monitor the approaches to North America and the United States of America across all domains. And yesterday evening, approximately 16:45 or 4:45 Eastern Time on 11 February, NORAD detected a radar contact in Canadian airspace approximately 70 or so miles north of the United States border. We began tracking that radar contact, and when it became clear it was unknown, following normal NORAD
What about this story? Biden regime quietly frees one of the 9/11 terrorist planners from Gitmo as the whole country watches the Chinese spy
I
balloon.
scrambled F-15 fighters from Portland, Oregon, along with a KC-135 tanker support from Fairchild Air Force Base in Washington, to go investigate, to identify what the radar contact was. At 1800 Eastern or 6 p.m. Eastern, the radar track crossed into the United States. At 7:04 Eastern Time, the F-15s with their tanker support were on station to investigate. We continued to investigate, and what's important to point out, this is near dark, within a half hour, 45 minutes of dark. We continued to investigate, to identify, locate the object. We were unsuccessful. It's also important to point out in this part of the United States, we did not have data link for queuing like we had before. Data link allows the radars on the ground to share information to the fighters airborne, allowing them to cue their sensors and their visual acuity in an attempt to visually identify the track. At sunset, we were unable to find the track. Also, our radar operators lost the track on radar.
Clown show. They have to use balloons.
Therefore, that's why
funny.
we called it an anomaly, because we
Makes
weren't
sense.
able to identify it. Several hours later, overnight, we began seeing an intermittent radar contact east of the position in Montana as it approached Wisconsin. At that point, we developed a game plan once we started seeing another radar contact to go investigate. It's likely, but we have not confirmed that the track that we saw in Wisconsin was likely the same track in Montana. We elected to scramble with the best position to intercept if we needed to engage with the lowest collateral damage, and that was in the eastern portion of Wisconsin just prior to Lake Michigan, when the fighters became on
Official.
the track of interest at that time. We monitored the track of interest as it passed over Lake Michigan. We assessed that it was no threat, physical threat, military threat, legal infrastructure. That's my assessment. It continues to be today. However, at this point, we still have an unknown, and it forces a broader discussion about what is this object that's in our U.S. Sovereign airspace. It's within our Federal Aviation Administration airspace, not providing any communications, not providing any notice that could potentially help us deconflict. And therefore, we wanted to investigate further. We did. It tracked across the upper peninsula of Michigan. We were cleared to engage the target in eastern upper peninsula of Michigan.
There's that high school
overland,
teacher in Canada.
and ultimately down.
Yeah, they think she might have, or he might have
object
something to
at
do with
this
those
point,
balloons.
About 15 nautical miles
Oh my
east
God.
of the upper peninsula in Lake Huron. What we saw is an object that began drifting, potentially most likely landed in Canadian waters in Lake Huron. And we have ongoing recovery operations with Coast Guard assets moving towards this area. I'd
Just
like
on
to
your
highlight
comments
this
earlier,
entire time.
I wonder if I could
remain
ask
in
you just to
contact with my
elaborate
Canadian
a little
boss.
bit more slowly about the numbers that you mentioned about U.S. balloons flying over China. Did you say more than 10? And if so, can you be a little bit more precise? Was it 10 or more than 10? And if so, what the number is? And also, can you clarify the period? Did you mean in 2023 so far, or was it in the last 12 months? I'd like to know a little bit more, and it would be very helpful if you could speak to those 2 points and give me a little bit more detail. Thank you.
彭博社记者提问，我想就您刚刚的回答，
It wasn't us. You fly balloon over China.
更加详细的
Let's hear what happens
您
here.
刚刚提到说，美国飞越中国领土的气球数量，是10多个。那我想问，具体是多少个呢？是10个整还是10多个？另外就是想问一下，您所指的时间段是什么时候？是2023年本年，还是在过去12个月当中，还是其他的时间？麻烦您再进一步的详细阐述一下。
Mike Rolton.
I believe your question speaks to the shared interest of the international community. I would like to elaborate further here. It is the U.S. that has been abusing its technology advantage to conduct large-scale, indiscriminate surveillance and theft of secrets on the world, including its allies. It is the U.S. that has frequently sent airships, warships and aircraft to engage in closing reconnaissance on China. And
what?
It is nothing.
The U.S. has continuously been sending airships and warships to China. Did you hear what she said?
Rare for U.S. balloons to illegally enter other countries' airspace. Since last year alone, U.S. high...
And that's where the clip cuts off right there. But anyways, you can see what's happening is now that, you know, the U.S. media is making everyone aware of the fact that you've got these balloons flying over North America. Now you see the rhetoric is changing, and China is saying, oh, no, it's America that's sending, they already sent 10 balloons over China already in the last year, is what they said. Warships, airships, warships. I don't know where this is going. But the rhetoric is definitely there.
In our interests. So we will remain vigilant. We have made these enhancements to our radars, and the operations this past week have been successful in bringing down these potential threats. And we are hard at work now recovering the debris to better understand certainly the capabilities of the surveillance balloon from the PRC, but also the nature of these unidentified objects to better understand, were they surveillance objects, what was their purpose, what are their key...
Yeah, I'm doing research on the Ohio story for the train crash there, the train crash in South Carolina, and I've also got video of the train crash in Houston. I'm not worried about the one in Houston at all.
Capabilities, and we look forward to sharing more as we learn more in the coming days.
And JBL, a stand would be nice for a desk.
Thanks, Melissa. Let me just add on. So your question was about citizens being considered. I've assessed all of these to be non-kinetic threats to the homeland, and I don't see that changing even when we recover debris. Every day, NORAD, United States Northern Command, are ready to defend, deter as required. So I think this is a story where we were successful in detecting and, if needed, to respond. What I would tell you is what we're seeing is very, very small objects that produce a very, very low radar cross-section. I'm not going to go into detail about shapes or anything like that. Really.
FYI, there's normally a train crash every day somewhere in the United States of some type.
Because it's really, really difficult for pilots at the altitudes we're operating. It's a very, very slow object in the space, if you will, going at the speed of the wind, essentially. And our pilots are going several hundred miles per hour to give us what I would consider factual, scientific-based description of what we see, and therefore I'm hesitant to tell you that. With that being said, I would like to talk about the radar and the challenges that we face, something going this slow in the radar section. So as Assistant Secretary Dalton talked about, radars essentially filter out information based on speed. So you can set various gates, we call them velocity gates, that allow us to filter out low speed clutter. So if you had radars on all the time that we're looking at anything from 0 speed up to, say, 100.
And then subsequently we had the shoot down over Lake Huron. How confident are we
JBL,
that
just something
the
that I can
contact
sit
that
on a
was shot
desk,
down
like
over Lake Huron
news anchor in the
correlates
olden
with
days used to have? That would be
object
great.
that was whatever the anomaly was that was that was the contact over Canadian airspace earlier prior to that.
Thanks, Lee. So I can confirm that the contact that was shut down on Lake Huron did originate in Canadian airspace, transited down south in the U.S. airspaces, and was monitored throughout its transit in the U.S. until it was shut down over Lake Huron yesterday. It did originate in the Canadian airspace.
Thank you. And just in terms of the shoot down over Yukon, We know that an American F-22 used an AIM-9X. Our CF-18s don't have the AIM-9X as of yet. Can you speak to the capability, whether the CF-18s, our CF-18s,
I'm gonna rewind
have the
this
capability to shoot down
for a bit
either
here. Hang
that
on.
object or any of the other objects,
to the beginning here. Stand
including
by.
one over Lake Huron? Or were we reliant on U.S. because of the AIM-9X and other technology that they have?
Is that the full scope of the area that we're looking for, or has there been an ability to pinpoint a smaller location within that to try and find the debris?
Let me go to the beginning of the whole episode here, because I think this would be very, very interesting. Marc-Andre Muner.
Recording in progress.
And thank you for being with us this afternoon. I am Major General Paul Prévost. I'm the Director of Staff, Director of Strategic Joint Staff here at National Defense in Ottawa. Over the past 2 weeks, the North American Defense Command, a Canada-U.S. binational military command, has detected, tracked, monitored, and positively identified 4 airborne objects in the United States and Canadian airspace. The first object was officially characterized as a high-altitude surveillance balloon and attributed to the People's Republic of China. The subsequent 3 cannot be officially characterized or attributed at this time. Recovery operations are ongoing. Under the direction of national leadership, the 4 objects have been taken down over U.S. and Canadian airspace. The first instance was the air balloon taken down on 4th of February, which we have confirmed is of Chinese origin. Another object was shut down in Alaska on February 10th, last Friday. Another object over Yukon airspace on February 11th, this last Saturday. And the final one was over Lake Huron yesterday. Chacune de ces missions a été menée avec la plus grande prudence et en coordination avec la Federal Aviation Administration et Transport Canada afin de garantir la sécurité des Canadiens et des Américains. Et comme pour les missions précédentes, l'objet volant au-dessus du lac Huron a été abattu dans la zone où il est peu probable que cette intervention constitue une menace pour les civils ou nos citoyens se trouvant en dessous. La sécurité des Canadiens et des Américains demeure notre priorité absolue. Nous poursuivons nos efforts de recherche afin de recueillir des renseignements supplémentaires sur ces objets, en travaillant en étroite collaboration avec nos partenaires américains et canadiens. In Yukon, search efforts are being led by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. My RCMP colleague will provide additional details on the overall effort, but I can share the following information regarding the support of the Canadian Armed Forces is providing. Under the lead of our Canadian Special Forces Command, personnel and air assets across from the Canadian Armed Forces and the Royal Canadian Air Force have been mobilized in Yukon in both Whitehorse and Dawson City. They are supporting the initial search efforts and the RCMP's underground recovery efforts to follow. La zone de recherche est vaste, couvrant près de 3000 km² dans une région éloignée et montagneuse avec une couverture de neige profonde qui est sujette à des conditions météorologiques difficiles. Ce sont des conditions de recherche difficiles et nous faisons tout en notre pouvoir pour mener cette mission avec succès, tout en s'assurant de la sécurité de notre personnel. Avec le soutien des nombreuses ressources des Forces armées canadiennes, nos forces spéciales et l'aviation royale canadienne déploient tous les efforts possibles pour trouver et sécuriser l'objet. Une fois que nous aurons trouvé l'objet, nous aiderons la GRC à sécuriser le site pour l'aider à recueillir toutes les preuves initiales dont elle a besoin avant de participer à l'extraction de ces objets. Ces intrusions sont non autorisées dans l'espace aérien nord-américain et sont troublantes. Mais les interventions conjointes du Canada et des États-Unis par l'entremise du NORAD et celles des autres groupes participants aux efforts de récupération et de l'identification ont été exemplaires. These unprecedented activities have underscored how important our binational military command continues to be and how important it is that NORAD continue to evolve to meet the changing threat environment. We are committed in keeping Canadians and Americans safe, and we will remain in contact with our U.S. partners to ensure binational response to all the situations where a coordinated approach is required. Thank you.
Thanks, Pepe. I think I'll jump in here. Afternoon, colleagues. I'm Derek Traherne. I'm the Director General of the Government Operations Center. And as Pepe just mentioned, obviously our top priority here for all of us is the safety and protection of Canadians. Along with the Department of National Defence, the public safety portfolio, of which I am a part, is closely involved in Canada's ongoing and involving response to these high-altitude objects over the country and over North America. Obviously, the public safety portfolio includes the RCMP, national security experts, as well as the Government Operations Center, or the GOC, which is housed in public safety. My organization provides for integrated federal response, coordination, and information sharing for the federal government for all types of emergencies as needed. And as Pepe has mentioned, we're in a search and recovery modality here and not consequence management per se. As you've heard, in Yukon and in Lake Huron, Canadian Forces and ourselves continue to support the RCMP in fulfilling its mandate, and the Canadian Coast Guard is also assisting. The RCMP, and I'm going to turn to my colleague in a second, is obviously considering both the Yukon and the Lake Huron events as matters of national security and are investigating accordingly. I'd otherwise just want to extend my thanks to everyone involved in these operations. Je remercie tous les membres de notre armée et celle des États-Unis qui ont participé à cette opération. It's obviously an ongoing and evolving situation, folks, and I'm happy to take questions. Merci beaucoup.
Do we have any other opening statements?
Yes, thank you. It's Sean McGillis from the RCMP, if I can take the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sean McGillis. I'm the Acting Deputy Commissioner for Federal Policing Program at the RCMP, and happy to be here this afternoon. Thank you.
Whoa,
what
are we into now?
The RCMP is actively engaged
Holy.
with international, federal, provincial, and territorial safety and security partners in response to the air incidents that have happened over the past several days. As part of our efforts, we are working in close collaboration with Indigenous community leaders in recognition of their rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. The RCMP has deployed resources alongside CAF and the Canadian Coast Guard to retrieve the debris and will be investigating the incident with domestic and international partners, including the FBI. The RCMP assesses and mitigates potential threats to Canada's national security on a case-by-case basis. The safety and security of our citizens is of the utmost importance to the RCMP, and we take all threats seriously. While we are not aware of any specific threat to the public at this time, we ask everyone to be cautious and to allow authorized personnel to respond to the incident. Should you locate any debris, please contact the RCMP directly. Bon après-midi tout le monde. Mon nom est Sean McGillis. Je suis le sous-commissaire à l'intérim pour la police fédérale de la GRC. La GRC collabore activement avec les partenaires internationaux, fédéraux, provinciaux et territoriaux du domaine de la sûreté et de la sécurité à la suite des incidents aériens au cours de la dernière semaine. Dans le cadre de nos efforts, nous agirons en étroite collaboration avec les collectivités autochtones.
Okay, we got a little bit of French in here because this is some Canadian content, you know, and you got to throw some French in there to make it legit. But we'll just talk over him when he starts speaking French. But it looks pretty interesting. We're all talking about the same thing. We're talking about those spy balloons that we've been destroying like crazy.
La sûreté et la sécurité des citoyens sont primordiales pour la GRC.
Wonder if there's any more coming in. That's 4 so far. And there's one that hit South America. We showed the path of that coming across. We looked at that. So that's already 5 balloons. So that's quite interesting. What's happening? Why now? Why are we all of a sudden seeing all this now? And, you know, like, not last year. Weird. This doesn't make sense.
Hello, my name is Marc-André Meunier. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for the Canadian Coast Guard Central Region. Canadian Coast Guard is supporting the operation in the northeast section of Lake Huron. CCGS Griffin is now on scene. A Canadian Coast Guard drone is also on
it's a
board and
false
will be
flag.
used in the search depending
the
on weather
balloons
condition.
are a
and
false
we've got
flag?
2 Canadian Coast Guard helicopters assisting the search. The Coast Guard is also working closely with the RCMP. All
For the
operations are being
Chinese,
connected
false flag for the
and coordinated
Chinese.
with the United States Coast Guard.
Testing our resources.
Bonjour à tous, je m'appelle Marc-André Meunier, je suis commissaire adjoint pour la région du centre de la Garde côtière canadienne. La Garde côtière canadienne aide à localiser les débris dans la zone nord-est du lac Huron. Le NGCC Griffon est présentement dans la zone d'opération. Un drone est à bord du navire et sera utilisé selon la tenue des météorologiques.
By the way, Queenie, thanks a lot for that donation yesterday. Appreciated that. That was really kind of you. Really appreciate that.
En collaboration avec la GRC et toutes nos opérations sont coordonnées avec le district 9 de la Garde côtière américaine. Merci.
We'll now start the question period. As usual, one question, one follow-up. Nous allons maintenant commencer la période de questions. Comme d'habitude, une question et une question de suivi. I invite the reporters on Zoom to use the raise hand function if you have a question. We'll start with Mackenzie Gray from Global.
Global.
Hello there. Thank you for taking the questions. Today at the White House, John Kirby said that it was his belief that the debris from the Lake Huron shoot down has landed in Canadian waters. Can you confirm that that is the case?
Perhaps I can thank you for the question.
Well, that's
I'll take
it.
the lead.
They're not worried about
answering
satellites
that.
because apparently
very early stages at this point in terms of our recovery efforts. I am not aware that we have located the debris at this point in the Lake Huron incident, but I can say that we are working very closely with our international partners, the U.S. Coast Guard, Canadian Coast Guard, ourselves at the RCMP. We have assets, air assets, and maritime assets that are looking into the locations, but at this point I'm not aware that the debris has made its way into Canadian soil or Canadian waters. Apologies. I'm not aware that we are actively engaged with our American counterparts on the recovery efforts.
Thank you for that. In the Yukon situation today, when the Prime Minister spoke, he gave quite a wide range of where the crash site could be, from I think Dawson City to Mayo. Is that the full scope of the area that we're looking for, or has there been an ability to pinpoint a smaller location within that to try and find the debris?
So again, I don't mind taking the lead on answering that, since the RCMP is the lead on the recovery efforts, and I will open obviously the floor to my colleagues from CAF on this one as they are providing us assistance on that. We are exploring a very large area. It is unfortunately very I guess rugged and mountainous terrain. The weather conditions are not great. There's a very high level of snowpack in the region, so our efforts are going to be difficult. They will be challenging. They will take us some time. We have started to undertake our recovery efforts and continue to look at trying to pinpoint the exact location, but at this point it's difficult, and we're being very methodical in using our all the capabilities that we have to try and pinpoint that. But I can say that this is not going to be an easy recovery and could potentially take us some time to locate the device.
Okay, maybe I can come in and support there, Mackenzie. So on that last question, we're using the wind models. Can you hear me? Yeah. We're using the wind models that were available at the time of the shoot down to narrow that area of search. Right now, what I've covered is our initial assessment is it's in the 3,000 square kilometer area. We're trying to pinpoint with more granularity in our models that we use for search and rescue and the rest of it. So our air experts are trying to narrow down this scope. And just a point of clarification on your first question, what we know is that the shoot down of the object over Lake Huron actually occurred in U.S. airspace. What we're trying to figure out, again, with the wind models and the currents as well, is if this could have drifted in Canadian airspace, but we don't have any evidence of that. Canadian waters, we don't have any evidence of that at this point. Thank you.
Next is Justin Ling.
Hey there, good afternoon. Thanks for doing this. I appreciate you might not be able to say much, but are you able to indicate anything in the flight pattern that would suggest that these devices are capable of propulsion or any sort of navigation, or are they entirely riding on,
you can have it
on
back.
the jet stream, essentially?
But I don't know if you do that with my account. Yeah, you could have it back. I'll give it back to you someday.
Thanks, Justin, there for the question. So
When you
mainly,
get that button,
these
the
are
donate
lighter than
button.
air objects, even the first one that was at 60,000 feet, and the follow-on objects that we've been following. They follow the wind
Just
pattern
kidding.
mainly. There's always ways you can steer any lighter than air object by modulating your altitude and use the air currents to navigate, but there's no, at this time, I would say, evidence of any propulsion system.
Okay, thanks very much. And I'm wondering, I realize we're still looking for the wreckage, but do we have any indication as to what payload they were carrying? Any indication
Carol
that
Funk.
they may have been photographing areas, doing any sort of radar surveillance, any sort of electronic warfare capabilities? Do we have any indication on that front?
Thanks, Justin. I would say for the first one, the high altitude balloon that was shot in the U.S., there is a general understanding that this was a surveillance balloon. The investigation will tell us, or tell the U.S., because they're in charge of that investigation, what are the exact capabilities that it had. For the other three objects at this time, we have no information on what
This is
payload they could have
the
carried
Carol
or the
Funk
capabilities
link.
that they have.
She's rolling down the road. Looks like a motorhome.
Next is Libertium.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to ask, yesterday during his briefing, NORAD Commander General Van Herk said that there was an initial contact yesterday within Canadian airspace. It was tracked, I believe, going into U.S. airspace and then lost. And then subsequently, we had the shoot down over Lake Huron. How confident are we that the contact, what it was shot down over Lake Huron, correlates with the object that was, whatever the anomaly was, that was the contact over Canadian airspace earlier?
Hey, Julie Blitz on Twitch. Nice to see you.
Thanks,
Coming
Lee.
in from
So
Twitch.
I can confirm that the contact that was shut down on Lake Huron did originate
Thanks a lot
in
for joining
Canadian
us,
airspace,
watching
transited
balloon
down south in the U.S.
action today.
airspaces and was monitored throughout its transit in the U.S. until it was shut down over Lake Huron yesterday. It did originate in the Canadian airspace.
Thank you.
Got any balloons? I know. I should have a balloon here. At least a fake,
over,
a mock balloon just for the
you
show.
know that an American
I need it.
F-22 used an AIM-9X.
Could write something on it, like
CF-18s don't have the AIM-9X
FJB
as of
or
yet.
Trudeau.
Can you speak to the capability, whether the CF-18s, our CF-18s, have the capability to shoot down either that object or any of the other objects that, including the one over Lake Huron? Or were we reliant on U.S. because of the AIM-9X and other?
That's why we're
technology
watching
that they
the
have that we
officials here. Get the official.
Thanks, Lee, for the question. I think what's important to know here is that Canada and the U.S. work together in NORAD, and we use all the tools in our toolbox to address the threat that we face. There are capabilities on the F-18 that can take
I'll leave
care
that comment
of some
up
of
for you,
those
Mike.
objects, and there are tools as well in the U.S. inventory to take care of those. This is really dependent on the objects that we face, and there's always an ongoing analysis on what's the best tool to use for the situation we face. At this time, we were not asked to use CF-18s on any of those objects just because of where they were.
That's the
and
most
where our
logical thing,
resources
Julie,
in Canada were
isn't it?
at the time. But there are capabilities on the F-18s that will be able to take care of some of those objects depending on where they are and what they are.
Next is Judy Trin.
Hi there. Thank you very much for taking this call. You had mentioned that in regards to the first air surveillance balloon, it was clear that it originated in China and it was a surveillance balloon. What do you need to know about the other three objects to determine their origin and determine exactly to characterize them? So I'm just asking for some background. What details are you looking for? What are the signs that you are seeking?
Yeah, Canada was too cheap to use their own missile. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'll probably let the RCMP speak to this one.
Sure. I was just trying to find my button there.
RCMP.
Thanks, Judy. Well, as I mentioned in my opening comments, it is very early in terms of our recovery efforts. Until we locate these devices and have a true sense of what they are.
I'm always looking over my shoulder here.
It's difficult to say whether or not we can directly link them to the other incidents that we've had over the past few days. I will say that it is probably, I guess, where we consider it to be a coincidence that these we have multiple incidents happening that seem to be very similar, but that's just speculation at this point in terms of whether or not they're definitely connected until we're able to locate and do our view and assessment
RCMP on the screen here for you
to make sure that we have a true understanding of what we're dealing with here.
Just so you know.
Judy, you might be on mute.
Yeah, probably on mute. Mute.
Hi there. Sorry about that. In John Kirby's briefing, he mentioned that there may have been 247 unidentified flying objects that may fall under this category of possible surveillance balloons. Do we know how many of that number has also passed across Canada, and when and how? Can you give us a sense of when we began tracking this, or if we have not and we just started this weekend as well?
Thanks again, Judy. I'll probably pass that to Major General Prevost, just given the difference in mandates here between the RCMP and CAF.
Thanks, Judy. So I'm not aware of all the balloons that the White House was talking about today. I would say that with the first high altitude balloon that came into the airspace in the last 2 weeks, we've been paying a lot of attention to our airspace to find and these new unidentified objects are even more recent than this. They started appearing after the high altitude balloon. Before that, there's been a few instances of objects of concern, one of which was in 1999. It was a weather balloon. So I'm not too sure. I'd have to look at what the White House spoke about, the 247 objects. But right now, the 3 objects that we found over the recent week, in the last week, were
with the
those
RCMP
of concern that we launched, detected, identified, and took action upon.
You're in good hands, Claude. Julie says, I assume that NORAD was paid to do this whole thing, to scare people. Either way, surprised at the waste of money. Time and money. Yeah. Well, or is this a publicity stunt to get you interested in NORAD and supporting NORAD? You know, feed them more money, right? As Brett might be hypothesizing.
Troublante, mais récente, c'est-à-dire que est-ce qu'il y en a eu beaucoup avant? Est-ce qu'on sait s'il y en a eu beaucoup dans les
Most of the bombs are on the east side
dernières
protecting Trudeau.
Merci, Mélanie. Elles sont troublantes parce que non autorisées. Alors, on doit se pencher sur la question. Est-ce que c'est récent? Je vous dirais oui, c'est récent depuis l'avenue de.
Yeah, but it is a Canadian story too.
Qui venait de la Chine. On porte plus attention sur des objets non identifiés qui traversent l'espace aérien.
Hitting that volume. Meanwhile, I want this one.
On a eu ces 3 objets-là qui sont entrés dans l'espace aérien dans les
but at the end of the day, it is what it is.
C'est un phénomène assez récent et ça reste un phénomène troublant.
But you're learning French here today. Okay, I'm going to teach you some French, okay? First of all, yes in French is oui. And you might think it's like W-E. No, it's not. It's spelled some other way. I'm not sure how, but it's not we. Okay? So that's the first thing.
Okay, donc si je comprends bien, on envoie davantage parce qu'on surveille davantage.
Let's pick up some language.
Puis,
I'll translate.
Juste par rapport à la paternité ou la maternité de ces objets-là, les premiers, étaient chinois, mais est-ce qu'il y a des points en commun avec les 3 suivants qui permettraient de conclure que ça vient de la Chine ou, à contrario, que ça vient pas de la Chine? Je ne sais pas qui peut répondre à cette question-là.
Where?
Oui, tout ce qu'on peut dire en ce moment, c'est qu'il n'y a pas de lien direct
The balloon,
entre le ballon de surveillance
American
de
shot down.
chinoise dont on a la preuve. Les 3 autres objets, on n'a
Mayo,
pas réussi à établir le lien entre le ballon chinois et les 3 autres objets non identifiés.
It was a small
mais qui étaient
balloon.
quand même
It was a big
qui
bomb.
portaient des inquiétudes. On n'a pas réussi à établir le lien entre les 3 plus petits objets des derniers jours et l'événement d'il y a maintenant 10 jours.
Chinese.
Next is
0.
Chase.
Canada, America, 1.
Hi,
Next
Steve
question.
Chase here. I have a question and a follow-up. The first question is going back to Justin's question about payload. CNN just reported that a Pentagon memo says the flying object shot down in Canadian airspace Saturday appeared to be a small metallic balloon with a tethered payload below it.
I wish I knew more
Can you
French, to
confirm
be
that?
honest with you. I'm not trying to make fun of French, but I wish I knew more.
Actually, I don't know if the RCMP wants to take
No, better
that
not
or
mess with the
myself.
fresh water in the Great Lakes. No, that's not going to happen.
Thanks, Major General. At this point, I think I'd have to say it's premature. We've not been able to locate the device at this point. Our recovery efforts are happening.
Not locatable.
We have our members
Hey, but the
on site,
RCMP
in the
always
Yukon
gets
and
their
are beginning
man,
to deploy.
don't they?
But I think it would be premature at this point to speculate as to what the device looked like, what it contained, and what some of the concerns could be until we have a chance to actually locate it. And
Yeah, well,
and
we need
exploit some
help
of the
from Quebec to
information
find
could be
that
contained
balloon.
therein.
Send some poutine over.
Steven,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10.
So, with respect to the encounter between the object on Saturday night, was there any interference with the sensors of the airplanes that were in proximity to it? And secondly, how come you haven't released any pictures?
What a crock of shit. I think I'm getting
On the question of the
emotional damage.
Steven, so
I know.
I'm
From
not
China.
gonna, unfortunately, gonna
cut
be
it
able
out
to
already.
release any information on that. A more detailed analysis and will be conducted. And once
last
we
week.
can share information about that, we will. In terms of the pictures, this will be under investigation. I'll leave it to.
Hang on. Biden and Trump are getting into
I'm
it.
not going
Hang
to
on.
answer the question
Why would
because,
you answer that
because
question?
the question is
Justice,
No actual
left.
confirmation
Would
or
you
visual
shut up?
that we can share at this point. We're really looking at hopefully having some success through our recovery efforts, so we get a better understanding of what we're dealing with here. But at this point, I can't say
almost
that we have
passed over
anything that
that,
we'd be able to share that talks about images or what the devices look like that I'm
You
aware
have a
of.
dry sense of humor. This is all humor. All of it. I consider this to be humor. It's also humorous, but
Next is
it's costing so much money to run those fighter planes. But, they have to practice anyways, let's face it. So,
Can you hear me?
Yes.
but
Okay.
it's hilarious.
I want to
let's
go
face
back
it.
to something
It's almost a
earlier
joke.
because I just want to confirm it for my own purposes. I believe in an answer to a previous question, you said officials said that the object that eventually was
It's
taken
an
down
alien.
above Lake Huron
Julie?
originated in Canadian
It is.
aerospace.
I think so. The aliens are coming.
And then made its way through perhaps northern U.S. to. Can you be more precise about where it originated? Where did it?
China.
Where did it fly, or where was it in Canada?
Everyone, let's get lucky.
It got south to the U.S.
It's coming.
I can confirm there,
tonight
Paul. Thanks for the
to get
question.
you.
I can confirm that the object that was shut down over Lake Huron transited through the northern U.S. across the Midwest there, and actually originated in Canadian aerospace in southern Alberta. And the investigation will show where exactly it originated if we can find it. Right now, I can tell you that the first contact we had on it was in southern Alberta.
Involved with comms. Oh.
Okay. Today, the Prime Minister, at least a few times, talked about how some of the experts, there were some experts in the search team with
Canadian ones came from Alberta, Cold Lake, just north of where I live here.
And the Prime
But the
Minister
American planes were in Alaska, which is closer.
What is the concern? Like, what do officials or investigators fear was in these objects that would require hazardous experts to be on site?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I can take that question, and I appreciate
that. Master in there. Good old Wing 17 right off the airport here in Winnipeg.
Today, but I can tell you from a recovery effort, because we don't know what this is.
Yeah, that's close.
We're exercising.
Look on your map where Mayo is. Look for Mayo.
In our deployment, we are sending out
that's where they apparently shot it down.
We are sending out folks with explosives capability. We're sending out folks with that chemical, biological, radiological background, only because we don't know what we're dealing with. As soon as we start to locate, hopefully in the next, as soon as we can, we'll have a much better appreciation for what we're dealing with. But it's an exercise of caution in any situation like this where we're not sure what we're dealing with. You always err on the side of being overly cautious, and that's why we're deploying the specialized expertise that we are.
Thank you.
Prochaine question.
Hey, Unfiltered. Hey, thanks a lot for that donation. $10.
Désolé si ça a déjà été dit plus tôt, mais
That's nice to hear that. And we got a donation from Queenie yesterday. Canadian Unfiltered.
Est-ce que c'est bien des ballons?
Giving us a little donation there. Appreciate that. We will put it to good use. I won't spend it on
Boris,
bad
merci pour la
things.
question.
I'll think of something good. I'll actually help out some other small streamers by starting to donate to them. So thanks a lot. Appreciate that.
Les autres objets
Canadian Unfiltered in the room. Or maybe I'll buy something for the stream here. Make it a little bit better. That would be nice.
Pour le moment, c'est impossible de vous donner la réponse exacte. Mais je dois dire, ça ressemble à des ballons, mais on doit les trouver pour savoir
you don't understand that. You'd have to be sitting here to understand what that's like. And I am just pretty new at having anything with having anybody donate anything at all. And I don't need money, put it that way. So I'm not asking for donations, but it really is heartfelt when somebody does that.
Je peux pas vous dire
Appreciate
pour
that.
l'instant. Évidemment, toutes nos équipes, autant du côté américain que canadien, dans le commandement du NORAD, mais aussi toutes les autres agences qui sont impliquées, on porte une attention particulière à l'espace aérien en ce moment. Tout semble avoir commencé avec d'abord le ballon à haute altitude qui venait de Chine. On regarde évidemment avec tout ce qu'on a dans nos livres sur dans nos banques de données si d'autres objets auraient pu être de ça, mais pour l'instant, ça semble
American balloons.
Arriver à ce
That'd be
moment-ci.
funny.
Et pour le futur,
If they were
c'est
smart, they would do that,
spéculer à
right?
savoir si ça va
You over there in China, you go, we're going to get them. How do we get them? Let's buy American balloon. Send the American balloon over. That way they'll think it's American balloon. Hang on.
Good
I shouldn't
afternoon.
have,
Prime Minister
dropped
Trudeau
that
said
audio
today
so
that
far.
obviously there is some sort of pattern
that's
here.
funny.
Was the Prime Minister wrong?
But anyways, I wonder where the balloon was actually manufactured.
Maybe
That'd be
I'll start
interesting
on
to
this
know.
one, which is a bit what I just explained to Boris. There seems to be a pattern. What we're trying to find out if that pattern is coherent, if there's a correlation between the high-altitude balloon and those three objects that have been transiting through the airspace lately. There's a pattern. Everybody can speculate that there. We're trying to find out if this pattern is actually actual or not.
Signed up for an online marketing course. Good for you.
And my follow-up, what can you tell us about these three other objects? A senior U.S. official said in an Associated Press story yesterday that the most recent one over Lake Huron was octagonal with strings hanging from it.
You know what I mean?
What can you tell us about these three objects?
Oxide,
and is it possible that you won't locate these most recent ones?
I'll maybe speak to the question around our ability to locate. And then maybe Major General will have some comments on the actual maybe descriptions of
join my
the
Facebook
different
group
devices.
Called,
right now we are working very hard to locate them, but there's no guarantee that we will. The terrain in the Yukon is rather treacherous right now, so it could pose some significant challenges to us in terms of our recovery efforts. The same could be said about what's taking place in Lake Huron. The marine conditions are also not conducive at the moment for our
Headmaster
rescue
in
efforts,
Winnipeg
although
City.
we're doing our
Again,
best
thanks
to
a lot for that
use the
donation,
capabilities
Canadian
that we have
Unfiltered, in the channel
to try
and
and
the room.
locate it. We're
Big
very
ups.
hopeful that we will
Appreciate
have
that.
success. We're working very closely across the government of Canada with all the different partners that are implicated, as well as with our American partners. But there's no guarantee that we'll have success in recovering any of these.
Next is
Steph. Go ahead.
Please go ahead.
And I was just going to add there, what we know about these objects right now is they're unauthorized, they're unwanted, they are of concern, so we have to continue to try to find them. There is right now these three last objects didn't look like anything like the first one that we dealt with, which I think everybody saw.
Well, yeah, but they shot the one near
TV,
Mayo. Mayo is it's not a highly populated area.
Were smaller
Mayo
in size,
in the Yukon. Very few people live there. Very
but followed
few.
the same pattern.
So they probably made sure that the debris wouldn't go right over
unauthorized, so we have to continue to find them to understand what is going on, and we will continue.
If you lived there, you'd know everyone in town.
Canada and the United States to turn attention to the safety of the airspace and safety of Canadians and the U.S. citizens. Thank you.
Been to Mayo.
Next is Stephanie Levitt.
Hi there. With regards to the object, I guess currently in Lake Huron, you referenced earlier that your first point of contact was in southern Alberta. From that, are we to understand that it originated in southern Alberta, or it just first came to your attention in southern Alberta? And if that's the case, we know that you're using wind patterns to figure out where they landed. So are you using wind patterns to figure out where they came from, and where did they come from?
I think, Stephanie, you kind of answered the question there. It was first, we first got the evidence of that balloon in southern Alberta. We were able to track it through its travel in the United States all the way to Lake Huron.
It's
what
a
we're
small
turning
community.
our heads to right now is to find out if we had picked it up before as well
You're right,
in Canadian
on 100
airspace
people.
for U.S.
Maybe
airspace.
And the surrounding areas. It's kind of mining areas, gold mining and silver mining.
So are you using
In,
the wind
that Mayo
patterns
area.
to figure out where these objects or balloons
Mayo
originated?
lives
And what
matter.
can you tell us about that analysis so far? I mean, how many, I don't know, do you know how long they were aloft, for example, before you spotted them in North American airspace, or did they originate from North America? Do we know where they're coming from?
They were spreading the Mayo on the balloon.
So the high altitude balloon from that came from China entered through Alaska already
now it'll
10
be
days ago, or even more.
government
On the map,
bans
about
party
10 days ago.
balloons
We
on
know this one-
fears
how this
of
one came through,
balloons
and we're
being
able to
spotted
track
at
it
high
through
altitude.
the wind models and our sensors and all the airplanes that were involved in that operation. In terms of the smaller objects,
They
the
should
one
have shot
that
it
was
down with HARP.
Shot down
You know,
in Alaska,
the
we
HARP,
were able to
HARP,
track
you know,
throughout.
that's one thing. If you're
The
worried
one that
about HARP,
was
HARP
shut
would be
down in
useful
Yukon,
to aim
we were
that,
able
beam
to
that
track throughout.
energy
It was following
at
the
the
wind
satellite.
pattern,
But you know what?
originated also.
You'd be better off with a store-bought
on the
green
west coast of
laser from the
Alaska.
ground. Shoot that thing with the laser.
The only
you know.
one that
Haven't you seen
we're
it where those
unsure
lasers pop
where it came
balloons?
from is the one that showed up in Alberta, but following the same wind models.
What's he saying there?
Next
Can't hear
is,
him. I'm talking
Brien
too
Platt.
much. Did the balloon come from Alberta?
Hi, I'm
That's
just
where
trying to
I am here. I
understand
never saw it.
the
I
range of
missed it. I
possibilities
saw
here
the
for what
moon.
this could be. Can you just explain the process? If there's a legitimate
Did they
like
ban
research
bouncy
balloon or
castles?
device
They're banned
or
in
object, like an organization,
No honking,
a
no
commercial
bouncing.
organization, or
No
I don't know,
honking,
an
no bouncing.
NGO, somebody doing research with one of these balloons. Generally, is there a process where they inform you of a flight path of that, or is that either a rule or a general procedure that's usually followed in a case of somebody putting up, say, for collecting research?
Thanks, Brian. Unfortunately, to answer this one, we would have to turn to Transport Canada. I'm not sure if we do have Transport Canada with us.
That's like the old joke, remember?
Okay. So should I just go on
About
to a
getting
follow-up
pregnant?
then?
How do you stop the stork
maybe
from coming?
Brian, I can
You
answer
shoot it in the
part
air?
of the question. So in North American Defense Command, as well as Northcom, all the agencies are plugged into this command. So when there are activities that are governmental activities or any legitimate body that are floating balloons around, there are procedures for that.
It's crazy.
Those balloons are disregarded, not disregarded, but at least there's a process around them.
If you're the government,
the one
you
that
have to
we're dealing with right now
you can't
are
just
the ones that were
look the other
unauthorized,
way.
unwanted,
Maybe you can if you're like
that nobody could
Peru or
point
something.
to any activity or legitimate activity.
But here, this is like national concern.
And I guess from what I understand, based on I think this is sort of the briefings in the United States that have said this, but like the reason why we're suddenly finding all these balloons over the past, or these whatever they are, these objects over the past week, is that after the Chinese surveillance balloon was found, we kind of changed the filters on radars, started kind of changing the way we looked for these things.
I don't believe that.
Are you able to say, like, is this a total surprise to find all these unauthorized objects in our airspace?
They're just not reporting them, I think.
That these were out there before, and we just didn't really
suspicious about
take
this
action on them.
in particular. What's your response?
Yeah, Brien, we're unable to tell right now. This is what we're trying to find out.
Answer.
I would say it's a bit of a combination of both. There is now more awareness about these objects, but these objects would have at least tuned our radars at one point, and right now we're looking back in time to see if we've seen similar patterns in the past, but nobody remembers seeing any like that. So this is what we're doing right now. We're obviously paying more attention to our airspace.
We don't know what the hell.
No,
he doesn't know what the hell is
any
going
of that
on.
activity
I would
appeared in
give
the
him
past,
just
but
as
we're looking
good of an
back
answer as him, I think.
in the recent history to see if we would have seen some of those contacts
we never noticed
previously.
But all of a sudden, we're starting to notice. So maybe they're sending balloons now, and in the past they weren't. How about that? I don't think technology changed like that.
Anne-Caroline, est-ce que vous nous entendez? Malheureusement, Anne-Caroline, on ne vous entend pas ici. Je vous suggère de peut-être vous déconnecter, de vous reconnecter. On va passer à la prochaine question pour Dimitri Sevastopoulos.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Oui, allô, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Yeah, well, we have the convoy starting in Canada here pretty soon.
Allô?
When we get some info on it, we'll put it up.
Anne-Caroline, c'est à vous.
Meg's in the room. Where's Meg's? Missed him.
Laisse faire. Dimitri, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. You said that the object that was shot down on Sunday was detected when it was over southern Alberta. So I'm wondering, does that suggest that you have a domain awareness gap of the kind that General Van Herk has talked about? And if so, how are you addressing that gap? And then separately, I think the general said there was a general understanding that the object shot down on Sunday was a surveillance balloon. But a couple of hours ago, John Kirby said there was no evidence so far that these three objects were engaging in surveillance, but of course he couldn't rule it out. So I just want to square the circle. Why do you seem to have slightly different interpretations?
It's all hearsay. That's why.
Yeah, so Dimitri, on the issue of was the balloon on Sunday of surveillance, only when we find it, we're going to be able to say for sure what it was. What we could see was a balloon floating around of a bigger size that we would normally see, but not as big as the high altitude surveillance balloon with no big array like we've seen on the first one. Finding that balloon will be important to understand what it was. In terms of how it
same technology as 1850, same balloon.
There are gaps that we're turning our heads to. Now, they're smaller in size, harder to find through radar, through ground radar or air surveillance radar. So we're turning our minds to how can we address those gaps in the future.
And just to follow up, if I can, you just said that the object on Sunday, you called it a balloon. So is it definitively a balloon?
Yeah, I think the best word I can use here is a suspected balloon. It's clearly objects that are lighter than air. We cannot
like
see
days
any
after the
propulsion
event.
system at this time.
Change
Their
of
shapes
description.
vary. They might be balloons. Finding these objects will help us find a bit more on what they are and how they move around.
Suspected balloon.
We have only a few minutes left. We'll try to squeeze as many questions as possible. Next is David Common.
Yes, thanks very much for doing this. And Major General, perhaps I can start with you just by asking about the Yukon incident. The CF-18s that launched out of Cold Lake, I wonder if you could just give us a little more detail. Were they alert aircraft? How many were launched? And what were they carrying in terms of weapon systems? Did they have their
where's the feed?
pods? Did they have
I need a feed.
Missiles, the Gatling gun,
Drop me a
ammunition
link.
loaded? If you just give us a little bit more information on that.
Yeah, thanks, David, for the question. Good question here. I'm going to partly answer it. There were airplanes available to NORAD to participate in the operation. They were scrambled to continue to participate in the operation.
But yeah,
as
we'll
we
bring
saw
something in
that
here.
this balloon was going to transit from Alaska all the way to Yukon. They were getting in the vicinity of the operation when the F-22, the US F-22, shut down those balloons. Those F-18s were sent to participate. They had the capability to participate in our operation. I'm not going to reveal all the details about the sensors and the weapons that were on board, but they were sent to continue the operation should the US not be able to continue any further as this transited through the Canadian airspace.
Okay. I was going to ask about recovery in Lake
I'm looking
Huron, but just so I got the
for some
timeline
feeds or something here, Queenie.
clear.
If you have something
the
that
CF-18
you think we should look at, let me know. Drop a link.
Or just
I think
as
you've got
the 22 had engaged the object.
A wrench? Let me double check.
Yeah, they were very close. They were within minutes of being with the F-22s there when the F-22s engaged. So
Sorry about
they
that.
were ready to take over from the US at that point.
Understood. Okay. Thank you.
And we'll take a last question from Ken Paul.
There, I gave you a wrench, Queenie. Yeah, I just take life one day at a time. I don't program my mind to
Ken, you might be on mute.
think of anything tomorrow at all.
Muted. Beg your pardon, gentlemen. Thank you for this. I have a question that
Today
may
it's a
be
balloon,
public
tomorrow it could be a
safety
bomb
can,
or
answer
something. Who
since
knows?
transport is not involved in this briefing. Given the fact that the initial balloon was well above commercial airspace, can you say how much?
But yeah, if there's some feed or something that you've got that we can put in there, let me know. We'll put it in for sure.
Diverted.
More than willing.
If you're speaking about the original one early on, there was a NOTAM.
You're right. They don't have a script. That's why the story is morphing, depending on what their mind is thinking.
And that was for the original very high altitude.
Like when it first came up, the defense minister said it was an object, and then there was some military guy that came on and said it was a balloon. So, go figure.
I think those were very localized, and I think actually the
Beaver
US
Squad.
Air Force, among other things, had declared them a certain type of
You got
operational
receipts,
zone. But Paul may be able to elaborate on the exact language.
Yes. So to come back to the question there, on the high altitude one, it was transiting at such an altitude that it was not of concern to civil aviation. On the three other objects, they could have been a challenge for or a safety concern for general aviation, but since we had custody of those three objects as they transited the airspace, we didn't have to publish a NOTAM, but rather have controllers vector civil aviation around them, since we were transiting with NORAD assets with those
It
objects.
deflated. Well, whatever was in the
airspace.
balloon was the gas.
Hopefully that answers
Whatever
your
was in the payload, who the hell knows what happened?
This is all the time we had. This concludes the technical briefing. Ceci est tout le temps que nous avions. Ça met fin au briefage technique d'aujourd'hui. Merci à tous. Thank you.
So that looks like it for a little technical show. Brought to you from the Canadian government, CPAC. C'est invented in direct Live event is now over. Okay. That means that I should actually do something instead of just sitting here. Find that link, Queenie. Where's that link to the something happening? And we'll definitely put it on here. Okay, first of all, let me just bring this in here for some sort of temporary entertainment. Get some audio in here.
Air National Guard, and we had an AWACS on station from Tinker Air Force Base, Oklahoma. That's all I have for my operational update, and I look forward to your questions.
Secretary Dalton, General Van Herk, thank you both. For our first question, we'll go to Associated Press, Tara Kopp.
Hi, thank you very much, both of you, for doing this at this late hour. For Secretary Dalton and for General Van Herk, you know, we've had 4 shoot downs in the last 8 days. Can you talk about the sense of concern you have, and should Americans be worried? This is a very rare thing to have this many shoot downs or any shoot downs over U.S. airspace. And then secondly, General Van Herk, can you give us any indication of what your pilots are seeing and reporting? Thanks.
Hey, before we jump into the question, just a reminder, everyone, please mute your phones. Thank you. Sounds like we have an open mic out there. My apologies. Over to you, ma'am.
Great. Tara, thanks so much for the question and for dialing in also at a late hour. The safety and security of the American people are job number one for us at the Department of Defense, and certainly for NORAD and General Van Herk's team. We, following the track of the PRC balloon last week, as I mentioned at the top, we have been more closely scrutinizing our airspace at these altitudes, enhancing our radar, which may at least partly explain the increase in the objects detected. But we also know that there are a range of entities out there, whether they're private companies, research organizations, that operate objects at these altitudes for purposes that are not nefarious, including legitimate research. But because we have not been able to definitively assess what these recent objects are, the president wanted to act out of an abundance of caution to protect our security and our interests. So we will remain vigilant. Now, we have made these enhancements to our radars, and the operations this past week have been successful in bringing down these potential threats. And we are hard at work now recovering the debris to better understand certainly the capabilities of the surveillance balloon from the PRC, but also the nature of these unidentified objects to better understand, were they surveillance objects, what was their purpose, what are their capabilities, and we look forward to sharing more as we learn more in the coming days.
Thanks, Melissa. Let me just add on. So your question was about citizens being concerned. I've assessed all of these to be non-kinetic threats to the homeland, and I don't see that changing even when we recover debris. Every day, NORAD, United States Northern Command, are ready to defend, as required. So I think this is a story where we were successful in detecting and, if needed, to respond. What I would tell you is what we're seeing is very, very small objects that produce a very, very low radar cross-section. I'm not going to go into detail about shapes or anything like that, really, because it's really, really difficult for pilots at the altitudes we're operating. It's a very, very slow object in the space, if you will, going at the speed of the wind, essentially. And our pilots are going 700 miles per hour to give us what I would consider factual, scientific-based description of what we see. And therefore, I'm hesitant to tell you that. With that being said, I would like to talk about the radar and the challenges that we face, something going this slow. So as Assistant Secretary Dalton talked about, radars essentially filter out information based on speed. So you can set various gates, we call them velocity gates, that allow us to filter out low speed clutter. So if you had radars on all the time that we're looking at anything from 0 speed up to, say, 100, you would see a lot more information. We have adjusted some of those gates to give us better fidelity on seeing slower objects. You can also filter out by altitude. And so with some adjustments, we've been able to get a better categorization of radar tracks now. And that's why I think you're seeing these overall. Plus, there's a heightened alert to look for this information. I hope that adds additional clarification.
Just one quick follow-up. 4 shoot downs in 8 days. When was the last time that U.S. fighters were scrambled and shot something down over U.S. airspace? I can't remember anything. And it just seems like there's a large and quick escalation to shooting down objects.
I'll have to get with our historians. I believe this is the first time within United States of America airspace that NORAD or United States Northern Command has taken kinetic action against an airborne object.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you, sir, ma'am. Let's go to Jen Griffin, Fox News.
Hey, thanks, Pat. This is Liz. I'll be asking for Jen today. Are these balloons that have been shot down since Friday, or are they weather balloons?
You want me to take
Thanks
that?
very much for the question. Yep, go ahead, Glenn.
Yeah, so I'm not going to categorize them as balloons. We're calling them objects for a reason. Certainly the event off the South Carolina coast for the Chinese spy balloon, that was clearly a balloon. These are objects. I am not able to categorize how they stay aloft. It could be a gaseous type of balloon inside a structure, or it could be some type of a propulsion system. But clearly, they're able to stay aloft. I would be hesitant to and urge you not to attribute it to any specific country. We don't know. That's why it's so critical to get our hands on these so that we can further assess and analyze what they are.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Nancy Youssef, Wall Street Journal.
Thank you. To both of you, you're saying that their preliminary assessment is that they don't pose a kinetic threat, but that they are objects and not balloons, and that you need to sort of adjust your radar. And I guess I'm trying to get an understanding, what is the expectation going forward, or at least in the next few days? Is it your plan to continue to shoot these down, or to make adjustments such that you can make assessments better, that they don't always have to happen when you're shooting something down? I'm trying to get a sense of the adjustment, General Van Herk, that you referred to, and what that will look like, practically speaking, in the days ahead. Thank you.
Nancy, thanks for the question. So the expectation going forward is we'll continue to doing our mission exactly like we've been doing now, approaching 65 years for NORAD. If there's an unknown object that enters either Canadian or U.S. airspace, we will go out, we will attempt to identify it. If it's a threat, kinetic threat, military threat, I am delegated the authority if it commits a hostile act or hostile intent. And let me describe a hostile act. Hostile act would be shooting a missile, dropping a bomb, taking aggressive action. A hostile intent would be maneuvering to an offensive position against our forces or something like that. In that situation, I'm cleared directly to engage without further permission. In this case, there is no hostile act or hostile intent, but it is an unknown object, and therefore we have to have a further discussion across the government, both the government of Canada in some cases and the government of the United States, to assess, is it a risk to national security by passing over key covered facilities such as our missile fields and other structure? Is it a risk to flight safety? Is it a risk to personnel on the ground? And then if you're going to take action, you have to make an assessment of what is the risk of collateral damage to potentially boats and mariners out over the water, our infrastructure, and people on the ground. That's essentially the process you go to and have to go through. And we've done that on each one of these. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to David Martin, CBS.
You say that this is the first time we've ever had shoot downs, at least as to the best of your memory. But has any of this happened before the Chinese balloon was discovered? Have there been these unidentified objects which have been tracked for a while and then left U.S. airspace, but have entered and for one reason or another were not, what should I say, prosecuted, like you've been doing these the ones since the Chinese balloon.
Yeah, David. So great question. Thanks for that.
Chat's going hard.
We have scrambled in the past against radar tracks that we've been unable to correlate with fighters. That has happened over years. And sometimes it's attributed to potentially being birds. Sometimes it's been
a giant condom floating
weather. Sometimes we don't know what to attribute it to. What I would say is,
Pipe Master, that's what Queenie was just talking about, Pipe Master. Queenie's in the room. She knows more about that than anyone. She's wondering why we aren't covering the
high altitude
convoy.
that we've talked
Anybody
about
have any feeds or something? Let me know.
2019 and prior. And couple that with our adjustments of our radar, it gives us
just
a
over
better
on
ability
Facebook
to
looking around there.
and have better domain awareness,
Condom
as you've
convoy.
heard me talk about. I don't know if Secretary Dalton wants to add anything to that.
Thank you very much, General Van Herk. I would just add to that as we learn more about these objects and certainly the PRC.
Yeah, you saw the Aurora, Hawaiian Aurora, the LED
characteristics of them
laser.
that will perhaps enable us to look back at prior instances.
Train crash in Ohio. What's the story on that one?
Or weren't looked closely enough at.
Yeah, I haven't really looked.
To see if there's a comparison
I showed a
made there, and
bit of footage on something there. There's something happening in Texas there too, with a train derailment.
These types of objects.
Hot damn, in the room.
Have you
hey,
reached
nice to see you.
the object that went down off?
Great. Hope you're doing
northern
well.
Alaska.
Nice to see you. Hot damn.
David, we're actively searching for that object right now. I've got a Navy P-8, which is surveilling the area with helicopters as well. Once we locate
I played that
object,
Hawaii
we'll put an
laser
optic
stuff
security
there a little
package
bit
in there
earlier off of
and
Twitter.
begin the analysis and recovery, but we don't have it right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Courtney Cubey, NBC.
Hi, thanks. How are you so confident that the initial balloon was Chinese? Were there some markings on it? I'm trying to figure out why, because from very early on, it seemed that there was a real confidence versus these last three that we can't get any sense of who owns them or what they were doing.
Thanks, Courtney.
Some sort of emergency press
Oh.
briefing that's supposed to take place now.
Hey, we have a hot mic
Too
out
close
there.
for comfort. Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead, Secretary.
Thanks, Courtney. Yeah, thank you. So, Courtney, for the PRC balloon, we had a basis in intelligence to know definitively that its point of origin was the People's Republic of China.
So what I'm struggling with now is these last three that we still are calling objects. We don't know what they are. You knew that the Chinese one was surveilling, and potentially you knew who it belonged to, and yet there was no effort to. There was a decision not to take it down until it was over the ocean. I understand that there was concerns about everything on the ground there, but can someone explain why the decision is made to take these last three unknown objects? We don't know who they belong to. We don't know what they're doing. But I still don't quite understand why the decision was made to.
You think it's a war coming our way?
In succession, it seems like they're being taken down faster and faster and faster. I mean, is there some
we're always
other
10 seconds
concern
away
or
from
threat
a
that
war
you're
with
tracking
lots of countries.
That
That's
is
true.
giving a heightened sense of need to take these down?
Courtney, thank you.
Police
the
state?
process that General Van Herk described earlier in terms of the
Yeah,
criteria
exactly.
that
We're
we
already
work through,
a police state.
to determine whether
But if we,
these objects
we
were,
have
in
to
the
be
case
able
of
to
the
monitor our
balloon, the
airspace at
balloon
least.
was a
Like I don't know
threat.
what the numbers are
if it's
on.
going to pose a
Like
kinetic
where,
military threat. In both cases,
like at what altitude do you say, okay, this is our airspace, nobody else enters it? Because you do have
potentially
orbit,
DoD
which
sites.
satellites orbit all the time.
We
There's
knew,
always orbits
that was
going,
the case in
a
both
satellite
instances,
orbiting
and
over
it
your
was
head
even
by
more
Russia or
concerning
whoever.
In the case of the PRC balloon, because we knew that it was a PRC balloon. We also consider, is it a threat to civilian aviation? In the case of the PRC balloon, it was flying at an altitude that it did not pose a threat to civilian aviation. And so that was part of the criteria for bringing it down over the water when we could safely do so, in addition to its enormous size. It was 200 feet tall. Payload was the size of 3 school buses. And, for these unidentified objects being much smaller, but unfortunately flying at an altitude that did pose a risk potentially to safe civilian aviation, that was part of the criteria that went into deciding.
That's a good point there, Choctaw.
Take the objects down over the last 3 days.
Choctaw says the birds are going to show up on the radar if they try and get the weather balloons on it. Well, it's the sensitivity, like
through over the
when you start to go too
has
sensitive, then you start to get anomalies in there, garbage, all kind of stuff,
You're right on.
and that's just the way it is. Hey, here's Canada Unfiltered himself.
Let's go to Brent.
The man, the legend. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, man?
Hi,
Let
thanks.
me check your audio. I don't hear any audio here at this point, so just check your audio settings.
To be using
Go with that gear.
If
There's probably a
there's
gear
desire
settings.
to investigate
Check audio where
and
it's
figure out what
inputting
these
from.
are afterwards. Can you
Sure,
explain
coming from your
why,
microphone source?
Explain the weapons choice.
Absolutely. Listen, if you don't mind, I'll take this one. So, first of all, maintaining a radar track on an object this small is very hard. So, taking a radar shot, such as an AIM-120, would be a lower probability of success.
I'll just keep this on here.
Taking a gunshot.
We could be talking in the background here.
Yesterday in that event, as well as today.
Is my mic working now there, Tommy?
Emotional damage, yeah.
That was really unachievable because of the size, especially yesterday in the altitude, and also because of the challenge to acquire it visually because it's so small. It's also emotional damage because you have to get so close to the object.
Can you hear me in there, Tommy?
That you potentially could fly into the debris or the actual object.
Jesus, I don't know what's going on here.
But on the actual app itself, not on YouTube, but on the actual app itself, there should be a gear and then a camera and a mic setting. Check where your input is coming from.
Against the
Check that there that it selected the mic that you're
We
using.
have taken extreme caution to
I'm
ensure
using
that
voice
we
meter
limit
banana, and I did a live stream yesterday, and it keeps screwing it up the next time.
the FAA to clear out the airspace.
China.
I gave directions specifically to the pilots to use their visual acuity
Trump can
to
say
check for mariners on the ground,
no, and get away with it, I
airplanes
guess.
in the air to clear with their
What can you
radars
say?
as well. And when they were comfortable,
Coming home
and we
to
could
roost.
minimize collateral damage,
Trump is going there.
they
I
selected
told
the
you
best
so.
weapon today, that was the AIM-9X, and they took the
Meanwhile,
shot.
the balloons were flying over. They just didn't tune
Let's
their
go to Helene
radar
Cooper, New York Times.
sensitive enough. Apparently,
Hi, thanks, Pat, and thanks
Are
for
we
doing
good?
this. This is for General Van Herk. Because you still haven't been able to tell us what these things are that we're shooting out of the sky, that
try your
raises
audio.
the question, have
Looks
you
to me
ruled
like
out
you're running a
aliens or extraterrestrials? And if
microphone.
so, why? Because that is what everyone is asking
So wherever
us
that
right
mic is, you got to find that and feed that into.
Thanks for the question, Helene. I'll let the intel community
StreamYard.
and the counter.
Are we working yet?
Figured that out. I haven't ruled out anything at this point. We continue to assess every threat or potential threat unknown that approaches North America.
Check.
Yeah, they do watch. Oh yeah, the RCMP is watching this broadcast 100%.
Let's go to Oren Lieberman, CNN.
CSIS, RCMP, whatever. They have their
thanks for doing
people
this. Are you currently tracking other
that watch
unidentified
everything.
objects in U.S. airspace? And you've now shot down 3 objects in 3 days. Are we to
Hey
believe
Tommy,
these are the first 3
my
unidentified objects in
StreamYard's
U.S.
working
airspace?
here.
I
I
believe there are
can see levels here.
potentially hundreds of other such
see the,
objects that have flown through U.S. airspace.
display there?
And have any of these
Where it
recent
says
objects interfered with pilot
fuchsia
sensors?
poop shape. That's
Thank
what
you.
I see.
Yeah, for your last question, I'm not going to talk about the sensors and what we've seen. If you don't mind, that needs to come out through the intel communities and what we've seen. I'm not currently tracking any other objects at this point. That doesn't mean there couldn't be more at some point in the future, but right now we're
Check
not
1,
seeing
2, 3.
anything.
Yeah, I got
As far
levels
as
on the
any audio
StreamYard.
yet,
Still, if I hear
It's
you, I'll let
showing
you know.
it's showing levels on my
Yeah,
StreamYard, so I don't know what's going on.
Or we do know after the fact that there was high altitude balloons because we went back
And I
and we
don't
were
think
able
it's
to
anything I'm
reconstruct
doing
that.
either.
As far as these specific objects at this time, I'm unaware to say. It's certainly possible, but I don't have the fidelity to give you the answer. We will go look at the data to see if we can figure
working
anything
here.
out.
Like I
My
can
levels
mute your
are-
mic.
Potential for
See
not
here?
seeing
I
these
can mute your
previously.
mic. I just muted it.
Thank you.
Let's go to Phil
Or I can unmute
Phil
your
Stewart,
mic.
Reuters.
Those are the two things I can do.
Yeah, everything on my end is working, so I don't know what's going
You
on.
talked about the fact that we weren't looking for slower speed.
But somehow
aircraft
it's like your audio is not
and
getting
that
into your
these
StreamYard,
objects had a lower radar
which
cross section.
I think you've been on panel.
It is going into my StreamYard. It's all working on StreamYard.
More difficult to track, or why you weren't tracking them before.
And then
I guess the other question I think everybody's kind of wondering is,
I'll boot out
now
and
that
come
you've,
back.
Tweaked everything. Should the American public be expecting lots more shoot downs?
Terry's people are hoping that you got hauled in for a few
what
hours.
makes them really hard to
Brett.
detect and track is their size and potentially shape, but we'll
What's
get our
that?
hands on them at some point.
On a funny
I can't
video to
confirm
show
that right
throw
now,
me a
but
wrench.
that could certainly play a rule or a factor in this. As far as going forward, I'll go back to my mission is to defend our homeland in both my NORAD and North Compact. Anything that approaches North America, if it's unknown.
Oh, the chat can hear the guest? Okay. Okay.
And assess is
My
it a
fault.
threat?
Sorry about
If
that.
it is a threat, I'll shoot it down. If
Let me
it's
think
not a
of what I
threat,
did wrong.
the kinetic military threat that we talked about earlier, it's not committing a hostile act or hostile intent, then we'll have a broader discussion. Your second part of that is really about what are we going to do in the future is really a policy decision. I'll ask Secretary Dalton if she wants to add anything.
I'd only add again that the safety and security of the American people is job number one for us. And for any of these operations, we fine tune them to ensure that there's going to be little to no collateral damage. None of the operations.
Yeah, it's my fault, not yours, Canadian
resulted in
Unfiltered, that I couldn't hear
collateral
your audio. I have to.
But Secretary Dalton, could you just explain then? Is it
change
could,
it
could
in
do we
StreamYard
expect that there's
here?
been a
Hang on.
policy decision that will lead us to near daily shoot downs as we detect these things more and more?
Phil, thank you. We are taking this very much on a case-by-case basis. Each operation has been different, and we will certainly keep you updated as we continue to learn more about these objects and the PRC balloon and what that means for us going forward.
Thank you. Let's go to Ben Brash, Washington Post.
Thank you very much, both, for taking the time. More directly, in reference to the last question, is it our policy or a preference of the United States government still to not shoot down anything over U.S. territory? When is it that you make that call? I know you talked about assessing if anything was a kinetic threat, but is it policy or preference? Thank you very much.
It's not working. What the hell's the matter?
The policy is to defend the United States and its sovereign territory.
Sounds like they're working.
That's working.
Thank you.
But now I'm going to get a giant
few
echo.
more. Let's go to Dimitri Sevaspalo, Financial Times.
Thanks very much, Pat.
I think
two questions. At this point, are you able to assess that the three objects over Alaska, Yukon, and Lake Huron, are they similar objects as far as you can tell? And then secondly, the Biden administration has said
See if
that
I get a giant echo from you now. Give it a shot.
Hey, how's it going, Tommy? How's it going, Tommy?
So I'm curious, why didn't you recalibrate the gateways
Are
on
you
the radar
hearing any kind of an
systems
echo?
earlier,
You sound okay.
if you knew
No,
the
I'm
Chinese
good. I'm good over
were
here.
an issue at that point.
Okay, well then the next people that are going to complain is going to be the audience, and they're probably going to say they're getting a giant echo. So let's watch the.
Yeah, it's a weird setup.
Speeds that go with the wind.
Yeah, well, what I don't like about StreamYard is the fact that when a guest comes on, it's like you're part of the StreamYard, which is my end of everything I'm doing. Like everything I'm doing ends up feeding into StreamYard.
Of that question,
and
remind me what that was.
So you said that recently the reason you may be
so hence
detecting
your
more things
audio
is you recalibrated
is actually
or
being
changed the thresholds
fed
for
into
gateways on
StreamYard
the
and then
radar
out
systems.
onto the stream.
I wonder,
So it's not
given that
coming
you
into the
briefed,
front
not
end
you,
of my
but the
software. I
administration
don't know if you
briefed
can
Congress on the
understand
Chinese
that.
balloon
Whatever.
program last August. Why were gateways
Yeah, I constantly have problems when I jump in on people's streams. People complain about my audio, everything's set on my end.
You know, the timing of the intel and adjustments.
Yeah, copy that. No, you're coming through good here now. Just the only thing I'm looking at how I can adjust
the Chinese high
audio differently than I have it now.
I think you're using your system audio.
Detect we decided to do that at that time. I hope that makes sense to you.
I would just
over to
given that there were questions about the program,
Yeah, because I'm hearing everything fed back to me.
Balloons were flying at
so you are hearing an echo.
Then. Was there not a discussion about changing the gateways back then?
Okay, yeah, that's going to be a problem then.
I can.
I should be able to hear you
well.
on just my
the
headphone here, but when I try and feed the audio just to my headphone, it doesn't work.
Channels.
So that's why I fed it over here.
That was intelligence
so
that
let
was
me go over
better
to
understood
my
retrospectively based on elements of the equation that were discovered after the fact. And
then when I play the test, it doesn't work.
From the PRC that was shot down last weekend was categorically different than the prior high altitude balloon.
Something clicked off there.
It
I think we're good now. Whatever it is you just did.
Continental United States, starting with Alaska, across Canada, and across CONUS. And so it was quite different than the prior instances. And on that basis, we determined that we needed to enhance our radar.
Thank you.
We've got time for just
I don't know how to
two
fix
more
this at the moment
here. We'll
because it's
Peter Martin,
it's not that I don't know what I'm doing, but my technology is not working.
I wanted to ask,
I'm trying to feed my audio, which I did have it already set up. And sometimes stuff like this stops working,
and then in addition,
and then you have to reboot your system is the only way to fix it.
Any
I think
level
that's the
about any of these subsequent
only way I can
objects.
fix this.
Thank you.
So am I on or off right now?
Fortunately.
Thank you. There have been contacts made with the PRC on the high altitude balloon.
Let me try B.
Okay, thank you very much. And final question will go to Brien Everstein, Aviation Week.
I could try this one as a
Hi, thank you so much for doing this. Back to the
way of
discussion
doing
on the
it,
AIM-9X.
but I think you might still be hearing some echoing in there.
About these objects gave off enough heat signature for the IR seeker without any sort of.
I can hear you. I'm feeding back. I'm feeding back
team
still.
presumably has a targeting pod. I assume you
Oh,
have
you're
eyes
feeding
on from
back.
other aircraft.
Because I don't know that the feedback is going out onto the stream.
I'll let policy decide on the images.
Without me turning on another device and listening to the stream.
First, I would make an assumption there wasn't a propulsion
Mike Ralton
system.
says 5x5. He's on no echo. I think the only one that's hearing echo is you. So if you're hearing echo when you talk, can you? I don't know if you can figure that out there to mute something when you're not talking.
IR contrast, which allows the missile to track, and that's been very, very effective for the AIM-9X. Melissa, over to you on the releasing.
BP says sending much love, hugs from your couch.
Thank you. We
Nice to see you
absolutely
in
want to
there.
be transparent about our military operations and what we are learning about these objects and the PRC.
So what do you think of these balloons
to share more in the coming
that are
days.
flying over? What's your take on them?
I just think it's
My
just
apologies.
distraction.
I had one last question here to Nick Slade,
Distraction.
task and purpose, and that will be our final question.
So not a serious
Thank you.
threat, not anything to
I wanted
worry
to
about.
see,
when we talk about I put it in the chat.
The debris of this.
I basically think it's preparation for something greater going on here. They're just baffling us with BS, and they're trying to get all of their defense strategies all in order and ready because something big is coming.
It's able to handle these kind of.
They could read a dime. They can read the date on a dime with satellites. You're going to tell me you can't find a balloon in the air?
You go right ahead. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, exactly. That's what seems kind of perplexing about it is that they're saying, well, we first caught wind of it over Alberta, this latest one, right? What, before Alberta, they didn't know it was coming, if it was coming from China? Maybe these balloons are not from China, you know? Who knows? Until they find the cargo. Well, that first one, the spy one, the big one, that went across the states, that one they pretty much know for sure is from China for whatever reason. But the other ones, they're not so sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Secretary Dalton, General Van
I think the U.S. admitting what they did in Nordstrom, Russians took it serious, and they're looking for ways to sneak into the country and do not so much nuclear, but EMP type stuff. And those balloons would be perfect to carry that kind of payload into the central U.S.
Yeah, that's where some people are saying, well, yeah, if you want to do EMT, just do it from a satellite. But the amount of damage diminishes with distance, so you want to be as close to your target as possible. So hitting something with an EMT from a balloon would be ideal. So that is maybe something. Are they practicing for that? Who knows?
In order to provide any additional.
Well, satellite would have a problem with atmospheric blowback if you did an EMP from outer space. So you have to do it within the atmosphere.
Secretary of Defense for Homeland Defense and Hemispheric.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and like I say, I don't know what is an EMT, like what is it actually comprised of? Like what is the substance that hits you? Is it some kind of a particle, or is it RF energy, or like what is it?
It's just energy that basically disables every sort of communication available in the neighborhood.
Well, yeah, yeah, exactly. But like, what is it? What kind of energy is it? Is it, like it's not a microwave. Otherwise, you'd be calling it a microwave. It's some kind of maybe like particle type energy.
It's a magnetic wave.
So what the heck? I don't think you can put something like that up in a balloon.
That's the perfect way of doing an EMP.
It is, but I think the thing is going to be so enormous, the machinery, the equipment, the electronics, in order to produce that wave. I don't know.
Yeah, but a balloon, once you dump it off the balloon is useless now. It disintegrates into thin air. Mission accomplished.
But with the whole EMF thing, yeah, is it a little bomb? You blow up a little bomb, and that's what creates the wave, the magnetic wave. I think that's the way it works.
Yeah, something like that.
So at the end of the day, there's nothing to find. It's just gone, blew up.
You don't have the technology left anymore to find out what it is anyways, because all communications is finished.
Yeah, exactly.
Art of war, the art of war, your first target is communications, and then petroleum, and on it goes, right?
And thus raise concern.
Exactly.
Sorry, that echoes really bad, you guys.
Echoes bad? Okay, I got to figure this out.
Yeah, this is on your end there, Tommy, on everybody's
because my problem is I can't hear anyone on the panel unless I put it onto something here. Hang on. I'll, you know what I'll do? I'll change it so that you guys can talk and then you talk. Stand by.
Thanks very much.
Who do we got?
I'll hand it over to General Van Hart.
It's still feeding back.
Thanks, Secretary Dalton. I appreciate the
I'll change it here.
Stand by. Provide you an update. Every day,
where's my headphones? There we go.
Command
Okay, that'll change it.
States Northern Command monitor the approach
Are we good?
to North America and the United States of America.
Oh, that was no echo.
And yesterday evening, approximately.
But why can't I hear you guys?
4:45 Eastern
No
time,
echo, yay.
I can see Brett talking.
NORAD detected a radar.
Yeah, is there anything coming from my end? I can hear your desktop audio, but I can't hear anything else.
We began tracking that radar contact.
Yeah, I don't have any echo here or anything. Everything's good here. Type Masters says 10-4 loud and clear.
Can you hear mine?
Yep.
Okay, I can hear you. So we got us two taken care of.
Defense identification zone. I scrambled
Julie says she hears all three at Twitch.
What's that again, sorry?
Oh, I just said Julian Twitch says she hears all three.
To identify what the radar
hey, Tommy, speak into your mic because we're fixed on R2 here.
I don't hear. Yeah, I hear the desktop on end. I'm just not Tommy.
United States sovereign airspace.
Weird.
At 7:04 Eastern time, the F-15s with their tanker support were on station to investigate. We continue to investigate. What's important to point out, this is near dark.
Yeah, the echo is getting really bad in the chat there.
45 minutes of dark. We continue to investigate.
I think it's his desktop that's causing the problem. I think he needs to shut down the system audio and just work with microphones. I think.
Part of the United States, We did not have data link for queuing like we had before. Data
Yeah,
link
Choctaw, that's why I jumped
allows
up.
the radars on the ground to share information to the fighters airborne, allowing them to queue their sensors and their visual acuity in an attempt to visually identify the track. At sunset, we were unable to find the track. Also, our radar operators lost the track on radar, and the FAA was never tracking the radar. Therefore, that's why we called it an anomaly.
Yeah, I jumped up on panel earlier, but the audio was off. It's like I jumped up on panel, was talking away, dropped the StreamYard link, and then like
east of the position in Montana as it approached Wisconsin.
Later realized that there was no audio.
We developed a game plan once we started seeing another radar contact to go investigate. It's likely.
What's your handle there? Chalk?
The track that we saw in Wisconsin was likely the same track in Montana.
Who's mine?
Yeah.
We elected to scramble
Frosty Broccoli.
with
Oh, Frosty. Okay. I talked to you a few times over the summer, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe. You changed your name?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a lot of fans. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, it's all good, man.
Hey, Hot Damn, welcome back. Yeah, and you're Canadian Unfiltered?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. I saw it there when it came out. What has he got for a comment inside that? Oh yeah, he doesn't have the names on.
Oh.
Yeah.
How's life in Alberta?
Actually, abnormally warm.
Yeah. Well, you're southern Alberta, so yeah, you're getting a little Chinookin.
It's been really warm. Yeah, it snowed today, but it's been like +7.
Hmm. Yeah, it's down here on the West Coast. It's like 13 or something right now.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like +7 all this week too.
Yeah.
So crazy. It's pretty warm.
Well, I'm thinking of moving out your way. Depends what happens in June in Alberta. It might be time to head back to Edmonton. Get out of the communism zone here in the West Coast. Because it's getting stupid by the day here.
Okay, finally got things hooked up here so I can hear you guys. Can you hear me okay?
You're good. We're golden.
Okay, good.
I think what's happening, Tommy, your system audio is screwing it up. So when you take that offline and it's just microphones working, I think that works at this point. I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, well, no, this is what the problem was, is that, in my headphones here, I want to be able to hear the audio off of StreamYard, because the StreamYard doesn't feed into my head end of my software like my microphone and everything else does here. So, but I couldn't connect my headphones up to the StreamYard. I couldn't do it. So actually I did a workaround where I hooked my StreamYard up to my speaker on my TV. So I'm actually listening to you guys on my speaker and not my headphones. Whatever.
So you're not getting a delay then? On the TV?
No, there's not a delay, but it's just I'm hearing myself in the headphones, hearing you guys on the speaker. And if I put some other audio on the stream here, like from the stream, then it'll be in my headphones and not in the speaker. But I think it had to do with sometimes when I boot up some software doesn't work right. And for some reason, I can't connect the StreamYard software up to my headphones today, right? Whereas normally I can. And I don't want to reboot the computer or reboot the software. So whatever, technical issue.
Yeah.
Which ruins the stream, of course, if people want to hear about the balloon. Meanwhile, we're talking about stuff not working.
I think they just want us to pay attention to the stupid balloons because they got something else going, and the right hand is keeping you over here and the left hand's doing something else right now. That's just my observation. When it's such a coordinated effort. Everything about this is a coordinated effort everywhere. They're all singing from the same songbook. Tells me right away that's propaganda. That's how prop works. even listening to these people asking dumb questions in the media scrums, it's like they got their list of questions that they're supposed to ask to make it sound like they're being journalists. It's just softballs, not asking anything serious.
Well, plus, the government officials are just talking heads, so they don't really know very much. It's like as soon as you hear whatever information comes out, they have pretty much the same information as us, and they're going off of it. That's why, you ask one person, well, was it a balloon? And they go, well, it's an object. Then the next person slips out with, yeah, it was a balloon, or somebody else, another take on it. But it's just opinion, at the end of the day, until they actually find some wreckage. And then we can find out more information, like was it actually from China? Like I can see them maybe thinking that first balloon actually came from China because it was a big thing, and they maybe were tracking it with satellites and that, so they go, okay, yeah, well, here's where it started, here's where it ended up. But these smaller
what you're saying, it was a great idea to put it over the ocean and drop it in the water, so if anything electronic in there would just disintegrate, you wouldn't be able to get anything off it anyways. I think that's kind of ridiculous when they could have shot it down anywhere in the trajectory, Montana, Alberta, anywhere where there's like hundreds or even 20-30 miles of just open something, at least something to retrieve. That would be something to look at, right? I think it's ridiculous concept.
Thought about that. Yeah. There were two thoughts on that. Number one would be over the ocean, maybe even though it does get wet, they still have a chance of recovering data that might be, like software, things like that, what the inner workings of it are, because it's more in one piece. Whereas if they blew it up over land, once it hit the ground, it would just, 1,000 pieces. You wouldn't be able to retrieve as much. So, you have to think like that as well. Plus, if there was, let's say, anthrax on board, blow it up over land, not a great idea, right?
That's why I don't think it has anything to do with anything nuclear or anything. I really do think it's Mike Adams has a really good, he talks on the subject about the EMP message of what that was all about. That balloon was big enough to carry, if you got 3 of those all over 3 corners of the United States, you'd literally be able to black it out. So it was, like I said, once it discharges its payload, there's no need for it anymore. It just disintegrates into thin air. A self-destruct mode.
Exactly. Well, the EMT device is like a little bomb that radiates a typical, like you say, a magnetic wave of energy that disintegrates your electronics. So yeah, at the end of the day, it's just send it over to where you want it and just blow it. And away you go. And you're right, it wouldn't take very many of them. But of course, the other thing is what distance do you need to be from the explosion? Because there's you
would feel waves. It would be like your ears ringing. That's basically what it would be. Would it be a huge pulse of energy? It's not gonna blow anything up. It might blow your eardrums out if you're too close to it, but it's not one that like nuclear or a bomb payload or whatever that explodes and creates chaos and damage. Right? It's all electronics. It doesn't take anything to blow out electronics.
Exactly. It doesn't disintegrate physical things. Physical things remain. It's the electronics that it blows out. It creates a high energy, as if you put higher voltage into your electronics than it was used to running, and that just burns everything out.
Yeah. Because if someone was to do a cyber, you could forensically find out who did it and how they did it and all that kind of stuff. And EMP literally leaves no evidence. It's done. It's fried.
Yeah, it's supposedly the best kind of weapon because at the end of the day, it doesn't kill people.
And you think about it, the entire planet is reliant on electricity, right? Everything. Unless you black out the world, you don't have to worry about spending money, time, or anything because the world will just kill itself over a period of time when the whole world's blacked out.
Oh, we would go into a frenzy, if we
lost the point.
All of our electronics, just think of it. You wouldn't be able to bank, you wouldn't be able to do anything. You'd be in a gigantic turmoil. Like we haven't experienced. We've the electronics is what we're used to and have become accustomed to in running our lives. But without electronics, think about how bad it would be, how life would be.
Yeah.
It'd be like turning the clock back to like 100 years ago. You know, your cars wouldn't work. Look at all the electronics that are in cars these days. All of those computers, chips would be blown in your cars. Like, those are the kind of things that I think we need to worry about. People are saying when this first happened, oh, well, who cares? It's just a balloon, you know, no big deal. My own take is blow those things out of the air as soon as you can, before they even hit land. As soon as, like, I think that there's maybe, if it's not in your territory, or you know how you have your territory extends out, whatever it is, 15 miles out into the ocean. Well, past that point, it's not really your territory. So really, do you have the right to shoot anything if it's just a balloon over the ocean? But as soon as it comes into your territorial waters, then you certainly have a right to shoot it out of the air. And
especially if you don't identify yourself. If you don't identify yourself, that's, you know.
Yeah. You have no right to be there. Now, it's okay for somebody to say, okay, identify yourself. What you are you? And then the Chinese government contacts you and says, yeah, we have a balloon. We sent it up. It's a weather balloon. Blah, blah, blah. Here's the data on it, whatever. Well, then you might think twice about it accidentally floating into your territory. But that's not what this seems to be. And in fact, the Chinese are even coming back and saying, bad Americans for shooting our weather balloon. You know, we're going to retaliate against you now for shooting our weather balloon out of the air. Come on.
Yeah. I just like to go back to the time in 1917, 1915, the Federal Reserve was just established. It was a total financial chaos going on in the world at the time. The whole world was literally in chaos because they didn't know what they were doing as far as money. And that whole run up to the First World War, this is what's going on today. That's why I'm not getting too concerned about, you know, the little detail about, you know, exercises. I call this whole thing an exercise. NORAD is basically doing exercises to fine tune their ability to handle anything that's coming their way.
Yeah. Well, we have to be worried about what's happening over with Russia and the Ukraine. That is a far bigger thing to be worried about than this. So like you say, this is maybe some kind of a distraction to get you not thinking about what's going on over there. Keep in mind that Russia and China are kind of in bed together as far as, you know, they'll probably help each other out in case of war. And now you've got this little thing. This is almost, remember World War II, where you had Japan who sided with Germany and they started to send the balloons over?
Same idea, yeah. There's a really good documentary that, you know, you can apply it to pretty much anything that happens in modern times now. It's called Everything's a Rich Man's Trick. Right? And back that documentary really started out how, you know, they emphasized a lot on the JFK stuff, but they also went to the background actors of the whole JFK stuff and how far back that goes. And it culminated with 1963 and how things are today, how it all is the same. Like Everything's a Rich Man's Trick documentary is phenomenal. If you're in the audience and you're kind of trying to figure out what's going on, the more things change, the more they stay the same. It's just a different scenery. 2023 is just a different scenery. Same story.
Yeah, it's the old history repeats itself. 1984, we're living in the future. The Jetson car is actually here. It is available. They're going to be retailing them pretty soon. It's a strange time that we're living in. You know, you would never expect it, you know, if you were around, let's say 50 years ago, and now you're here today. This is like, wow, the electronics, absolutely total electronics. Everybody is just addicted to their phone and their electronics and social media. But on the other hand, when something happens in the world, we know about it a lot sooner, instantly.
I want to play devil's advocate for a minute and just speak to how it is kind of a little bit concerning to me how quickly the human race is to just destroy something which they don't understand. That to me is kind of a little bothersome, where it's like there's no reason why there couldn't be, you know, if it's not posing any kind of serious threat that you can immediately see. To me, that kind of that's a bit of a red flag. So I just want to put that point out there, because I've not heard anybody say that yet. So I want to say that. But I'm on board with Unfiltered Canadian here with talk, because I was saying that earlier about this with, you know, he's talking about, you know, NORAD fine-tuning their capabilities. And that's what I was alluding to earlier in the chat when I was saying that, you know, in my, you know, I'm seeing it as something else. Like if I'm being told to think something or one thing or something, I'm usually trying to think of something else. Like to me, it's illogical, and there's usually a more logical type of answer. And to me, that's what I speculated towards, was more of a, you know, to this, you're going to have increased surveillance, like more money towards arms manufacturers, you know, looking at weaponizing space. Like you create the problem, you know, control the reaction and get the solution that you are after and seeking. It's more along that kind of lines. It makes more sense. It's a more logical thing, right? And you can pretty easy to control a population when you have them in fear.
That's the point. Yeah. Well, just think about it this way. What has the three-letter agencies in the U.S. have been doing for the last 100 years? They've been regime changing countries all over the planet. And now they're doing it here on its own soil. That's basically, in my, you know, it's just one part of the war exercise, right? Just total nonsense that are going on. They ran out of countries to screw around with, so now they're going to do it here.
Well, you alluded to the bankers earlier, and you look at the, you know, that's what I talk about, you know, at times as well, as you know, the same bankers, and they run the same monetary systems in China as they do in the US, as they do in Canada, as they do in most places around the world. Like,
here's where
it's not a conspiracy theory, it's just a factual observation. Like,
well, you know, conspiracy theory, the line on that, you know, obviously conspiracy, if you can say, oh, that's conspiracy, that stops all discussion. And that's the point of the exercise, right? That was the JFK thing. You know, they basically said, no, that's not it. You're a spook if you think otherwise of what the narrative is. When you think of the players that were involved in that committee meeting, I can't remember the name of the committee meeting on the JFK. They were all the players that were all the evidence pointed that they were the guilty parties. They put the foxes in there to guard the hen house. You know, with George Bush Sr. being the biggest player in it all. You know, that was an interesting story. I don't do really well when you emphasize my face on the screen. It adds 25 pounds to my head. I got a big fat head to begin with.
Okay, well, feature Brett. Brett, where are you hiding? Brett's in the bathtub there. Oh, you're not in the bathtub. Okay, good.
Hey.
In the garage.
Another bald guy.
Yeah.
This is the bald club?
It is. I'm bald. Bald club already.
So, Tommy, you were saying you're from the prairies. Am I assuming you're from Manitoba?
Edmonton. I'm just north of where Brett is. Brett is south of me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm originally from Manitoba, moved to the coast in 87, and probably moving away from the coast, probably Edmonton. That's kind of been my second home for the last 20 years. So
where are you now? Are you like in PEI?
I'm in Langley, BC. Langley, BC.
Oh, you're on that coast. Okay.
Yeah, the left coast.
I thought you were on the east coast.
The left coast is always the west coast.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Well, you said left coast, and somehow I thought, okay, well, that's, and, you know, not thinking, heavy NDP BC as well. I think east and west are both left. Nova Scotia is pretty, in PEI.
Yeah,
they like to vote liberal out there, too.
Well, back east, they're always pro government because they're basically the vast majority of the people on the East Coast are reliant on government jobs, right? Like if you ever go to Halifax or you go to any of these eastern provinces, they got the best highways in the country. They get the most money spent on the nicest highways.
They have the good deal with the government.
Yeah, they're not going to say anything against the government.
Well, plus you have the fishermen there that are kind of part-time, so you're going to be on Pogie for part of the day. So you want to make sure you have somebody in power that's going to be a little more socialist, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of tourism out there. Lots of tourism.
That? Where
Julie
out east?
Says hair is overrated.
On the East
Good.
Coast, yeah.
Glad to hear that, Julie.
Yeah, East Coast you know what?
Tourism is a huge industry.
The East Coast is actually quite gorgeous. I mean, you know, and they're just a nice people there, and you know, for the most part, the West out here in Vancouver, it's really tough. It's really tough to unless you have a circle of friends. It's really hard to find new friends in this city. Everyone's got their head down and just chugging along. Got no time for anything else. Everyone's broke here, right? We're all a paycheck away. We're all a paycheck away from living in a tent on Hastings Street.
I like that about where I live. It's, you know, you walk through a grocery store door, you wave, you smile, you say hi to somebody, whatever. Yeah. Everybody still nods your head, greets you. It's pleasant.
It's like that in the big city. In fact, it's even gotten worse after COVID, because now it's almost like if you try and start a conversation with you, you almost get shunned by them because they think that, you know, it's just abnormal for people to be talking to them, you know. So they just no, I'm going my way, you know.
Yeah. Or you say hi to a pretty girl and she looks back at you and goes, "How dare you talk to me, you creep?" And all I was saying was, "Hello, how's it going?" Holding a door open, it's like they just walk past you. Like there's no, like, I don't know what it's like where you are. I know Edmonton's a little different. I love Edmonton. I probably got more friends in Edmonton that I talk to on a daily basis than my friends here in Vancouver. But yeah, it's just nobody's got any time. Their heads are buried in their phones.
Well, and everyone is so protective. I don't know if you saw that video I did where I went out on the toboggan hill with my kids. They're going down the hill. I'm doing a live video, standing in the middle of the ski hill. You know, wide angle lens. You can't see faces at all. And some guy comes up to me and says, "What are you doing videoing my kids?" You know, I'm going, holy jeez, we're out here in public. I'm trying to video stuff, whatever. My kids go down the hill. I'm doing a live feed. You know, my feed is still going. And the guy's trying to give me hell for videoing in public. You know, like that's how paranoid people are these days.
Yeah. I just want to say hi to those that are speaking up there in the chat from Winnipeg. Hey, Manitoba, do something with your government over there. I might move back home, but they're one day NDP, next day Liberal, next day Conservative. So that's why I like Alberta and Saskatchewan. It's going to stay Conservative until further notice. So otherwise I would move back to Manitoba. Sorry again?
Oh, Blue Julia is saying, hey, you have a hemp place for seeds near Edmonton. I'll be looking into it. I think you can buy hemp seeds at any weed shop because they sell seeds. I know that they said they were going to. I don't know that anyone buys seeds from a head shop or a hemp shop, though. Not at all, whatever you want to call them, weed shop. Got it on me. Oh, something froze on Twitch. Julia's over on Twitch there, by the way. If you see these comments coming up here like this, you see the little purple.
Yeah, I see the logo there, Twitch. Yeah, I have an account with Twitch, but I never use it. It seems that because I'm not really a gamer, it's not a place for me. But it's a good place to stream if I want to.
Yeah, but you're not going to have many people watching you over on Twitch because it's sort of a primarily left audience and mostly gamers. So you got two strikes right there. So, like, I rarely have more than a couple people watching over on Twitch. So that's my, and I've been on there lots.
Well, the thing is with Canadian Unfiltered is my idea here is to try to stay as middle, 5-10 degrees either side of center. I kind of like to stay there. That's pretty much what I've always been. But unfortunately, the world now has gone to the extreme polarization of both sides, right? Which is sad because it eliminates all dialogue and debate and all that kind of stuff. It's hate.
Yeah. Where people talk about far right. I don't, where is the far right? Like I'm in Canada, right? You're in Canada. And I go, well, where is the far right? Like I don't see the far right. It's not in front of me. It's not visible. I don't see it on the internet. I just have no idea where it is. And you find out that it's some group somewhere where some guys are hanging out on some group on the internet and you never hear of them. So honestly, the far right in Canada, or who was it? The Proud Boys were in Canada. I didn't even know they were in Canada. I didn't know of them, hear of them, or anything. And now it's like a terrorist organization if you're part of that organization in Canada. So you don't want to have anything to do with them. So to me, that's like the far right. It's like they're there, but they're pretty much underground. You don't hear from them,
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to call those guys anything when you consider the amount of demographics that are actually represented with those guys. It's just liberal propaganda that demonize anything they don't agree with.
Well, you hear about it all the time. The liberals are constantly talking about the far right extremists, and you talk about the people that went to Ottawa, the convoy. Well, all of a sudden, everyone there is a far right extremist. Now you have to modify what an extremist is to include, a guy that drives a truck down the road, like ridiculous.
Yeah, it's just liberals are just elitists. So anything below the penthouse suite are, pikers.
Conservatives are just as bad.
Yeah, true enough. You're right there, man. You're right there.
When Harper was, the Prime Minister of Canada, was CBC, could be getting called just conservative propaganda, right? Like it's the flavor of the day. I don't know, myself, I don't play left-right. Like if you, like in my channel, I don't play that game. There is no left-right. We've elevated the thinking, I think, beyond that, where the left wing, right wing, they both have a head that controls both sides of the bird. Like, they're working in tandem, together. And I bring up the TPP as a prime example of that, the Trans-Pacific Partnership there, or whatever it was, the trade deal, where the Conservatives did the deal, an election was called, the Liberals came in, they signed it. The Conservatives can say, well, the Liberals signed the deal. The Liberals can say, well, the Conservatives did the deal, and they can just pass the buck back and forth. Neither gets held accountable, and they're both to blame. Like, they both should be accountable. Like they work together off of one another. They don't repeal each other's laws or anything like that. Like, so I don't
controlled
play
opposition.
Left, right? I don't do Liberals, Conservatives, or NDP. I say down with the big three. That's where we're going all wrong. I think we need political organization myself, but
yeah. Well, there's a question there. Rory K is asking, is Antifa in Canada?
Yeah, a version of them are. I remember, it's weird. I went to the Stanley Cup final in Vancouver, that Game 7 where we had the major riots. And looking, I didn't notice it at the time, but I sensed it was odd when I was walking through the neighborhoods to get back to my car. Those guys were alive and well that were starting all the trouble down in the city of Vancouver during that game. Obviously, everyone else got involved, but the black and the masked up and all that stuff, that was all. I could feel something weird was going on prior to the game itself. I just had that sense that something weird was about to happen. Win or lose.
Yeah. My experience with Antifa here is in Edmonton. And yeah, it's alive and well. You probably have maybe about 50 people that prescribe to it that are kind of what you'd call activists. And then you have the rest of the LGBTQ community that if it's an event, they'll all go gang up together, right? So you've got all of the LGBTQ and Antifa will all come out at an event if they want to be like against something that they don't like, right? So that's what we see here in Ottawa. Bigger numbers out there in Ottawa.
I was in Ottawa a few years back. I was in Ottawa with a client, and I actually liked Ottawa back then. Like, I loved the history of it. But weird the way it turned out now. I never saw that energy like it was this last time in Ottawa a year ago, where they really showed their face of who they actually are. I never got that sense the first time I was there. I was only there a couple of times prior to last year.
Yeah. Well, I've experienced, being like with cops on the line dividing you, right? Where you're on one side and Antifa is on the other side. And, quite honestly, I don't even like to go there. I don't like to go places where they're going to be. If I know it's an event where there's going to be a big riot type thing like that, I don't even like to go there anymore. Because, all they do is they find out who you are. They see that you're against them. And then they do crazy stuff like do postings of your picture on social media. They try and make you associated with some far right racist guy that might be at the event that you don't even know, whatever, you know what I mean? It's sort of an association thing that everybody does. And then they'll try and post your pictures and stuff all over the internet. So at the end of the day, they have their fun. They call you out. You maybe called them out. They think they won. You think you won. And at the end of the day, life goes on.
But at the end of the day, what really have we won?
Nothing.
It's all nothing. It's all nothing.
But you think, if you go back in the past into something that's probably non-existent anymore, BLM, what did they win? Well, they won your police departments all over the North America, defunding police departments. They did it in Edmonton.
Yeah. The scary thing about
it all over the states.
The scary thing in Edmonton is the beta test of the 15-minute city story that's been popping up quite more frequently in the last month or so. That's the next brainwashing exercise going on.
Yes. We just, if you look at one of my videos there, one of my past one was a 15-minute city thing where we had a protest in Edmonton here. And
is that where Sky was talking?
Yes, that's the one where Sky was. Yeah. And what his take on it is? Well, the 15-minute city is go look and see what's happening over in Europe because they put up cement barricades so that you can't leave the city except at a checkpoint. You're only able to leave the city or the 15-minute city X number of times a year, right? So whatever, you must have some kind of a passport or something to record how many times you're leaving the city in order to accomplish that. But you know what I mean? A lot of it is like future, what could happen. And it is slowly starting to happen over in Europe. They don't want you to go places, and it's all the government globalist thing to get you to use less fuel.
Yeah.
Stay in one place. Don't go anywhere.
The carbon allowance. That was a good analogy he used about the carbon allowance about his trip to Paris. So everything after that, he'd be taxed on his consumption, right?
Right. Yeah, you make one trip in an airplane, that's it. You can't buy anything or even live for the rest of the year because you've met your.
Well, you'll live. You'll just get taxed to the yin yang about it, right?
That's what it has to be. It's going to be a monetary thing, right? You pay through the nose if you want to consume more carbon. It's already like that. They're already doing it with gas, coal. Look at, they don't even use coal anymore. They've doubled the tax on it. Maybe even more than that.
I want to rewind for a minute and go back to the question there of what did you win or what did we win? And you said nothing, but I've said for like decades now that it's a numbers game. At the end of the day, it all comes down to a numbers game. And without numbers, you can't do anything, no matter what it is you want to do. You literally cannot do anything. And I think with a lot of the protests that happened in Canada and around the world, I think a lot of people woke up, and you can't fix the problems until you know what the problems are, and a lot more people now know what the problems are. So
I agree 100%. I agree 100%. That's about what we accomplished.
Then knowing what the problems are, now you can kind of move forward, and let's try and think and come up with some solutions as to what the heck we're going to do about it all.
Copy that. Just explain that 15-minute city there just a bit more for baby there.
Yeah, in a nutshell, it's turning cities into the old Hunger Games. If you want to know what 15-minute cities are, and a good example of it is watch Hunger Games. That'll give you exactly what it looks like, and what it's saying is they want to build little neighborhoods called districts. And little districts where they want you to be able to travel within 15 minutes of a bus, 15 minutes of walking or a scooter or something like that, and everything you need will be there for you. And if you want to come and go out of your little district, you'll have to explain your reasons why you're leaving your district. That's in a nutshell what 15-minute cities are about. It's basically based under the brand of sustainable development. So basically, the United Nations has been playing with this idea since 1992 when they started talking about climate change in Rio de Janeiro. That was the beginning of it. That's the headline version. If you want to dig in more, there's lots of stuff that talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly about it. Just look for it. And don't do it on Google because they won't show it to you on Google.
Yeah, I had a phone call come in there, so your whole last bit I missed, but Brett in the audience heard that. Hopefully that gives people a bit of an idea.
So, baby, I just dropped a link in the chat there of districts and 15-minute communities. That's from the city of Edmonton, 2 minutes and 46 seconds there. That was just what I found from a quick search. If you do a YouTube search of 15-minute cities, you'll get lots of search results. You can kind of choose your own source, but being that that one is relevant to Tommy, I dropped that one from the city of Edmonton there. That's from 5 months ago. It was posted, I think.
There's a lady who spoke. I wish I would have put it in my saved list. She had a really good presentation. She spoke about it in 2013. She was talking about it. She was talking to a Danish audience about what was coming in 15-minute cities, and it was called The Green Mask. I think that's what it was called. She wrote a book called Hiding Behind the Green Mask or something like that. She did a hour and 20-minute lecture. Really good and informative. You could actually start your research from there. She gives how it all got established and how secretly and stealthily this whole thing has been going on since 1992, and here we are now. And basically, elected officials are out of the loop because they do it through public-private partnerships. And that's an example when you hear a lot of public-private partnership deals that are going on, that's under the umbrella of sustainable development. So basically, these people
I think that
don't.
Whole thing is because the governments of the world are running out of money, so they have to tap into the the vast sources in the public sector.
Yeah.
Usury monetary system.
Find the right passion. Take money out of everything. Then it will be about love and serving people instead of profiting off of the people.
Usury monetary system. It's going to keep running with that.
Donating tonight. Go for it. 15-minute cities in the Europe project from WEF. Okay, yeah. So are we putting this all together? They're starting them in Europe. You know what? This whole WEF, to me, it's like a black cloud hanging over all of us. And those of you that are astute enough, you actually look into it, you read it, you understand it, you know what it is, and you know what's coming our way. So you would have known that this 15-minute BS crap is going to be coming our way, right? Because it should be all in black and white. I don't know what's going on because I haven't even looked into it. So, but what seems to be happening is that it's slowly being dripped out, right? Little bit at a time.
Just doing a little research here. I'm going to pull up the link on this lady who spoke. This is a really good starting point.
Thank you, Julie. Appreciate everything out there. Baby, got it. Never heard of 50-minute cities. We'll research it more. Yeah. Well, the whole idea of the 50-minute city is, number one, the premise is the world order does not want you to use carbon, right? i.e. gasoline or anything. And the way to do that is to get you to stop eating beef, right? A lot of carbon there. So you're going to become a veggie, and you're going to start eating insects because it doesn't take much to, harvest insects and stuff, produce them. A low amount of carbon. And then travel is the other thing. Travel eats up a lot of carbon. You put some, spews a lot of carbon into the atmosphere. So the government doesn't want you to go anywhere. So hence the term 15-minute city. So if you only walk or ride your bicycle or e-scooter or something like that, that's great. That's what the government wants you to do. No more travel than that. So forget about that trip to Paris to see the Eiffel Tower. It's not happening next year. We're screwed. And we've already had a protest about it in our city, in Edmonton here. Where I live is kind of like my own little 15-minute city here, because it is like Old Strathcona, if you know Edmonton, south side of Edmonton, is pretty condensed. And really, honestly, I could do anything I want with by walking right up outside of my door here, or a scooter or whatever, bicycle. So cities are kind of set up like that. But the problem is that 50s, 60s, 70s, you had what's called urban sprawl, so where things did go out and where you needed a vehicle to really do anything, right? If you wanted to go to a doctor when you're sitting out in urban sprawl, you have to get on a bus or a car or something like that. And that's where they want to change that. So the new urban planners are going to be going, okay, this is going to be our shopping center, doctors, lawyers, everything that you need is going to be in this little core center thing. And here's going to be our population around that. And that's one little city in unto itself, a little 15-minute city. So that's what the whole idea is. So modern urban planners are going to be thinking with this WEF program in their head as they plan modern cities.
Can I plant a link? You give me permission to plant a link in your chat?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think I gave you wrench. So go ahead.
No.
Absolutely. You should buy gold and silver. I don't know about currencies these days, Currencies fluctuate. Even look at Bitcoin, how much it's fluctuated there recently. Everything is in turmoil. It almost seems like gold and silver are more stable than almost any of the currencies out there. You know that, when you come to think about it. Of course, gold has gone up over the years, Like I remember when gold used to be $35 an ounce.
Well, the new BRICS alliance is all backed by gold. It's going back to the gold standard. No more fiat currency. That's why BRICS is going to be the currency, the petrodollar currency that Saudi Arabia actually agreed upon in November.
Yeah, because at least then, if it's backed by gold, I don't think it will fluctuate as much as a normal currency. So that's really where the stabilization comes in. So then people are more, let's say you're a trader of oil or something like that. If somebody pays you in a currency that doesn't fluctuate as much, that's a good thing for you, because then at least whatever you sold that item for and people are paying you for, that you're going to be able to go out and buy some more before that thing fluctuates to a lower value where you lose your shirt on that.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing on going back to this 15-minute cities and the digital currency concept and technocracy and all of those things that are now forming around us and creating our little prison planet. You're not going to be able to save money. You're going to have to spend your money. I think in Oxford, I think the most that they can have is £20,000 in their accounts. Right? So this whole idea that they want you to live day to day, be just a producer, and if you're not a producer anymore, well, you know what happens next, right? So the eugenics is coming to full circle again. On and on and on. Like there's so many things that are tying this whole thing together. It's mind blowing. It's not just one thing. It's everything that they've been conditioning the population for decades. Hey, Tommy, got a question for you.
Sure.
That background you got going on there, is that a GIF that you got back there?
It's a video.
So so is it just a looping video?
Yeah.
That's the crappy thing about StreamYard. I'd like to get something like that on mine, but I'm left with just a static background picture.
Well, where you have the static background picture, can you select like a video?
No, the smallest GIF you can get is like a 3 megabyte, basically GIF, and that's as good as it gets on StreamYard.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, because I'm doing this with it's like a OBS type software. vMix is what it's called. It's an offshoot of OBS. But anyways, I'm just rolling a video and then superimposing me on top of the video is what I'm up to.
Yeah, it looks good. Looks like a newsroom.
Yeah, that's what I thought of. I did an awful lot of research in order to even come up with this particular footage here, and even then, it wasn't very long. It was only, I don't know, whatever, a minute or so long, and you'll see after a while the entire scene kind of jitters just for a half or just for an instant where it loops back over again. It was longer, but the guy shifted the camera, and then you could see some people walking in it and stuff. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I like technology.
Just give me a minute. I'm going to go backstage here for a second. I got just something to do here. I'll be right back. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. We'll pick it up here. Oh, what's going on? We got some action happening in the background here. Let me just bring something else in here.
Yeah, what's going on out there? Anything interesting? Haven't been.
Not much. Just by myself here now. Just kind of.
What am I, top broccoli?
Looking to see what other feeds are out here. I'm almost thinking of maybe either dropping the feed. I got to get some vittles together, or keeping going It's kind of tough when you have a panel. And then you have to step out. Because then you don't have a panel anymore.
Well, I can run the panel.
Okay, sounds good. We need more people up here then.
Yeah, I was going to say, other people want to join the StreamYard link.
StreamYard link at the top of the chat. Click it and come on into the chat. Come on into the panel. Come on up. 3 people in here now. We got Canadian Unfiltered, Brett, and me. Yeah.
Are you live on YouTube? Because it's not showing you're on YouTube.
Oh, hang on. Say that in here. What did you find out?
It's not showing you're live on YouTube.
I am. I'm right here.
But it doesn't show you on YouTube.
Oh, okay. I'm live. These screens are live.
But it isn't live on YouTube.
Here, I'll click
It's made
this.
its way into Canadian.
And I'll click this. Screens are live. There we are.
But it
right
isn't
up here.
live on YouTube.
Here, I'll click
It's made
this.
its way into Canadian.
And I'll click this. Screens are live. There we are.
But it
Right up here.
live on YouTube.
Well, I know, but you're used to seeing me on the big screen and not these guys in here. That's because we're using StreamYard now. My son is saying, I'm not live on YouTube. He's over trying to watch me on another screen. I'm live. I'm right there. I'm live.
You're not even live on YouTube.
Okay, hang on. I got to go check something here.
Copy that. Gotcha.
We're live, right?
Yes, affirmative. Yeah, you're dumb. His son broke his arm, and then it healed incorrectly or something, so he had to get it rebroken and reset. He was just in the hospital there. They just spent the week in the hospital last week, I think, something like that. So yeah, today was his first day back at school. I guess his arm's feeling a lot better. Welcome back. Tommy had to step away for a moment.
Okay. So you guys are getting ready to plant seeds in the field yet, or it's still not there yet?
What's that?
In Alberta, is it like springtime now, or not quite there yet?
It's been abnormally warm, but it snowed this morning. Yeah. Came down pretty good this morning, actually. So no, that's still a little ways away.
So are you south of Calgary or south of Edmonton?
South of Calgary.
Oh yeah, okay. Definitely. Yeah,
I'm like an hour south of Calgary. I'm in High River.
Oh, okay, High River. Nice.
Yeah. That show that everybody's been talking about, The Last of Us, yeah, that was filmed here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I grew up in rural Manitoba and went to high school in Winnipeg and moved out to BC in '87 and it's been home base ever since. A few times I lived in the States. Did a lot of living in Edmonton. Calgary was always a good place to go have fun when you live in Edmonton. Everybody tends to go to bed at 9 o'clock at night in Edmonton.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was born and raised in British Columbia, but my family's I've had family that's lived in Alberta since my family came to Canada, so I consider myself from Western Canada.
Right on, yeah.
Yeah, I've been in. Yeah, I spent quite a bit of time, and I lived in Kelowna for over a decade. I lived in Calgary for quite a while. lived in High River now for quite a while. I was here during the flood in 2013, so I've been here for a decade. Over a decade. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to move to Edmonton, but man, I just can't. I still have to get over that hurdle of cold weather for 6 months out of the year. Jesus.
Yeah, see, Southern Alberta's not so bad. You get the Chinooks, but it gets windy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the wind, but it's not so bad when it's like we've been hitting +7 and stuff.
Yeah, t-shirt weather.
It's been because I follow a bunch of streamers, right? And it's been like in the mornings and stuff, like it's been warmer here than it's been in like Michigan, than it's been in Arizona, than it's been in Tennessee. Like it's been warmer here. So maybe not during the day, but during the mornings, it's been like, yeah, same temperature. Like we've actually been in a couple degrees warmer sometimes. The other day we were like 10 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than it was in Arizona in the morning.
Well, they had that crazy Arctic flow down in the States there that just ravaged them from basically New Mexico all the way to Georgia and then moved all the way up towards Boston. Remember that a couple of weeks back?
Yeah.
Yeah. Froze them out there and dumped snow all over.
Yeah.
Depends on where you live, birdie to tweet.
Yeah. Kind of blows their warming idea out of the water.
If you look at the, if you guys watch Vic BC's or Tyson Hockley at all on their last live streams, the Victoria, wow. It was like green grass, like the fountains were on. Like,
yeah. In Edmonton here, our winter kind of starts around, Halloween? Maybe October. Probably October. And then things start melting. I usually think of rubber boot time when things are melting about first part of March. So
yeah, I was going to say mid-March, you're into it.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Like right now, things are not great outside. This is what it looks like.
Tyson has sure made himself a good YouTube channel, eh? Jeez. He was just beginning. I remember him back a year ago.
Who's that?
Tyson Hockley.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's like, holy cow, good for him. He's good. He's good at what he does. Oh, is this home right now?
Yeah, this is like looking outside my window. So
wow.
You can see that the sidewalks are being shoveled. So, but there has been a lot of wind in here lately. So the wind is kind of taken down the actual amount of snow. But there's still snow covering the grass. You see it's all white there.
Mm-hmm. Without doxing you too much, that's Strathcona?
Yeah, old Strathcona. You know, like I'm, a picture or something like that. I don't make my identity secret. I'm not a secret person. I'm a real person with a place where I live and whatever. But, like what are people going to do? Like the worst thing is Antifa doesn't like me. Oh yeah, okay, well come on over and talk.
Yeah. True that.
Where's my self? Like I don't have any real beefs with anybody to where I'd get in any kind of fight with anyone. But people do attack me, like they'll find out my phone number or something and then make a phone call and leave a nasty message or something like that. People do things like that.
Yeah, people suck. 100%. I can tell you I'm glad that I work for myself.
Yeah, it's one of the things living out here. I used to work for myself, and then the dreaded mandates showed up and killed my business, and it's been really tough to try to build it up again. Just everyone's all freaked out here for what I do. So
yeah, all businesses are not equal. Different businesses are going to get hit harder than others. Like look at how many restaurants, for example, completely failed and are just plain gone.
Yeah.
I have 100% faith and certainty as well that if these internet trolls could like screw with a person's job, like, you know, whatever, like mine or something, if they, you know, could screw with an employer or something, they will. Like, if they can get you fired from your job or something like that, they you know, some of them, it gives them jollies, right? So it's crazy.
It's disheartening. It's disheartening. It's happened to me. And, you know, like when you have somebody else that's not you, but it's somebody that you work with that is answering a phone and hearing somebody call you whatever, a racist or whatever the case may be, and to have them have to wonder about you, and for you having to say, no, that's not me, that's some Antifa idiot. And now all of a sudden you have to explain to them what Antifa is and what it is that your thoughts are and what they don't like about you and what you said that they don't like and blah, blah, blah. And it gets into, you know, that's where you're involving people that are not you in order to try and make you look bad and to try and get you in trouble. And, you know, I guess in some cases it does work, but me, I'm pretty impervious to that now. It's bulletproof, I'd say.
Yeah. I will not surrender or bend a knee to any human. Just put it that way. I don't care who says what. It's like, go join the Fakawi tribe.
Okay, it's... That's right. You will not surrender. Doesn't matter. Even if there's a big round rock rolling down the tunnel towards you.
Yeah.
Making up dinner there, Tommy. Starting to make up dinner myself.
Well, actually, wifey's coming home and bringing something, so we'll see what she comes up with.
Oh, lucky you.
Yeah, it's gonna. So I will have to leave and go for a bite when that happens. So we'll see what happens.
Copy that.
Good room.
So
dog.
I'm curious. You guys both being from Alberta, what's the story? What's the faith in your premier? Is there any faith in that lady or what? Because I'm hearing conflict on both sides of it, good and bad. Like, that's my thinking is if she wins the general in the spring in Alberta, that will be my decision to pick up roots and head her back, because I get the Ralph Klein sense from her.
She'll win.
Hey?
There's too much hate for Rachel for the NDP. She'll win. She'll get in. The only reason that Rachel got in the first time is that the Conservatives had been ruling in Alberta for decades.
Klein, yeah.
And,
Klein.
you know, they were kind of slipping up a little bit, and your typical Conservative, you know, got a little bit pissed off and voted NDP at that time. Go ahead.
No, I disagree. I think it was because of the floor crossing that happened. And if you look at who crossed the floor, I think that the crossing of the floor swung that election a totally different way.
Oh, do you think the dividing of the votes on the Conservative side? Because you had, wasn't it the...
No.
Yeah, you had more than one Conservative party, so you had vote splitting.
No, there was a floor crossing that happened.
Didn't Daniel cross the floor? Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yes.
Yeah.
So my question
what I mean
is
that you had two pretty big parties. You had a Conservative Party and you had the Wild Rose Party, and you had a splitting of the votes, and you had a bunch of people that were pissed off. So the NDP got far more votes than they normally would have, and then you had the splitting of the Conservative vote. So that's how the NDP got in. That's just my view, though, of course.
So the question I'm asking you is what she say, what she does. Does her feet match what she says? Because I'm watching from afar, right? But you guys are on the ground there. So what's your take on that?
I don't know what to say about. You know what? I'm not really following. You know what? I love the fact that she's conservative. I wish the best for what she does. She's tripping over herself continuously with the stuff that she's doing. That's what you're hearing. You're hearing, because that's what the media likes to report. They like to see a conservative person anywhere in Canada do poorly because all of the media is left wing, right? So they're reporting.
Yeah, I only watch what they're saying, but I don't pay much attention to what the left wing is doing because I get what they're doing. They're opposition, right? So
yeah, exactly. My own view is I think that she's doing okay. She's doing okay. And will she beat Rachel? I think that there's a lot of people that don't like Rachel a lot.
So my viewpoint, because I don't do left versus right crap. She's actually from the town that I live in, and due to the floor crossing, I'm always going to be kind of skeptical of that per se. And while I would like to be cautiously optimistic, but I don't know. To me, there are some kind of there's a red flag here and there with some of the things that have, I think it's just kind of basically pissing in our ear and telling us it's raining type deal thing. It's to a certain degree, if you know what I mean, where she's saying the right things to a certain extent, but like there's other aspects where it's creeping in the other way. So I'm not 100% sold. And especially, like I said, being that there has been floor crossing before, which I think is what really threw the election. I think the Wild Rose would have won that election if that floor crossing wouldn't have happened. And when that floor crossing happened, I think that threw the election to the NDP and shifted everything that way, right as the prices of oil were plummeting around the globe. And the NDP bore the brunt of that, even though the layoffs, the oil patch layoff, the price of oil, it was all falling when the Conservatives were in power. And the Wild Rose, in my estimations, would have won that election had that floor crossing not happened. And it would have been them kind of stuck with that, with the, fallout of the oil prices and everything that happened because of that or whatever. So I think that was, and now look at where those people are now. Right. So I don't know. I'm always kind of trying to think about a kind of a bigger picture, I guess, in the sense, or seeing what the chess pieces are doing in not a short time span, but over a long time span. Because I'm remembering from years ago, like not just recent as well. So we'll see.
I dropped a link there. Check out or join that Facebook group if you're on Facebook. That's if you want to find out more about politics in Alberta. That's a group that I run. So of course it's absolutely 100% biased.
Yeah. I don't do Facebook, so
too bad.
Had bad experiences on. Hey?
Say too bad. Otherwise you'd find out how much we like Rachel.
Oh, I'm in BC, man. Anybody who, I remember when I moved here to British Columbia back in 87, it was basically, they called it Social Credit, which was an offshoot of Conservative Party in British Columbia. When you came to BC, the whole province was alive. Economy was flowing. One little scandal that proved over time to be absolute false. Basically NDP got in, and, one of the big examples was, Finning Tractor in Vancouver. The head office was in Vancouver. Within 6 months of the NDP showing up and taking power, they moved up stakes and went to Calgary. Anytime NDP comes anywhere, it's a disaster. And I've gone through two of them here in my time here.
Basically, NDP is what's called the Labor Party. You'd almost call it that, which means labor unionist party. Unions kind of come from that left thought process, maybe from, I don't know, communism.
Yeah, they're Marxists. they're softcore Marxists until they get into power, right?
So that's what we mean by New Democratic Party, NDP, in Canada. And that's pretty well known that BC is really NDP. And I don't know whether it's because, and there's a lot of rich people out there, a lot of money in BC, but there also must be a lot of people that want social programs too.
Mooches. Real simple. Ralph Klein got it right when he came into power. One-way bus ticket to Vancouver.
Yeah, I remember.
And that's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping Daniel will do. If she comes into power, she'll offer one-way tickets out of town. You don't like it, go. BC will gladly have you.
She's way more hardcore right-winger than almost any leader that we've seen here, and she makes no bones about it, which I like that. But on the other hand, she's kind of, gotten into a bit of trouble for the stuff that she does. And I you know how it is when you like somebody, you overlook everything bad that they do, right?
Yeah.
And you only concentrate on the good stuff that they're doing. So that's kind of the way I'm taking Danielle Smith at the moment.
That's a bit of a misconception there too, where you look at a town like Medicine Hat, they have zero homelessness there, and it's not because they ship them out. It's because they've actually done something within the community themselves.
Well, so, there again, capitalism, right? Capitalism creates wealth. Capitalism creates wealth.
I'm not sure people helping people equates to capitalism, but
well, if you look over the history of capitalism, if you look at the history of how capitalism works, they leave the charity to the charitable organizations. The government doesn't get involved in charity. Now, the NDP, for example, out in BC, it's turned charity into an industry. And they basically wiped out all of the people who used to do the charity. When people have wealth, they donate to causes that take care of their own,
Yeah, but you didn't hear the rumor? NDP creates jobs. Government jobs, that is.
Yeah, well, let's not forget that the, in air quotes, capitalists led us to the whole banking issues in 2008 and everything that happened there. And
that's called crony capitalism, which is a different topic altogether.
Still. So, yeah, like I said, I'm not sure that, people helping people equates to capitalism. I think that's an awfully big leap, but if you want to take it there, I guess that's cool.
I'm saying that when there's
neighbors
wealth,
helping neighbors. I've been through natural disaster, like I said, here in High River. I just dug out of my pictures the other day, the pictures of the forest fires in Kelowna from way back in the day, where you can see the whole mountainside on fire and stuff. So I don't know. I've seen a lot of neighbors helping neighbors, I guess. I don't really equate it so much to capitalism, so much as just giving a shit about people, really. I'd like to think that anyways. Call me idealistic.
Well,
yeah.
When you have the government controlling every aspect of your life, there's no freedom there, right? It's just a fact. And when the market decides who wins and loses, that's true capitalism. When the crony capitalism happens, the government and corporations decide who the winners and losers are. The last 3 years is a perfect example of that. The winners and losers have been defined, right? So that's not really true to the hardcore capitalism. Capitalism is market decides who wins and who loses, not the government. Right now, we've been living in a crony capitalist society disguised as socialism, or the other way around, socialism disguised as crony capitalism.
Man, you're making me think now.
Every city you travel all over the world all has a McDonald's, a Burger King, a Holiday Inn, a Hyatt Regency, on and on. That's crony capitalism, right? Where in the old days you'd have small towns. They'd have their own little convenience store. They'd have their own local markets, their own lumber yard, their own farm supply. Now it's all big business that runs it all. The little guy can't compete. That's not capitalism.
Yeah.
Yeah, the little guy gets bought up by the big guy, because the big guy can, because he wants to increase his territory. And that's the way it works.
Yeah.
And there's no allowances and no incentives to even start a small business in this country anymore because the big companies won't allow you the market. They just won't let you compete.
That is capitalism. And, a good example of that is our cell industry in Canada here, where you've got the big guys, and then the government says, oh, we got to split it up a bit by letting smaller guys come in. Yeah, well, all the smaller guys do is just buy, sell space, whatever, off of the big guys, and then eventually the big guys buy those small guys anyway. It's just useless.
Yeah, you think of the tech sector. You think of the tech sector, for example, I'll use Norton Antivirus as the prime example of devouring small little companies with great technology. They buy them up so they never see the light of day, right? And they'll take the good, they'll take the good out of a piece of technology and they'll call it their own, and then squash the rest of them. So yeah, the guy who created that technology made a little windfall by selling it, but in essence, it never made the market because they didn't want it to make the market.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that's the way the world is. We didn't make the world, but the world evolved all on its own. You know, I guess you could say, well, you could be your own person and you go out and find your own food and a place to live and whatever else and don't rely on anyone else. But the problem is that our world is now such that we need to rely on other people. We need their expertise. You wouldn't have that cell phone if you couldn't rely on other people. But but you have to pay a price for that. And the price for that is your own time, job, money. It'll cost you. It's not free.
Give me liberty or give me death.
Liberty or death. It's like
Remember
we're
that
living
one?
You're traveling to another dimension.
It's called 2023. There are balloons floating overhead, watching your every move. Look up. Where are they? You're supposed to look up. There you go. I'm watching us on a big screen, right? Over there is my big screen, and I'm watching everything. But it's on a bit of a delay, though.
I'm just scrolling news wires right now, seeing what the big deal is today.
Oh, I don't know what I'm doing here. When I get into these talk shows, it's completely different because my mind is now talk show, right? And I have to think about what's going on. Whereas normally I don't think about that. I think about where's the next feed, who's doing what's going on out there. I'm like on the internet like you are right now, looking for the next news feed or something.
I'm thinking about making dinner.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat here. What time is it?
5:30.
5:30 here. 4:30.
Being on these live streams is like being in a casino. You never know what time of day it is after a while.
Yeah, that's about it. It is the
truth is out there.
Truther.
Tommy, I appreciate you letting me on your set today. I appreciate it. I'll keep an eyeball on you. I've been watching you for a little while now, so I figured I'd grab the Moxie and come up and say hello. So,
Mega Betcha, Canadian Unfiltered. What's your, if you don't mind saying, first name?
Arnold.
Arnold. Okay, good. I'll remember that. Canadian Unfiltered. Arnold in the room here. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the dono too. There, really appreciate that. That was nice of you to do that. I appreciate that.
It's all good, man. All good in the hood.
We'll definitely be giving more. I'll be doing what you're doing, where you're giving me a donation. I'll be making a point of donating more to the streamers that I support out there. So that's cool. I love it.
Yeah, I got a for a free plug, I guess. Canadian Unfiltered on YouTube. Just starting out. Also, I just spent a year here, just getting my shit together here, and I'm doing an anniversary stream on Travel Fun 69's Convoy to Ottawa. So I'll be doing that on Friday at 9 or 6 o'clock Pacific. Feel free to join.
Right on. Well, you have a wrench, I think, in my chat. So drop a link if I haven't given you one. Let me double check.
Oh, mine's still
I have to see
gray.
you in my chat. Say hello in the chat or something. Let me just double check. to see if I gave you a wrench. And then you can... oh, yeah. No, I didn't. Stand by. Okay, I gave you a wrench, so you can drop a link unless Brett has already done that. He's always pretty quick. YouTube channel link. There you go. Okay, Brett dropped a link there to... No, he didn't. That's his channel. Okay, so Brett dropped a link to his channel. Or if you hit the link command there, or drop a link to your channel, whatever, one way or another, you'll get it figured out. Otherwise, yeah, really nice to see you in there. Good to see new blood in there. I'm going to just make sure that I'm subbed to you here, too.
Okay, yeah, I just got a thing about moderator, yeah. Golden.
I show the I link, or the exclamation point link thing all the time, because anybody can do that, right? So
appreciate hanging out with you guys in the chat room. God bless. Godspeed, everybody, and out and at 'em.
Okay,
yeah,
okay, really good.
Have a good one. Have a good evening. We'll probably see you Friday there.
Adios, amigos, amigas.
Thanks a lot. Canadian Unfiltered. And yeah, you can find him if you want to in the future by just doing a search for @ Canadian Unfiltered. This is what his site looks like. If you can see it here. I'm just going to hit the sub button right here, right now. We're now subbed. He's only got 97 subscribers, so he needs more. So anytime you see us live over here, make sure you give your channel a plug. So we'll see if we can get more out there for you. Try and help you out a little bit. But otherwise, I think Brett's going to go for something to eat. I've got somebody coming home here in a little bit to have a bite with us at our house here too. So I think I might just pull the plug on the feed here, and we'll see whether or not we go live again here a little bit later after supper. But otherwise, people are starting to talk behind me and get things going. We had lots of fun with our feed here today. We had the balloon edition, so check out the feed from earlier there today, and you can see the talk that we had about the Chinese spy balloons that were being destroyed in North America. 4 of them, and there's another 5th one that is hitting South America or Central America. So we'll see what happens there. But otherwise, Brett, we'll see you later, and I'm going to cut the feed off here, okay?
Copy that. Have a good evening. We'll see you later. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah. See you later. Thanks a lot for popping in and helping us out here. Nice time.
Yep, you bet.
Fun time. Okay, see you later.
See you later,
Brett out of the feed. There he is. And I'm going to find my other logo here, which is kind of this one. Get some music in here. Okay, see you guys later. Thanks a lot for tuning in. Appreciate it. Woo-hoo. Bye-bye for now. Actually, maybe instead of shutting the feed down completely, I'm just going to drop it into a different mode here. Well, I'll leave the stream running, and we'll come back on here in a bit, maybe in an hour or two. We'll just get some different music on here.
The music in my blood, the music in my blood.
You go back. You so that
Yeah, I won't be in the stream here, but I'll be kind of on the side here doing stuff. But this is New York, Brooklyn audit. Watch along.
get a lot of names that have been with me from day one. Some guys, man, Luke has been with me from day one. A lot of you people. Remember my lives, only 20 people at a time, or 10 if I'm lucky. We get our lives going up hard now. Yeah. Isaac, what up? 46 between second and third. Harry P, why you want me to go over there? Are you trying to like debate me into like touch my coolie or something? You want to touch me? You want to do some things to me? I don't care. I told all the haters where I'm at. Every time haters always email me some crazy shit, I always tell them, man, anytime you want to come to the city, let me know. We'll meet up. I ain't worried about nothing. I ain't worried about nothing. Come on, you guys are not liking this tour right here with these beautiful buildings? Look at this. Who's giving you guys great... Dr. Dave, get the fuck out of here, Dr. Dave. Get out of here. Beat it. You little snake in the grass. That's what he is, a snake in the grass. Oh, nuts. Frank Pants, remember the old nuts? Yeah, that'll be a video tomorrow if you guys want. I'll go to the elder store, the old nuts. Oh, nuts, tiny nuts, little nuts, big nuts, hairy nuts, sweaty nuts. Get them while they're hot. Get them while they're hot. Yeah, we'll go to that store. Oh, nuts. These hotels are gangster. These are all hotels. Anyone ever comes to New York and you stay by the Central Park? I'm telling you right now, this is the dopest one right here. This hotel right here is gangster. I believe Trump stayed in here one time. Because when they do the UN meeting, what they do is after they take down Fifth Avenue, they close it all down and they allow, all the government to drive down Fifth Avenue. Oh, excuse me. 46 between second and third. All right. I mean, it is kind of far from where I'm at now. I'm gonna walk down this way a little bit. Oh shit. Woo. Tell you one thing though, if you don't look at the lights, you will get run over in New York. Like I just almost got ran over. People are ruthless out here. They don't care. Dr. Dave and his crew again. Here's Dr. Dave and his crew. They all like to wear a dress. Every single one of them haters, all dresses. Watching me. That's what they're doing right now. They're on their computers in mommy's basement watching Brooklyn Audit. Thinking about what to say about me. It's all good in the hood. You could talk all that crap, but you won't do nothing. Alright, so we're on 5th Ave. Let me see. Let's head to, I'm on 57. So, alright, I got a good spot to go to real quick. I guess this cop is paid to sit out here all night in the car, just looking at Trump Towers. So that's his job. 2 cops right there. That's about almost $200,000 a year just to sit out there and hang out in the car watching Trump Towers. That's their job. It's amazing, right? Yeah, we got some Gucci in the house. This is one big avenue right here to go shopping. And you got to be rich. You got to have good money to go shopping over here. I don't know what that would be like. I'm not sure what it's like to shop over here. Wow, this guy dropped the food. Helen, what's up, man? John G in the house. What's up? We the people in the house. Everyone that's in Indiana. Audit, Luke, Crazy, all my mods. Last responder. It's good to see you all. Liberty Blair, how are you? Good to see you, dear. Oh, yeah, we could window shop. Because I'm a window shopper. Yeah, man. Look, see all the homeless out here? Instead of them giving the NYPD $11 billion a year, why don't they throw a couple million, $1 billion and help them out? You know, get them off the street, put them somewhere. Look at these buildings. These buildings are dope. Oh, look. I know everyone's done that when they were kids. Throw their sneakers up there. Hell yeah. I got to go past my old house in Brooklyn, Bensonhurst, Dyker Heights. I used to throw my sneakers. I still probably got them up there. Tons of sneakers up there. Cape Cod in the house. What's up, brother? What's good, man? Good to see you. We're just strolling down Fifth Avenue. Shout out to all the veterans out there. Thank you for your service. All the veterans. Big shout out to the veterans. Love all the veterans out there. Let's get those likes up. Let's go. We got 101 going. Let's get these likes up. Dr. Dave wants a Valentine's what? Day. He's just upset because you don't go that way. Yeah, I'll give him something. I'll give him these nuts. Sorry, ladies. Got the Coach store right here. Dr. Dave can have these sweaty nuts. I've been in my work clothes since 6:30, so they're a little sweaty today, laddie. But it's okay. He likes those sweaty ones. Whoa, whoa. Oh no. Hey now. Don't want to get run over. Hey now. Undercovers, there's a 0 in OS. The undercovers, they're trying to bring them back. Undercovers was taken out a long time ago. There's only a few undercovers they have now. That's only in the transit, like the train station. They don't have undercovers no more. St. Thomas's Church. Liberty Blair. Nah, Cape Cod, I'll check it out when I get a chance. I mean, I feel bad. I missed a lot of people's videos. So busy with doing audits. And after audits, I get maybe 5-6 hours of sleep. I get up, then I go to work, break my ass in the freezing cold. Or the summer when it's hot, I break my ass, and then I come back out here and do this. I love hanging out with my crew. Love my supporters. Yeah, Cape Cod, I'll definitely check that out, brother. I got you. Thank you for that, man. Listen, everyone's always welcome to share, the live streams, the videos, all that. Gotta get this channel going. I'm a little upset that I'm not at 10K by now. With all the stuff that I do, I should be way up there already. It's all good. Slow and steady wins the race. Oh, this is the Nike store. I was here already one time, the Nike store. Oh yeah. I'm not greedy for sure, Robert. I know it's going. It's definitely going. I'm doing it mostly for everyone too. I actually like to do this, give tours in New York City. Don't worry, soon I'll have my little moped. I was gonna buy like a little electric moped. We'll do the moped too. I'll strap this goddamn fucking phone to my forehead and we'll just fucking ride around in the city all day looking at everything. Cop watching on the scooter. Because let me tell you, in Manhattan to drive, it's ridiculous. Right now it doesn't look like there's a lot of traffic, but that's the best part what you do, Brooklyn, of course, man. Thank you for that last responder. I appreciate that. Absolutely. And I'm walking in work boots too. Believe me, I got a vehicle. People think I don't have a car. Like, I have a vehicle. Look, see, there's the key. I have a vehicle. That's not the issue. The issue is when you drive into the city, you got to find certain spots to park at. And they only go by certain hours, times. You got to pay. It's not worth it. For that, I jump on the train. I'm here in like 30 minutes. I'd rather take the train into the city any day. Big shout out to the UK. Here we go. We got England in the house. We got England. Look at that. We got Ireland up there too, laddies. What else we got? We got America. We got England. We got Ireland. We got France. Big shout out to all yous out there. Anyone from England, Ireland, America, and France. Big shout out to yous. One love from Brooklyn Audit. Giving you the best tour of New York City on foot while we cop watch. Wonder what these guys get paid to do. Let's see if they're on their cell phones. What do you think? Let's walk up on them quietly. Oh, yeah, of course he is. Look. What is he watching? Is he watching a girl dance? Someone text him. You know that's not a work phone, right? That's a work phone? Hey, you got busted. Hey. What are you doing in there? What you doing, buddy? You got caught looking at some girls. What are you doing? Yeah, how you doing? Now you're uncomfortable, huh? And he's still going to hold his phone and look on his phone. And he's going to claim that's his work phone. He's not going to roll his window down. You could always get a... And we could always ask him who was driving. This is called Midtown North, the police station. Midtown North, 3580. At this time, 8 o'clock. Who was driving this car? 8 o'clock on their cell phone. And it looked like he was watching a girl dance. Like, let me find out you're watching strippers, bro. You're at work. You're supposed to be patrolling. We're at the church over here. You're supposed to be watching what's going on. The inspection's good. Don't put the light in my eye. Really? Wow. You're being a little ignorant now, putting the light in my face, bro. Wow, really, dude? What's up with that? I'll go this way. Psych, get your mind. I broke you. Psych. Yeah, keep the light on you. Look, he's gonna turn the light around on me. Look, watch. Look. He's turning the light, see? He's turning the light. You're too slow, bro. You're too slow. Why are you on your cell phone? Why are you on your phone? Eric Adams said you can't be on your cell phone. Your mayor already said you can't be on the cell phone, buddy. Get off the phone. You know that, right? What's your name and badge number? What's your name and badge number? Badge number. Name and badge number. Don't worry, it's a flashlight. Don't get nervous. Look, it's a flashlight. See? Look, flashlight. What's your name and badge number? Look, do you have one of these? You have one of these? Oh, now you want to drive away? I want one of these business cards. Oh, he's driving away from me. Look, now he's going to go to work. Because he got caught hanging out doing nothing exactly. Yeah, get to work, buddy. Get off the phone. I want to know who he is, too. He won't stop. Yeah, get to work. Get out of here. Beat it. Go. Beat it. Get to work. Here we go. We got one cop off the street now working. There we go. Now he's going to work. There you go. See? Wow, you had to put the light in my eyes. You see how they act, though? You know it's not me. You see how it is. Yeah, he's going to try to go around the block and come right back to that same spot again. You know it. I always make them work. Absolutely. When I catch them, I make them work, bro. AKO, it's always making them work, man. Always making them get their ass back to work. Look at all these beautiful flags for all the veterans. Look at that. I love that. Love all those flags. Robert Ruse, my G. Love you, brother. My man. All right, we already saw this church, right? I walked inside. You guys got to see that. Let's keep going down Fifth Avenue. That cop is definitely going back around the corner. He's going to sit back in that same spot because he got caught on his cell phone. Watching someone dance. It looked like some girl was dancing. You see what I'm talking about? This is them, bro. This is the NYPD. They get paid a lot of money. Hey, Dr. Dave. How are you, Dr. Dave? Hey, Dr. Dave in the school again. But this is what they do. They get paid to sit on their cell phones. And they're not getting paid cheap money either, bro. I'm telling you right now. Yeah, we was ready over there. Let's keep it moving. Brandon Mitchell, my brother. Big shout out to Brandon Mitchell, man. I appreciate you, bro. Oh, that's what it is. This is really Dave with no freaking head on his shoulders. Look, he's got no head on his shoulders, wearing a pink dress. Look at him. He likes to wear those pink shoes. He don't even have a freaking head on his head. Look at him. That's around 5th Avenue and 49th Street. We're not too far from where we're going. We're not too far. Wow, you guys like this tour or what? Let me know. Show me some love. Hit those thumbs up. Show me the ones. Should I keep this live going or should I just end it and go home? Let me know. Let me know, man. Hit that thumbs up. Let's get those thumbs up. Let's see those ones. You want to see New York City more? We're going to start walking towards Times Square. We're going to walk all over the city. Yeah, there we go. Keep it going. Yes. All right. You ladies and gents got it. I'll keep it going. Yo, what up, G? East side? What up, homie? What's good, blood? What's good, blood? Yeah. I love the supporters. Thank you. Mikey J, keep dancing those pretty legs around the park. Yeah, I keep dancing. You want me to dance? Like I'm Spider now? Hey, I ain't Spider. Hey, baby. Where's the rest of your body, babe? Hey, babe. See, those legs there gotta go with that body. What the hell happened here? Where's the rest of your body? Cape Cod, that's what's up, man. Listen, I don't know if you guys, I don't want to make you guys bored, but you know, it's entertaining. Tyrant Watts, man, appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I try to make it fun. I do. I try to make it fun. You know how I try to make it fun? Because I got a fucked up sense of humor. I really do. I got a fucked up sense of humor from all the cows beating the hell out of me from back in the days, too.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah,
hey, I'm going to drop the stream here, everyone. And I'll bring it back up if I come back up live here tonight. Thanks a lot for tuning in.
Love it.
You watching,
Clifford.
Tommy
Absolutely.
Timper.
Great.
Check out that feed.
I'm always cool. I'm always down to
Thanks
show
a lot.
some great
We got
toys.
Canadian
Definitely.
Unfiltered in there. Check out his feed
around.
there that he's got going on there,
Look at
too.
this dog. This
But I'm going to drop this out of here. And
that's one lucky dog. I want to
like I
sit
say,
there
if I
with my
bring the stream
nose
back
there.
up here in a bit, after I
Hey,
eat
babe,
or whatever,
how you
we'll see what
doing?
happens.
What's your name,
But
huh?
it's been a
Sweetheart.
pretty long day here today.
I want to sit like this dog right here.
Thanks a lot.
Hey, babe. How you doing, huh? My name's Brooklyn Audit.
Hey, babe. Brooklyn Audit is the guy that we're watching. Julio. Bye-bye for now. And thanks a lot again there, Canadian Unfiltered and any other donos there today. Appreciate everything from everybody out there. Good evening.